Chapter 681. Your Majesty! Ye Cheng and Kanglan froze the moment they saw who was descending on the clouds above them. It was none other than the legendary Dragon Queen herself, resplendent in a golden dragon-embroidered robe, her presence both regal and chilling. Perched amid drifting vapor, the Dragon Queen's icy gaze swept over them. Ye Cheng, Kanglan, you two have gone too far. Her voice carried the threat of a drawn sword. Would you dare to challenge me to the death? Kanglan exchanged a tense look with Ye Cheng before stepping forward to speak. He sounded calm, but his tone left no room for argument. Your Majesty, we do not deny your strength and wisdom, but your subordinate has overstepped every boundary today. The Dragon Queen's eyes flashed with frost. Kanglan held her stare. We're prepared to overlook today's incident, on one condition: the Yulong world must not interfere when we take custody of this mere cultivator. His gaze flicked toward the young man standing at their feet. That so-called casual cultivator was Ye Cheng, a name barely whispered in the cosmos, yet coveted tonight by these two world masters. Below them, the 5 celestial immortals of Yulong world watched in stunned disbelief. They had come here by chance, racing to the Yunhe ruins when word of an extraordinary disturbance reached their ears. Now they found themselves caught between the Dragon Queen's wrath and the unyielding demands of Ye Cheng and Kanglan. Kanglan's intent was unmistakable. His eyes shone with a greedy fire as he assessed Ye Cheng. To him, this young cultivator was no random wanderer, but a prize worth fighting for. Silence stretched across the cloud-wreathed sky, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder. The Dragon Queen's next words would decide fate, not just for Ye Cheng, but for all who stood under her gaze. In truth, neither Kanglan nor Ye Cheng, and even the Yulong Empress, who had just stormed the Yunhe ruins to free the 5 celestial immortals and rescue Ye Cheng, had come solely out of compassion. All 3 of these world-level masters had been drawn by the same irresistible force, the birth of the Yuntian tree. They didn't yet realize that this was a boon on par with the legendary Cloud Sky tree. They only knew it was a treasure powerful enough to drive any cultivator to desperation. Such an opportunity could not be ignored. As Kanglan and Ye Cheng clashed in heated argument, the Dragon Queen watched with a tightening frown. Though newly ascended to celestial rank, her natural talent placed her among the heaven's elite, and alone, she would not fear either opponent, even if she faced them on their own home turf. But if Kanglan and Ye Cheng joined forces, the balance of power would tilt dangerously against her. Should she yield? The very thought was abhorrent to the Dragon Queen. She would not back down. Dragon Empress Linger paused, a cold gleam in her eyes. Very well. Give me a moment to consider your request. Underneath the outward show of deliberation, she sent a silent message to Ye Cheng. Fellow Taoist, can you evade these two? If you can, I'll hold them off long enough for you to slip away. If you can't, well, pray for your own survival. She felt nothing but impatience toward Kanglan and Ye Cheng, yet she wasn't willing to throw herself away for a stranger. Her duty was to all mortal souls in the realm, and this was her maximum effort on Ye Cheng's behalf. Ye Cheng read her words and let a faint, amused smile play across his lips. He didn't reply. Instead, he met the Dragon Empress's gaze and said aloud, No need to intervene, fellow Taoist. I've got this. I won't underestimate them. Before she could object, he drew himself taut, and in the next instant, his figure struck out like a shooting star. In a blur of movement, Ye Cheng stood directly between Kanglan and Ye Cheng, his robes fluttering in the void as he prepared to face them head-on. A yuan-level killing sword materialized in Ye Cheng's hand, its blade humming with lethal intent. Before anyone could react, he spun on his heel and slashed at the nearest figure, Ye Cheng Tianxian. You dare attack me? Ye Cheng snarled, staggering backward. You're begging for death. Shock and indignation twisted his features. In Ye Cheng's eyes, Ye Cheng was nothing more than a fledgling immortal, an insignificant mote at best. To draw a sword against him, to rush in unbidden, it was the height of insolence, yet beneath his fury something else stirred, gleeful anticipation. He and Kanglan Tianxian had formed a temporary alliance to seize the very opportunity Ye Cheng had uncovered. So far, they had no firm agreement on how to split the spoils. But if Ye Cheng alone could capture or kill Ye Cheng now, the prize would fall squarely into his hands. Whether he chose to claim it for himself or bargain with Kanglan later, the upper hand would be his, and his alone. In the beating of a heart, Zichen Tianxian's strategy coalesced. He let a sharp, triumphant grin tug at his lips, certain that this reckless attack would deliver the victory he craved. Zichen Tianxian's eyes gleamed with predatory hunger as Ye Cheng stepped forward. "You little demon beast," he snarled, voice echoing through the courtyard. "You're begging for death! Don't say I didn't warn you!" With a roar, Zichen Tianxian's immortal aura surged. Silver-blue light spiraled around his fist as he lunged forward, his punch like a storm of starlight hurled at Ye Cheng. Every immortal watching felt a chill. No ordinary cultivator could survive such force. In that single strike, the vast gulf between a great world master and a mere immortal was unmistakable. Yet Ye Cheng met the assault with nothing but a calm smile. He didn't dodge. Instead, he guided the gleaming deathblade in his hand to collide head-on with Zichen's killing blow. Steel met fist in a blinding flash. There was a sickening crack, flesh and blood spattered, and Zichen Tianxian's scream tore through the air. Staggering backward, he stared in horror at his mangled arm, shattered utterly by the divine power channeled through Ye Cheng's sword. Unable to believe his defeat, he could only reel as his lifeblood dripped away. A crimson torrent of immortal blood spattered across the sky. The Dragon Queen and Kanglan Tianxian froze in stunned disbelief. Even they hadn't expected Zichen Tianxian to fall so suddenly. "Zichen Tianxian? Actually lost?" murmured the onlookers. Before anyone could react, Ye Cheng seized the moment. The 33-day immortal formation closed silently around him, channeling its full blessing into his body. His aura flared again. Where he had once barely touched the threshold of the golden immortal realm, he now radiated enough power to slay even those at the first and second levels of that stage. With a brilliant flash, Ye Cheng reappeared before Zichen Tianxian. The Yuanxi killing sword danced in his hand, then lunged forward in a cold, merciless thrust. "Don't come any closer," Zichen Tianxian choked out, his voice ragged with terror. His spiritual senses screamed a warning. This strike was far deadlier than the last. If that blade found its mark, he would perish on the spot. Desperation drove him backward as he poured every ounce of his immortal power and even his own blood into a frantic defense. But against Ye Cheng's newfound might, every ounce of resistance shattered like glass. Ye Cheng lifted his hand barely an inch, and under the power of the 33-day immortal formation, he, already matching the third order of the golden immortal, instantly sealed off every void around Zichen Tianxian. Trapped and powerless, Zichen Tianxian could only stare in horror as Ye Cheng's sword pierced the narrow gap between his brows, plunging into his sea of consciousness and shredding his soul in an instant. A strangled cry rang out, then nothing. Across both the galaxy realm, Xianxia, and the azure mist domain, Yinlan, every living being felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They looked skyward in terror to see the once brilliant heavens shrouded by roiling TK clouds, and then great rivulets of blood-red rain began to fall. Whenever a world sovereign, whose very fate is woven into that realm, meets his end, not only does the land itself convulse with catastrophe, but the very ground where he falls laments his passing, Ye Cheng said, his voice calm and without inflection. He turned smoothly to regard the Galaxy Lord standing beside him, a half-smile touching his lips. Kanglan Tianxian, the mightiest cultivator in the Galaxy realm, felt Ye Cheng's unblinking gaze and could not stifle a tremor. Yet despite the quake in his limbs, he steeled himself and without a moment's hesitation prepared to obey. He didn't even dare to speak. The Lord of the Galaxy realm abandoned all his subordinates, spun on his heel, and fled toward the star-swept expanse behind him. But let's be honest, this was the same Kanglan Tianxian who just witnessed Zichen Tianxian cut down by Ye Cheng's sword. Even if Kanglan could draw on the Galaxy Realm's luck to nudge himself to the threshold of golden immortality, he stood no chance here. A golden immortal might slay mortals like vermin, but Ye Cheng was in a league of his own. Kanglan poured every ounce of strength into his escape, but it was futile. With barely a thought, Ye Cheng unleashed the Starstride technique and closed half the distance with a single bound. Terror seized Kanglan's heart when he saw his would-be prey bearing down on him. "Senior, please," he choked out, stumbling to his knees. I didn't know your true power. Forgive my arrogance. I'll give you everything, my treasures, my estates. Just spare me. Ye Cheng's lips curved in disinterest. You still talk nonsense. A celestial's hoard means nothing to me. Without another word, he extended his hand. A pulse of radiant energy lanced out, ensnaring Kanglan like iron chains. Panic and humiliation flooded Kanglan's eyes as he strove to break free, but Ye Cheng's grip was absolute. In that silent moment, amidst the glittering void of stars, Kanglan Xianxia finally understood the gulf between them. He had dared to challenge a master he could never hope to match, and now, at last, faced the consequences. Ye Cheng hardly bothered to look at Kanglan's outstretched hand. He'd only been tempted if this so-called celestial immortal could rival the wealth of Yunhe Sword Immortal, and newcomers like Kanglan and Ye Cheng, who had never even set foot in fairyland, didn't stand a chance. Besides, if Kanglan fell here today, all his treasures would automatically become Ye Cheng's spoils. With a single, casual movement of his sword, Kanglan was sent hurtling into the sky like a discarded puppet. Ye Cheng was next, blasted off by a wave of sword chi. Ye Cheng relaxed his grip and allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. He glanced over at Shuilong and the rest of the celestial immortals, 8 from the galaxy and silver-blue realms, who were still standing a cautious distance away. Very well, he called, voice cool and confident. Now, who among you wants a share of the prize I've just claimed? At his words, the Snow Wolf celestial immortal pitched forward and dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, forehead smashing against the ground in an immediate kowtow. No one hesitated. One after another, the remaining 8 celestial immortals from the galaxy and silver-blue realms fell into the same submissive posture. Their earlier defiance washed away in an instant. Even the 5 celestial immortals from Yulong World stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. They stared at Ye Cheng, utterly bewildered, until he turned on his heel and walked past them, that same faint, confident smile never leaving his face. They still felt light-headed, as if trapped in a dream. Everything unfolding before their eyes was too surreal to be real. Only the Yulong Empress remained perfectly composed. As for Ye Cheng, the shock in his eyes gradually gave way to relief. When he finally stepped forward, a gentle smile curved his lips and he leaned in to whisper, I never expected to encounter someone truly blessed by the heavens in this place. Brother Dao, one voice called out, a note of amused admiration in its tone. You've hidden yourself remarkably well. Chapter 682, Heaven's Blessings Have Awakened the Great Dao. When Ye Cheng first broke into the Domain Master realm, the spectacle he unleashed was nothing short of miraculous, and even now the Dragon Queen recalls it with perfect clarity. She had long dreamed of the day she'd stand before a peer so perfectly attuned to the Tao, but never in her wildest hopes did she imagine it happening like this. Still, she could not deny the truth of it. Ye Cheng's power was indeed worthy of one who manifests the great Tao, ranking foremost among all who dwell in the heavens. And now, after learning tidings from the fairy world, her heart stirred with anticipation. Quietly, she reached out through their spiritual link. Taoist, she murmured, I see your preparations are complete. Have you begun your ascension? Ye Cheng inclined his head in acknowledgement, unsurprised that the Dragon Queen could sense his progress. The heavenly realms might be safer than the fairy plane, but they too impose ceilings on even the strongest cultivators. If he hoped to elevate his primordial killing formation to the realm of a celestial immortal, he would first have to journey through the myriad worlds that lay beyond. If it weren't for this unforeseen stroke of luck, I would have completely missed my chance to unlock the Yunhe ruins. And even now, I have no idea how long it will take to gather enough materials to upgrade the Yuanxi killing formation. In the lower world, once cultivators attain a certain level of power and still harbor ambitions for the future, they invariably decide to ascend to the fairy realm. As Ye Cheng nodded in agreement, an urgent message arrived from the Dragon Queen. Brother Dao, if you're planning to ascend anytime soon, do not take the usual path from our world to the upper realm. Her tone turned deadly serious. The Ascension Gateway on Tianquan Continent and all 81 remaining flying immortal platforms are now under the ironclad watch of the Taishu and Taihuang sects. They've blockaded not only Tianquan Continent itself, but also every world connected by those platforms. Any quasi-immortal who attempts to ascend within the next 100 epochs will be seized on sight and imprisoned by those two sects. They won't be released until we've verified their identities and confirmed they bear no grudges. At the dragon-controlling Empress's command, Ye Cheng lifted an eyebrow. His feud with the twin immortal sects of Taishu and Taihuang had long since reached an impasse, but he never expected them to go so far as to seal off the Fanfiction, his platform for ascension. Surely, there must be other immortals in Xuankong Daozhou on Tianquan continent who could put a stop to this, he said. Can they truly flout the rules with no one to oppose them? The Dragon Queen's expression turned grave. Some lesser cultivators have voiced their displeasure, but they're no threat. The only immortals the two sects truly fear are Yuanwu and Tianhuang. It's said they ventured into an ancient ruin and haven't been seen in nearly 10 epochs. Among cultivators on the immortal path, lifespans stretch into the boundless. Even those who stop short of full immortality, demi-immortals, can live tens of millions of years. Yet 10 epochs approaches the very limit of a demi-immortal's natural lifespan. To vanish that long without word is effectively a death sentence. This revelation cast new light on the Taihuang and Taishu clans' ruthless campaign against Tianquan continent. Initially, the Taihuang divine dynasty only dared to move in secret, making minor incursions deep within the Tianhuang ancient mine. But once the Taishu immortal sect rose to prominence on the Beihuang divine continent, its leaders abandoned subtlety. They ordered the 5 great immortal gates under their control to launch outright assaults on Beihuang's territory. Ye Cheng paused to absorb this information. He had never heard of the 2 missing elders before, but now he understood the sudden escalation in hostilities. Their unexplained disappearance had driven Aihuang and Taishu to ever more desperate, merciless measures against Tianquan continent. What had begun as covert mining raids had spiraled into full-scale warfare, and the stakes had never been higher. Ye Cheng listened thoughtfully to her words, and the Dragon Empress visibly relaxed. Although this was only their first meeting, she, born of dragon and sky, guardian of infinite worlds, could not bear the thought of him falling prey to the scheming immortals of the fairy realms. With that, she sent him another reassuring message. Don't worry so much, Dao brother. Though the twin immortals have sealed off the Fanfiction terrace on the Tianquan continent, your strength is more than sufficient to find another pathway to ascension in a different realm. It was true that bypassing his birthworld's ascension path would invite a far more violent lightning tribulation than he'd otherwise face. Yet the Dragon Empress had no doubt that Ye Cheng could overcome any storm. Finally, she extended the invitation she had been preparing all along. If you wish, the Dragon Realm's ascension conduit stands ready to receive you. You will always have a place among us. Ever since they first met, the Dragon Empress had sensed that Ye Cheng was no ordinary villain. His aura lacked any trace of malice. So when she extended her friendship, he felt her goodwill keenly. After only a moment's hesitation, he inclined his head. How could I refuse such a gracious offer? He had indeed prepared the primordial slaying formation, but even if he elevated it to golden immortal rank, it remained little more than a last line of defense against true masters like Taihuang Taishu. It would never suffice to overpower them. Should he really venture into the immortal realm next, Ye Cheng's foremost task would be to sharpen his own strength. And that meant finding both time and seclusion. If he charged headlong into the celestial ascension gates on Tianquan continent, he would spend his first days among the fairylands constantly evading pursuers or entangled in endless intrigues. Though his life would not be in immediate peril, he had no desire to embroil himself in needless trouble. Now, stirred by the Dragon Empress's warm invitation and endorsement, Ye Cheng felt his determination crystallize. He would ascend from the dragon world, and he would do so on his own terms. Fanfiction counterpart in the dragon world is actually in Fanfiction Daozhou? The Dragon Queen nodded, and Ye Cheng felt his heart leap. He recalled perfectly how, at the outset, the Hanhai fairy sword had guided him here, bearing all the relics of the Kangwu fairy king, and hiding them in the starry deep sea of Fanfiction Daozhou. Yet in the king's legacy memories, it was clear. One cannot simply ascend to fairyland and stroll into Feishian Daozhou to claim those treasures. There were still trials to overcome, trials that Ye Cheng himself must complete. Still, the sooner he reached Feishian Daozhou, the sooner he could unlock the Kangwu King's hoard, potentially advancing his goal by an entire day. Compared to first visiting Fairyland and then painstakingly crossing the 3,000 Daozhous, this direct route was infinitely more efficient. Calming the excitement pounding in his chest, Ye Cheng struck a pact with the Dragon Queen. Exactly 1 year from now, he would return to the Dragon World, enter its Ascension Channel, rise into the upper realm, and step foot on Feishian Daozhou. Then, and only then, would his true trials begin. Ye Cheng insisted on a 1-year pact because he still had urgent business to settle. First on his agenda was asserting control over the celestial beings of the Silver, Blue, and Galaxy realms, ensuring they never again relay news between the two worlds. To that end, he would erect an interdiction, a heavenly seal severing the link between Earth and the celestial realm, cutting off both immortal gates from influence over Silver, Blue, and Galaxy. Ye Cheng could hardly leave matters to chance. After all, it was his handiwork that had stirred the affairs of these worlds in the first place. Even the keen intellect of the Snow Wolf Celestial Immortal and her peers would eventually piece together the truth, that the so-called Heaven's Chosen Genius was none other than Ye Cheng himself. Once they realized who he was, they'd almost certainly alert the Taihuang Taishu Immortal Gate, and then his every move would be exposed. Though Ye Cheng harbored no fear of the two great immortal gates, he lacked the raw power to subjugate them outright. He had no choice but to cover his tracks and clean up loose ends before he advanced further. With his present abilities, he could weave a fresh connection between heaven and earth, but only after first sealing off the old channels and ensuring that no one could follow his trail. Even the combined might of the two great immortal gates would need centuries of labor to shatter this barrier and restore the link between worlds. But centuries were exactly what Ye Cheng could buy, time enough for him to come of age and to root out the hidden dangers lurking within those immortal citadels. Once he'd secured the safety of both realms, he set about restoring balance across the twin worlds. Before he left, Ye Cheng drew on the vast treasures entrusted to him by the celestial twins, Kanglan and Ye Cheng. From their hoard, he selected a generous gift for the Dragon Queen, a token of his gratitude for granting him passage through the Dragon World and the Ascension Channel. With that settled, he returned to the Tianquan continent, laden with the strange artifacts he'd recovered from the Yunhe ruins and the countless wonders of the Galaxy realm. This expedition had proved more than worthwhile. No sooner had he set foot on home soil than he summoned his closest lieutenants. Under his decree, the Tianquan continent and the 4 divine continents were formally united into a single realm. As Ye Cheng had foreseen, this fusion of heaven and earth would call forth the world's blessings, ensuring prosperity and harmony for all. Ye Cheng stood quietly as the last ripples of energy faded from the primordial slaughter formation. Over the past year, he had poured everything he had into its upgrade, and now, at his hand, it stood leveled up to the entry tier of the Golden Immortal stage. He had sacrificed the 4-fold primordial sword to achieve it, yet the formation's illusory projection as a primordial immortal king was more than a match for an early-stage immortal venerable. Finally, he could travel the immortal realm without fearing for his life. He moved his hand, and the projection of the sword dissolved into mist. A contented smile curved his lips as he felt the power surging through his veins. 30 Yuntian fruits had been fully absorbed and refined, and under the amplifying influence of the great Tao cloud, his cultivation had leapt from the late Realm Master stage straight into the early Tao Master stage. His strength now bordered on true immortal territory. In that realm of power, if he dared to invoke the 33-day immortal formation, even a 3rd-level true immortal would find himself locked in a titanic struggle against Ye Cheng. No longer would he be forced to rely on the primordial slaughter formation's desperate gambit to survive. From this moment on, he wielded the confidence and the might of a genuine immortal. Ye Cheng sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, sorting through the currents of his cultivation, Just as he reached a new breakthrough, the jade talisman at his side trembled. He opened his eyes and lifted it. A soft voice spoke in his mind. "Your Majesty, as you commanded, the Yuntian tree has been planted." A faint smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. "Excellent, thank you." "You honor me, Your Majesty. It is my privilege to serve under you." The envoy's tone was warm with gratitude, and rightly so. Since Ye Cheng unified the Tianquan continent, peace had returned to the Chaos Sea. Even the distant prison city, long lost beyond its wildest tides, was now under his banner. The alien armadas that once besieged it had proven no match for him. Only the violent surges of the Chaos Sea had compelled him to act personally. Otherwise, the quasi-immortal masters of the continent would have sufficed to crush those extraterrestrial foes. "The Yuntian tree has taken root," the message continued. "Our families have also made all the necessary arrangements." Ye Cheng inclined his head in silent acknowledgement. With that celestial sapling secured, the next great task fell into place. He set the talisman down and opened his eyes, every ounce of his will focused on one grand objective, the absolute heaven and earth passage. It was the final hurdle to cement his legacy, and he would brook no obstacle. Chapter 12. The Final Barrier. On the Tianquan continent, the four divine realms had at last been united, a feat that ushered in a new era of peace. Yet Ye Cheng knew such tranquility was fragile. Drawing on every ounce of his cultivation, he reinforced the absolute heaven-earth passage that spanned the twin worlds of Yinlan and Xingye. Under his guidance, this gateway, known as the Qiandi Tong, reached an unprecedented level of power. Even if the two great immortal sects joined forces, their might would falter before this barrier. At last, Ye Cheng allowed himself a moment's satisfaction. With this final threat neutralized, the Tianquan continent could rest secure for generations to come. After heartfelt farewells to his family, Ye Cheng wasted no time. In a flash of light, he departed for Yulong World, where the Yulong Empress awaited him at the Ascension Pavilion. The moment he arrived, she offered him a respectful bow and led him to the threshold of the Ascension Channel. Every ascendant felt the subtle shift in the air here, a mysterious Tao energy that resonated with their deepest cores. Ye Cheng inhaled sharply as he stepped inside the channel. For an instant, he traced the contours of that unfathomable force, seeking to understand its nature. Before he could dwell on the sensation, a roaring gust of teleportation chi swept around him, and the world dissolved. When his senses returned, he found himself drifting in boundless void, stars shimmering like distant lanterns across endless black. A chill breeze carried an ethereal voice that seemed to circle him. "Another challenger arrives. Welcome, then, to your destiny." Ye Cheng steadied himself, his heart pounding with anticipation. Ahead lay the trials of the ascension path, trials that would test not only his strength, but his very spirit. With resolve hardening in his chest, he stepped forward into the unknown. What a stroke of luck! Before Ye Cheng could finish taking in his surroundings, a triumphant voice rang in his ear. He lifted an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity lighting up his eyes. Chapter 683. Young man, don't stare so hard. I'll explain it to you. The stranger's voice was laced with bitter amusement. You're in deep trouble this time. The only consolation is that over 1,000 Taoist masters here, myself included, are in the same predicament, and this ascension is bound to fail. Ye Cheng looked up to find a middle-aged man with a tangled beard and threadbare robes. Despite his ragged appearance, the man's aura was astonishingly powerful. In this void, where more than 1,000 cultivators hovered on the brink of immortality, his strength ranked him among the top 10. Yet his tone betrayed nothing but pessimism. Noticing Ye Cheng's puzzled expression, the bearded man gestured toward the far reaches of the void. Ye Cheng closed his eyes and extended his senses. In an instant, understanding flooded him. Before them floated an immense golden gate, its pillars rising tens of millions of feet into nothingness. From its surface pulsed a crushing ocean-like pressure that rippled through the void. This was the gate of the immortal realm, the nexus where every great world's ascension channel converged. Beyond it lay the path to true immortality, or to utter failure. Ye Cheng stood before the shimmering arch of the immortal realm gate, its threshold crackling with latent power. He knew that to pass through this gate was to accept the thunder tribulation waiting just beyond, and only by surviving that divine storm of lightning could one truly enter the immortal realm and, from there, ascend to the 3,000 Dao continents. Under normal conditions, the gate rises to a height of 1,000,000 feet. That measure corresponds to the birth of a prodigy once every 1,000,000 years. Occasionally, the gate swells to 2,000,000 feet, a sign that among the 1,000 or so aspirants gathered, there lurks a genius who appears only once in 2,000,000 years. And if the gate climbed even higher, to 10, 20, or 30,000,000 feet, it would mark an even rarer talent, born only once every 10 epochs, every 10,000,000 years. Such a supreme genius, once within the fairyland, is virtually guaranteed to break through to true immortality, and many of them go on to shatter the golden fairy realm. Ye Cheng's heart raced as he realized what the gate's towering height implied. This trial would be unlike any other. People say that a once-in-a-million-years prodigy stands in a league of his own. Where has that 10-epoch Taoist genius gone? Ye Cheng scanned the crowd, but he saw no one who seemed remotely extraordinary. To break through at that level, one must possess at least a first-grade immortal fate. Yet among the 1,000 or so cultivators gathered here, the highest rank he spotted was only 7th Order of the Red Realm, far from enough to activate the Ascension Gate that towered tens of millions of feet above. At Ye Cheng's question, the bearded elder beside him snorted. "You're too late. That Taoist disciple already breached the immortal gate." Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. "And?" The elder's expression turned sour. "He managed to pass through. All right, then dump this headache on us." He tapped the base of the massive gate with a heavy fist. "Opening the Ascension Channel consumes vast treasures. Even our sect's treasury isn't limitless. A failed attempt will set us back at least 10,000 years of cultivation." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Before they could swell into panic, another voice, calm but firm, cut through the tension. "Who says we can't afford it?" Heads turned as a tall figure, robes sweeping the ground, stepped into view. The cultivator's gaze was steady, his tone measured. "Our resources may be great," he continued, "but should we squander them recklessly? What if the next attempt fails and we lose everything?" Silence fell. All eyes shifted between the bearded elder and this newcomer. Neither challenge nor answer lay in the air, only the looming question of whether their sect could risk another ascension attempt and what price they were truly willing to pay. "It's the same old man again. What else can you do? Blame your lousy luck for drawing the fairyland gate." That single remark set off a storm among the thousands of cultivators gathered. Every one of them had already tried and failed to open the portal. Those who succeeded had long since passed through. Now only the unlucky remained, forced to wait until the gate vanished, the Ascension Channel closed, and they were spirited back to their home realms. A burly, bearded master spat a curse, and immediately others, renowned figures in their own worlds, abandoned all restraint and joined in the outburst. Ye Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. He understood their frustration. Heaven's expanse was measured in boundless realms, tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000 worlds. In any age, well over 100,000 masters would ascend, and during a golden era, millions might strive for the gates. With so many contenders, no single fairyland gate could accommodate them all. Typically, each ascension team of over 1,000 cultivators is granted just one gateway into the fairyland. So when they discovered that Ye Cheng, an unprecedented 10-epoch genius, was among them, the others could hardly hide their frustration. After all, in an entire era, spanning millions of years, only thousands of ascension parties ever form, and it's virtually unheard of for more than one 10-epoch powerhouse to show up by sheer luck. One of the senior disciples finally threw up his hands and sighed. "Fine. Let's just give up our spot at this gate then. Even if the next fairyland gate is at a higher tier, so what?" Ye Cheng merely shook his head, a faint smile playing across his lips. He didn't mind hiding his extraordinary strength here. After all, although more than 1,000 masters now queued before this single gateway, they all came from different worlds, some tens of thousands of realms removed from Yulong or Tianshuan. Once they passed through, they'd scatter to entirely different Dao continents anyway. The fairyland's laws simply assign travelers at random. They happened to draw the same gate today. No matter how formidable he was, Ye Cheng had no intention of revealing any secrets. Softly, he said, "There's no need to worry. The gates are assigned by fate, and once we ascend, we'll each follow our own path." With that, he folded his robes and stood patiently in line, just another cultivator awaiting his turn. According to the senior Taoists, the more miraculous their feats, the easier it would be for the group to pass into fairyland. By the time they arrived, their reputations would already precede them. No need to hide their true power. With that in mind, Ye Cheng smiled and cleared his throat. Instantly, every eye in the assembly turned toward him, including that of the bearded Taoist who had first sneered at Ye Cheng's plight, but then kindly explained the situation. As soon as he grasped the implication of Ye Cheng's words, the man's face drained of color. "Fellow cultivator, you're not serious, are you?" he stammered. Ye Cheng only gave a faint, confident smile, and in the next instant, he vanished in a blaze of light. When he reappeared, he was already streaking straight for the gate of fairyland. The bearded Taoist and the other masters stood frozen, mouths agape. He's also a 10th epoch cultivator? That's impossible. One 10th epoch warrior on a team was extraordinary enough. 2 in a single party might never occur in 100 epochs. As they struggled to comprehend what they'd just witnessed, Ye Cheng came to an abrupt halt before the gate. An elder's voice rang out, sharp with alarm. "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?" "Why did he stop?" someone muttered. "Maybe he realized he couldn't pry open the gate to the fairyland," another chimed in. "See? I told you, under ordinary circumstances, this wouldn't be so impossible." A ripple of relief swept through the assembled crowd of celestial and terrestrial masters. Laughter bubbled up, until, with an earth-shaking rumble, the laughter died on everyone's lips. Before their astonished eyes, the towering gate to the fairyland began to stretch upward again. First it climbed 30 million feet, then 50 million, then 80. Their jaws dropped as the numbers scrolled ever higher. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, until it reached 1 trillion feet. And then, silent. The gate's upward surge finally halted. One by one, the thousands of experts stared, minds blank. They had never imagined such a colossal structure. When a voice at the back found its strength to speak, it was tinged with awe. "Incredible. It only grows to this height. I never guessed the gate's limit was so finite." At that moment, Ye Cheng leaned back against a jagged boulder, his face serene. He let out a casual sigh, as though he'd been watching a simple fireworks display rather than the cosmic-scale unfolding of a portal. And for the first time since the gate began its ascent, a ripple of admiration passed through the crowd. This unassuming young man had just redefined the bounds of possibility. Under the stunned gazes of all the assembled cultivators, Ye Cheng stepped forward toward the towering fairyland gate. He raised his hand with effortless calm and gave a firm push. The gate, so colossal that its pinnacles seemed to pierce the heavens, swung open with a thunderous roar. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The fairyland gate of 1 trillion feet. Is that the supreme genius who only appears once every 100 epochs? They've really assigned him to our team? No one could believe their eyes as Ye Cheng's tall, lithe figure slipped through the opening. Leaves and petals swirled in the sudden rush of wind, and for a moment the world fell silent. At the edge of the clearing, the bearded elder who had so confidently mocked Ye Cheng moments before stood rooted to the spot. Then, as reality sank in, he threw back his head and laughed, wildly, almost manically. "I actually got to call him fellow Taoist. I gloated over his supposed misfortune, and now look." He slapped his palm against his thigh in giddy triumph. "My life is complete." But around him, the other masters were not sharing his amusement. They stared at the bearded man with undisguised envy, their earlier smugness wiped away as they absorbed the truth. The legendary prodigy of 100 epochs was now one of them. And there was no mistaking the power that radiated from Ye Cheng's retreating back, an aura so vast and profound that even the hardest of hearts trembled before it. Chapter 1. The Gate of the Fairyland. Ye Cheng's cultivation base was a marvel beyond reckoning, so profound that even across 10,000 epochs, no other immortal might rival it. Yet Ye Cheng paid little heed to such lofty statistics. With calm determination, he stepped beneath the soaring arch of the fairyland's gateway. The instant he crossed the threshold, the the skies tore open with the sound of rolling thunder. Primal lightning crackled down in furious torrents, each bolt capable of annihilating lesser immortals. But Ye Cheng stood unflinching. His foundation was forged in iron will, and his talent, already near the very summit of heaven and earth, had been further magnified by the seventh-rank immortal king's legacy and a host of other immortal lifespans. The thunder tribulation he had unwittingly provoked was indeed fearsome, but against Ye Cheng's impervious defenses, it struck no more harm than rain against stone. As the storm dispersed into the void, a faint yet irresistible pull drew at his spirit. From the depths of emptiness, an echo of ancient power called to him, an inheritance memory left behind by the legendary Kangwu immortal king. His heart stirred with anticipation. Ye Cheng, no stranger to the trials of ascension, inhaled deeply and advanced toward the source of that timeless summons. What awaited him here would test the very limits of his unparalleled might, and perhaps shape the fate of all who dwell under heaven. This summoning energy must be the immortal platform linked to the dragon world an immortal Daozhou, Ye Cheng murmured to himself, eyes scanning the swirling light before him. Only question is, which platform will answer my call when I step through the ascension channel? Before guiding him to the portal, the Dragon Queen pressed a small jade token into his palm. This was entrusted to me by a relative of mine in the upper realm, she explained. He holds an elder seat in one of the great sects of Feishian Daozhou. Once you arrive, simply shatter this token atop any Feishian terrace within 100 million miles of his sect. He will sense the distress and come to fetch you. Ye Cheng bowed respectfully. Although he carried the inherited memories of the Kangwu immortal king, memories packed with details of fairy world politics and stratagem, most of that information was centuries out of date. Beyond cultivation techniques, little of it remained reliable. Having a sect's support, however, would make acclimating to the current power dynamics in Feishian Daozhou infinitely easier. He allowed his mind to drift back to the Dragon Queen's words as he stepped toward the ascension channel. Randomly, he would be drawn to one of the dozens of Feishian terraces scattered across the realm. He could only hope his landing point lay near the Yulong sect. If so, his introduction to fairy society would be far less perilous. Taking a steadying breath, Ye Cheng passed through the portal's threshold, determination shining in his eyes. In moments, he would know which immortal platform had answered, and where his new life among the immortals was to begin. Whoosh! Ye Cheng's thoughts raced, but his body was already in motion. Drawn by the summoning force, he hurtled to the edge of the void in an instant. A colossal sphere of light materialized, engulfing him completely. He felt himself sliding through a shimmering curtain of energy, as if flowing water wrapped him in its embrace. When his senses returned, the once endless emptiness had vanished. In its place lay an entirely new world, vivid and unfamiliar. Ye Cheng blinked, taking in the landscape before him, an expanse that promised adventures and dangers beyond his wildest imagining. Chapter 684, a colossal platform, fully 1,000,000 feet long and just as wide, rose atop a towering peak. Upon it, hundreds of cultivators sat in perfect lotus position, each absorbed in deep meditation. Around the platform, shimmering fairy lights swirled in endless ribbons, weaving an impenetrable barrier that warded off any unwanted intrusion. Below, the mountain range rolled away in jagged waves of rock and mist. The air trembled with auspicious energy, and ethereal fog drifted between crags like living spirits. Every inhalation left one cleansed and invigorated. Ye Cheng hovered on the edge of the barrier, peering down into the valley below. A single sweep of his spirit sense revealed countless treasures. Scores of quasi-immortal grade herbs that even earthly alchemists dreamed of, sprouting on the rocky slopes, and here and there, clusters of divine materials at the heavenly fairy level, radiant with otherworldly light. He felt a thrill of awe. So this is the fabled fairyland, he muttered under his breath, truly deserving of its reputation. He allowed himself a soft sigh, then tucked his right hand into the folds of his robe. With a subtle motion, he crushed the jade token of the Jade Dragon sect that he'd been concealing in his sleeve. The moment it crumbled to dust, a faint, mysterious aura drifted down and enveloped him. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He could almost taste the opportunity opening before him, and he knew that tonight his destiny in fairyland would begin in earnest. Ye Cheng realized at once that the elder of the Yulong sect must have known of his arrival and had already hurried ahead to the Fanfiction. Since the sect's foothold lay close by, he'd have a place to stay. He let out a soft breath, eased his shoulders, and began to probe the air with his senses, taking in every scent and whisper of wind. Just then, a bright, astonished voice piped up beside him. "Sister, sister, look, see? I told you we'd meet someone our age, but you never believed me." He turned to find a young fairy dressed in a fiery red skirt. Her finely arched brows danced above mischievous deer-like eyes, and her lips curled into a teasing grin as she stared at him in delighted surprise. "Sister Xianxia, don't be rude," came a gentler voice. A second fairy stepped forward, clad in pure white. Her features echoed Xianxia's, the same delicate bone structure and soft smile, but her presence was calm and clear, like water trickling through a mountain spring. "Here's a polished rewrite of the passage you provided, with Gu Changqing, renamed to Gu Ye Cheng and rendered in natural idiomatic English." Holding her sister back, she offered a slight bow to Gu Ye Cheng and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my sister can be impulsive. Please forgive her rudeness." Gu Ye Cheng gave a small, understanding smile and waved his hand. "No harm done. I'm just surprised to meet someone my own age here." Before boarding the Fanfiction, Gu Ye Cheng had already mastered the Yuanxi Tiangong technique and masked his cultivation levels. Even if the Immortal Lord himself inspected him, he wouldn't have detected anything amiss. After all, it was the Dragon Queen who'd warned him that word was spreading in the immortal world. The greatest genius in history had returned to the heavens. If he had shown his true strength upon arrival, a group of quasi-immortals would immediately have pegged him as having reached ascension in barely 20 years, an obvious prodigy. That kind of notoriety would only bring unwanted attention and complications, completely at odds with his plans. If you'd like me to continue and polish the rest of the chapter, please paste the remaining text here. Ye Cheng stood before the assembled immortals, his thoughts measured and calm. "Before I claim the Immortal King's legacy, I must first solidify my foundation," he reminded himself. After 5,000 years of cultivation, he had earned the rank of quasi-immortal, a distinction that placed him firmly among the era's greatest geniuses. Though still by immortal standards, his prowess was undeniable, yet he drew no undue attention. In contrast, the two Lu sisters outshone almost everyone. Lu Yun, the elder, had refined her skills over 3,000 years. Her younger sister, Lu Yan, brimming with untamed energy, had accomplished even more in just 2,700 years. She'd perfected the master's path, survived the perilous flying fairy thunder tribulation, and risen to quasi-immortality. Their natural gifts exceeded Ye Cheng's own first-level immortal aptitude. Nevertheless, fate had already declared its favor. Both sisters possessed third-grade immortal destinies, a celestial decree that virtually guaranteed their ascent to golden immortal status. With a touch of luck, they might one day shed their dragon blood forms altogether and achieve true immortality. And when that day came, their names would shake the heavens. However, considering that the Yuexiao Great World where they came from is, like the Yulong Great World, one of the most ancient realms, an accomplishment of this magnitude was hardly surprising. Over the next few days, Ye Cheng and the Lu sisters enjoyed a lively chat, though in truth it was mostly the ever-bubbly Lu Yan doing the talking. Ye Cheng simply smiled, offered the occasional reply, and skillfully coaxed from her a wealth of information about the immortal world he'd never known. He learned, for instance, that the Yulong Empress, despite residing in the immortal world, still relies on the Yulong sect back in Fanfiction Dojo. Because she has refused countless recruitment offers from the Taichu Shanmen, she has hardly communicated with the immortal world in the last few millennia. She fears that Taichu Shanmen will one day turn its attention and its wrath toward the Yulong sect. The Taichu Shanmen, like Taihuang and Taishu, is a Xianzun-level sect and counts among the hegemons of Fanfiction Dojo. Yet as Ye Cheng discovered from the Lu sisters, even its considerable power does not extend uniformly across the entire realm. Fanfiction Dojo is vast, rivaling even the largest territories of the lower world, and it's divided into 5 great regions. east, west, south, north, and center. In each of these realms, an immortal lord's sect holds sway. Taichu Shanmen, for example, rules the southern reaches, while in the eastern region lie both the Feixiantai, where Ye Cheng trains, and the Yulong sect. More precisely, they occupy the Xiaoyao realm, one of the 13 sub-realms under the eastern domain. Though separated by geographic lines, the power imbalance between these sects is stark. Taichu Shanmen answers directly to an immortal lord and dwarfs the Yulong sect in influence and might. If Taichu ever decided to strike, the fallout for Yulong would be catastrophic. Ye Cheng understood perfectly why the Dragon Queen exercised such caution in her dealings. As Ye Cheng and the two Lu sisters laughed over shared memories, a commotion stirred at the edge of the courtyard. A young man robed in white, surrounded by a gaggle of newly minted quasi-immortals eager to flatter him, paused to stare. Through bright, calculating eyes, a flash of jealousy passed over his face at the sight of Ye Cheng, caught up in the sisters' easy camaraderie. Ye Cheng instantly swallowed his surge of jealousy. He frowned, considered his next words for a moment, then brightened. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice so that the quasi-immortals waiting on the Feixian terrace, just beyond the barrier, could hear clearly. Fellow cultivators, you'll be pleased to know that my patriarch ascended to the Xiaoyao realm at the very end of the previous era. Today, he stands as the guiding elder of the Golden Immortal sect here, and his cultivation has already reached the celestial immortal level. He paused, letting the envious looks from the assembled crowd wash over him. A satisfied smile curved his lips as he continued. Before I descended from the realm above, I sent word to my ancestor, praising the extraordinary talent of every cultivator who ascended with me. He was delighted, and he's already on his way to meet you all in person. If there are no objections, he would be honored to welcome each of you into his sect. At those words, murmurs of excitement rippled through the waiting cultivators. Ye Cheng's confident tone left them eager to see this legendary elder, and curious to learn more about the Golden Immortal sect he led. Almost 90% of the quasi-immortals gathered on the Feixian stage stilled their breathing, their eyes fixed on the young man in white, Ye Cheng, with a mixture of envy and eager flattery. In the world of cultivation, anyone who ascends to the quasi-immortal realm through ordinary means is generally bound to the red stage. Without a monumental stroke of luck or an extraordinary opportunity, their progress seldom extends beyond first-level quasi-immortality, let alone perfection. True advancement to the coveted heavenly immortal realm almost always requires the backing of a great sect, especially one guided by a golden immortal. Under such a master's tutelage, and with a sect's vast resources at their disposal, a quasi-immortal's odds of breaking through skyrocket compared to lone cultivators. Immortal society is fiercely competitive. Without powerful sponsors, independent disciples stand little chance against those who enjoy the protection and privileges of a major sect. So when Ye Cheng announced he could introduce interested quasi-immortals to a golden immortal sect, the assembled cultivators could hardly contain their excitement. A sudden murmur ran through the circle of newly ascended quasi-immortals, and they clustered around the young man in white, Huashiyue, showering him with praises and flattery. His lips curved into a smug smile as he basked in their adulation. Then, just as quickly, his expression soured. He noticed that the two people he cared about most, Ye Cheng and the Lu sisters, were deep in conversation with each other and paying him no mind. His eyes flicked back and forth between Ye Cheng and the laughing sisters, and a sharp twinge of jealousy knotted his chest. "That insufferable brat is staring at us again," Huasuyue muttered under his breath, bristling. Luyan stiffened at the barely concealed glare. She wrinkled her nose and flashed a silvery grin, her dark eyes sparking with irritation. Beside her, Luyun frowned in agreement. They weren't ignoring Huasuyue out of malice, but because he'd given them every reason to. Before Ye Cheng arrived, Huasuyue had sought them out, eager to befriend them, but he couldn't stop bragging about his illustrious background and exalted connections. That arrogance alone had been enough to alienate Luyan, and now he had the nerve to glare at them as if daring them to respond. With a shared look, Luyan and Luyun turned back to Ye Cheng's side, resuming their easy laughter and lively chatter, leaving Huasue to watch from a distance, his pride bruised amid his sycophantic admirers. Lu Yun had always been gentle by nature, skillfully steering conversations so no one felt awkward. But Huasue's interference changed everything. She jumped to the absurd conclusion that Lu Yun must be smitten with him simply because he was so kind, and, with brazen presumption, actually urged Ye Cheng to take Lu Yun as his concubine. Then she even tried to make a move on her. The insult was too much. Flames of outrage burned in the Lu sisters' eyes as they turned icy toward Ye Cheng. If it weren't for the Fanfiction stage's strict ban on fighting equals, they'd have shattered Huasue on the spot. Lu Yun forced herself to stay calm. She shook her head, reined in the sigh she wanted to give, and gently tugged Lu Yun's sleeve. "Brother Gu, we really must go," Lu Yun said, voice trembling with indignation. "Huasue is dangerously spiteful. If we linger any longer, she'll only scheme against you next." Ye Cheng gave a regretful shake of the head. Encounters at his level were rare, and he'd been enjoying Lu Yun's lively chatter far too much. But he understood their concern. With a warm, apologetic smile, he bowed to the two sisters. "It's been my honor to meet you both. Please take care." Reluctantly, Lu Yun and Lu Yan offered their own bows and began to withdraw. But just as they were about to step away, a thunderous roar split the air as a lone figure descended onto the Fanfiction terrace. In an instant, a crushing aura radiated from him, pressing down on everyone assembled on the Fanfiction stage. The quasi-immortals around him froze in awe. Heavens above, an immortal has arrived. Huasue's eyes flew open as she stared at the newcomer, Ye Cheng. Without hesitation, she transmitted every detail of his arrival to her revered grandfather, the immortal Xuanzu. Indeed? Xuanzu's voice crackled through the transmission. The old immortal, lean and frail in his gray robe, possessed a hooked nose and hawk-like eyes. At the sound of his beloved granddaughter's voice, an echo from his days before ascension, a flicker of both pride and cold curiosity gleamed in his gaze. "My dear granddaughter," he inquired, "what do you intend for this man? Shall I help you humiliate him?" Huasue's reply was firm. "No need, Grandfather Xuanzu. Quite the opposite. I wish to praise him. I want to take him as my disciple." Xuanzu paused, surprise registering in the sharp lines of his face. Then, a pleased smile softened his features. "Is that so? Very well. If you believe him worthy, who am I to disagree?" "Excellent, my boy. That's a brilliant plan." On the Fanfiction stage, private dueling was strictly forbidden. Even an immortal lord wouldn't dare violate that prohibition. With nothing but his celestial cultivation to lean on, the old immortal could only hope to embarrass Ye Cheng and vent his frustration over his grandson. But if Ye Cheng were to become his disciple, the boy's future would be tangled up in all sorts of complications. Huasue couldn't help but think, perhaps this kid isn't as naive as he looks. "Don't worry, Grandmaster Xuanzu," Ye Cheng replied coolly. "I've already arranged everything." Huasue harbored a deep grudge against Ye Cheng. In fact, the moment he sent for his revered grandfather, he'd already mapped out this entire scheme. As the venerable gray-robed immortal listened to his grandson's confident assurance, a sly smile tugged at his lips. He cast a sympathetic glance at Ye Cheng. This boy had no idea just how cunning the trap was. With a firm nod, the old immortal committed to the plan. In the next instant, he gathered his divine pressure and stepped onto the Fanfiction stage, beard bristling in anticipation of greeting the assembled cultivators, only to be silenced before he could utter a single word. Ye Cheng stood motionless on the Fanfiction stage, his expression serene as the gathering crowd watched in awe. Suddenly, the gray-robed elder's gaze locked onto him, and a brilliant light shone in the immortal's eyes. This young friend's talent is truly extraordinary. Remarkable physique, unparalleled aptitude," the elder exclaimed, his voice rich with excitement. "Will you join my Kangming sect? As reception elder, I solemnly promise that if you accept our offer, within 3 years you will be destined to become the holy son of Kangming." A stunned silence fell over everyone on the stage. Faces turned toward the gray-robed immortal, disbelief and astonishment mingling in their eyes. Even the Lu sisters exchanged incredulous glances, never having expected such an extraordinary turn of events. Before Ye Cheng could reply, a sharp voice cut through the hush. "Grandpa Xuanzu," burst out Huasue, her frustration palpable. "I asked you to come here to teach this man a lesson. How can you be doing this instead? Silence, you insolent brat, roared the elder, his aura surging like a storm. You owe this young man an apology. At once, Huaxue trembled under his overwhelming presence, her words caught in her throat as the crowd watched the tense exchange unfold. After Huaxue's roar died away, the gray-robed immortal shot forward and came to a hover before Ye Cheng. The earnest eyes and a sincere tone, he said, My friend, I may not know why you bear a grudge against that fiend, but if you'll pledge yourself to the Kangming sect, no past grievance will matter. Leaning closer, he added, and if that still doesn't satisfy you, I give you my word. Once you're in Kangming sect, that wicked creature will never set foot here. So, what do you say? Come back with me to the sect. Everyone else, once convinced Ye Cheng was doomed by Huaxue's wrath, now stared in stunned envy. Their eyes gleamed as they exchanged whispers. To join Kangming sect, to be the Golden Immortal sect's sacred heir. What an honor. Absolutely, what an honor. Ye Cheng met their gazes with a faint, confident smile. And who's to say it isn't? Ye Cheng stood calmly among the newly promoted quasi-immortals as their murmurs of envy swirled around him. If I had half the chance he's had, I'd happily burn 1,000,000 years off my lifespan, one of them spat. Shut your mouth, you worm, snapped the gray-robed immortal standing nearby. Even if you lived 10,000,000 years longer, you'd never rise to his level. A hush fell over the Lu sisters, their jaws dropping at the gray-robed immortal's harsh words. But Ye Cheng's face never flickered with surprise. He simply watched the older cultivator with an amused glint in his eyes. When the gray-robed immortal, his tone now earnest, finally invited Ye Cheng to return with him to the Kangming sect, Ye Cheng couldn't help the faint, teasing smile that curved his lips. What do you mean by that, my friend? He asked, voice light. The elder blinked at the unexpected response. After a moment, Ye Cheng waved him aside. It's nothing more than a gesture, and I admit, it's pleasantly surprising. But sincere as your invitation is, I have no intention of joining the Kangming sect. I'd be happy to polish this for you. Could you please share the full chapter text you'd like rewritten? With the complete passage in hand, I can ensure a smooth, coherent, idiomatic English version featuring Ye Cheng. Chapter 685. A heavy silence fell over the Fanfiction stage. Nobody dared to exhale. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Ye Cheng. Even the normally imperturbable Master Huaxue looked as though he'd seen a ghost. He'd half expected Ye Cheng to see through the alliance he'd secretly formed with his grandfather, but he'd never imagined the young man would be so brazen, so insulting, as to refuse recruitment on such blunt terms. For a moment, Huaxue simply stared. Then a triumphant gleam lit his eyes. Ye Cheng's words had shattered his grandfather's restraint. The gray-robed sage, venerated ancestor of the Hua clan, felt his pupils contract at the audacity before him, but only for an instant. When his gaze settled on Ye Cheng again, it was laden with mockery. My young friend, the elder drawled, voice silky, you are indeed a newly risen star in the heavens, brimming with lofty ambition. A slow smile crept across his lined face. Very well. Since you disdain the Kangming sect so thoroughly, I shall not force you into our ranks. With that, the Grand Patriarch of the Hua family turned away, his robes whispering like storm clouds as he strode off stage, leaving a tense, crackling void in his wake. Agents of both sects exchanged uneasy glances as Ye Cheng stood alone in the hush, unchallenged, unbending, and more determined than ever. I just hope you won't come to regret this. Although the Xiaoyao realm is vast, your current talent won't be enough to secure you a sect on Kangming's level. If you even manage to find any sect worth your while, let alone one that truly measures up. The Hua family ancestor fell silent after that knowing sneer. From their vantage point atop the Fanfiction, the bystander cultivators looked on at Ye Cheng with thinly veiled pity. This fairyland might boast a rarefied cultivation environment, but competition here was merciless. Without a strong patron, how far could a lone cultivator hope to go? And now that Ye Cheng had crossed both Huaxue's grandson and the famed Kangming sect, he'd made powerful enemies. One after another, the spectators edged away, unwilling to risk their own standing to assist him. Only the Lu sisters held their ground. Brushing aside the retreating crowd, they stepped forward to flank Ye Cheng, their expressions steely as they faced the gray-robed immortal without a flicker of fear. The elder sister, Lu Yun, addressed him in a calm, measured tone, neither abject nor overbearing. Senior, to be honest, Brother Ye Cheng has already agreed to accompany us sisters on our journey, one of the disciples said earnestly. Lu Yun inclined her head politely. Senior, we're grateful to Brother Ye Cheng for his kindness. Please forgive my forwardness. Her tone struck a careful balance, neither overly deferential nor arrogant. Elder Hua's eyes narrowed as he regarded her. His voice was cold as he demanded, Little girl, what bloodline do you claim? Tell me, what sect could possibly rival my Kangming sect? Why, it's the Shengyun sect, of course, Lu Yun replied coolly. Elder Hua, do you truly think your Kangming sect already stands among the golden immortal sects of this Xiaoyao realm? Golden immortal sect? Golden immortal sect. Elder Hua barked, contempt lacing his words. The chasm between them is far too great to be bridged by empty boasts. No sooner had his challenge echoed across the terrace than a mocking voice drifted in from above. An elderly man in a brocade robe, his spiritual sword gleaming at his hip, descended onto the Fanfiction terrace atop a swirl of azure cloud. Elder Hua's frown deepened, anger flaring in his eyes. Who is that? Elder Lu of the Shengyun sect emerged from the shadows, his long robes billowing like storm clouds. The ancient Hua family patriarch bristled at the sight of him, his gaze flicking disdainfully to the two young girls at Elder Lu's side. So those two are your descendants, are they? They may have potential, but I sincerely hope your Shengyun sect doesn't slow their progress. Elder Lu chuckled, his eyes never leaving the Hua elder. No matter how slow we move, it's still far preferable to languishing in your Kangming sect. With that, he turned his attention to Ye Cheng. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he appraised the young man's calm, unyielding expression. He had heard from Lu Yun and Lu Yan how Ye Cheng had bluntly refused the Hua family's offer. Bold, almost reckless. Yet that very stubbornness, that unwillingness to bow, stirred a deep admiration in the old master's heart. And then there was the spirit sword at Ye Cheng's side, its blade humming with latent power, surely the mark of a true sword cultivator. Softening his features, Elder Lu inclined his head. Ye Cheng, I've been watching you. If you're willing, I'd be honored to welcome you into the Shengyun sect. The warmth in his voice was unmistakable, a rare invitation from one of the realm's most respected immortals. Ye Cheng met his gaze steadily, the weight of destiny hanging in the air between them. Luba Tianxian regarded Ye Cheng with a calm smile. I'm not like those shameless elders from the Kangming sect who brazenly promise you the title of Holy Son. If you come to my Shengyun sect, you'll train alongside my two juniors and learn directly under me. No empty boasts, just genuine cultivation opportunities. He paused, then asked, So what do you say, young friend? Ye Cheng said nothing. On the Fanfiction stage, the other semi-immortals were stirring, clear-headed once more. They had been dazzled moments ago by the Hua family elder's grand offer, but now the cracks in his promise were obvious. Even if the Kangming sect wasn't officially a golden immortal sect, it answered to a golden immortal at its peak, and no mere guiding elder had the authority to appoint its holy son. Clearly, the Hua elder was setting a trap. Once Ye Cheng joined their sect, they'd control his every move. Having worked this out, Ye Cheng found it easy to refuse the Kangming sect's hollow pledge. In stark contrast, Luba Tianxian's proposal felt honest and far more trustworthy. From the look on the Hua family ancestor's face, it was clear that the Shengyun sect, Luba Tianxian's home, ranked at least as highly as the Kangming sect. After all, Luba trained daily alongside a celestial being. In comparison, Ye Cheng's own entry into the immortal world already placed him far above his peers. And if the Lu sisters, Lu Yun and Lu Yan, continued to watch over him as they did now, he could expect to train alongside two of the realm's most beautiful fairies. No wonder everyone stared at Ye Cheng with envy. Huashui felt it most keenly. Seeing how devoted the Lu sisters were to Ye Cheng stirred a jealous fire behind his eyes. Just as everyone assumed Ye Cheng would gratefully accept the Shengyun sect's invitation, he offered a small, apologetic wave to Lu Ba, who looked genuinely eager to welcome him in. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, Ye Cheng said quietly, but I already belong to a sect I hold dear. I must respectfully decline. Lu Ba froze. The assembled cultivators gasped, After having seen Ye Cheng turn down the powerful Hua family's ancestor, it was one thing to refuse that offer, but to reject entry into the esteemed Shengyun sect was almost unthinkable. Even a fool could see that Lu Ba, who'd openly admired him, had just been rebuffed by Ye Cheng. Every quasi-immortal on the Faxian stage, Lu Ba's own sisters included, stared in stunned confusion. The Hua family patriarch was equally astonished. He had no idea what secret force Ye Cheng relied on, but that didn't stop him from seizing the moment to repay Lu Ba's earlier boast with scorn. Ah! Lu Laogi, so much arrogance, and for what? I told you, this boy can't be taught. Proud and ignorant to the core. Doesn't it feel good to be humiliated by someone younger? Hua Laogi, you're no worm in my heart. How could you possibly know what I'm thinking? The patriarch sneered, delighting in Lu Ba's discomfort. Lu Ba's cheeks burned with anger, but he refused to back down. With cold precision, he shot back his own biting insult, turning the laughter on the Hua elder. The patriarch's face went ice cold, but he swallowed his pride and said nothing more, fixing Ye Cheng with a disdainful glare. I'm not here to argue. I just want to see how extraordinary the sect this boy plans to join really is. Ye Cheng wasn't untalented, his aptitude was quite good. But after 5,000 years of cultivation, he'd only reached the verge of quasi-immortality. Ordinarily, that level of achievement would attract nothing more than mid-tier golden immortal sects like Kangming or Shengyun. Were it not for the Lu sisters' insistence, even the two heavenly immortals from those sects wouldn't give him a second thought. Lu Ba found himself growing curious. Could it be that Ye Cheng spoke of some legendary heavenly immortal sect that had rattled this boy so badly? Before he could dwell on the question, the air above them ripped apart with a sudden roaring gale. Swoosh! A sweeping aura crashed through the sky, churning the spiritual energies around Faxiantai for over 1,000 miles. The phenomenon was vast and awe-inspiring, so immense that both Tianxian realm masters on Faxiantai turned pale. In the immortal realm, ambient energies ran deep and stable, far calmer than those in the lower worlds. For even a true master there to unleash such a colossal disturbance, wielding pressure felt hundreds of millions of miles away, was unheard of. The two Tianxian masters exchanged alarmed glances. Whoever, or whatever, had just appeared must possess strength beyond their wildest imaginations. And perhaps, Lu Ba mused, this was the secret behind the sect Ye Cheng dared to name. In the mortal realm, even the most powerful cultivators can only stretch their awareness a few dozen miles at best. But in the upper realms, a single mind can imprint itself upon a 1,000-foot expanse of land and survey hundreds of miles around, an astonishing feat. Such prowess belongs solely to those in the golden immortal stage, the venerable forebears capable of founding entire sects in the heavens. A golden immortal has actually come to Faxiantai? Why? Lu Ba and the Hua family patriarch went pale with incredulity. Then, as the implications sank in, both men spun to stare at Ye Cheng. Their hearts thundered with a daring suspicion. Could the immortal be here to claim him? Before they could voice the thought, a soft rush of wind heralded her arrival. In a single, graceful step, she materialized atop Faxiantai. She wore a flowing violet skirt of sheer silk, her bare feet barely touching the stone platform. Moonlight danced across her face, pale, flawless, and utterly serene. Her waist was so slender it seemed uncatchable by human hands, and her long legs gleamed like polished jade. The entire courtyard fell silent at the sight of her, every eye drawn to this ethereal vision. No one dared harbor impure thoughts toward her. Everyone present, even the newly ascended quasi-immortals on Faxian Terrace, who knew little of the Xiaoyao realm's affairs, held their breath in awe. The aura of the fairy in the flowing purple skirt was so overwhelming that their very souls trembled. Yet when she turned to Ye Cheng, her eyes softened. Her voice, as clear and delicate as jade beads spilling onto porcelain, rang out. You're Ye Cheng, recommended by Yulong sect, correct? I am Mu Qing, great elder of Yulong sect. She paused, then spoke with gentle authority. From this moment on, you are a disciple of Yulong sect. Return with me to the sect and begin your cultivation. At her words, Elder Mu Qing swept her hand in a graceful arc. A pillar of auspicious light descended, enveloping Ye Cheng and guiding him behind her. In an instant, they vanished. Those left on Faxian Terrace stared at one another in stunned silence. Two cultivators in particular, Lu Ba and the Hua family's progenitor, turned pale. None of the newly ascended quasi-immortals had ever even heard the name Yulong sect before. Anyone who set foot in the Xiaoyao realm for even a few million years would instantly recognize the Jade Dragon sect. It's one of the realm's rare golden immortal orders, second to none. Beyond its sect master, it boasts 3 golden immortals in total. The one who has come to recruit Ye Cheng is Mu Qing, the eldest and most powerful of the 3. Remarkably, Mu Qing achieved golden immortal status in under 100,000 years of cultivation, a near unheard of feat, and had never accepted a disciple. Until now, and yet she's personally arrived to take in this newly ascended young man. It's impossible. Truly incredible. Chapter 686. On the Phaeacian stage, the assembled quasi-immortals exchanged curious glances. But Ye Cheng stood apart, his mind racing. His excitement had nothing to do with the Yulong sect's fame. He was enthralled by the destiny and talent of the fairy Mu Qing, who had come to recruit him. A glowing attribute panel hovered before him, detailing Mu Qing's cultivation. Name, Mu Qing. Cultivation, 7th heaven of the golden immortal realm. Fate, Nirvana immortal body, 8th grade, an 8th grade immortal fate. Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He himself boasted only a 7th grade immortal fate, which was already extraordinary. Survive long enough, and he would inevitably rise to become an unrivaled immortal king. Even the realms beyond the immortal king were within reach, should fortune favor him. But Mu Qing's 8th grade fate? That meant her potential soared above the immortal king altogether, straight into the immortal monarch realm. Talent like hers was virtually unheard of, certainly not in a humble sect like Yulong, hidden away in this distant Xiaoyao realm. As Ye Cheng's gaze sharpened, the panel expanded, revealing a fuller description of the Nirvana immortal body. His pulse quickened with both awe and anticipation. Ye Cheng's questions were finally answered when he reviewed the imprint left by the Kangwu immortal king's legacy. Nirvana immortal body, 8th grade, on the cusp of immortal king status, yet requiring 9 successive Nirvana trials, each demanding the rarest of treasures, a Nirvana fruit, to fully awaken its power. Nirvana fruits were the ultimate prize among immortal kings. Ye Cheng recalled how few existed in all of Phaeacian Daozhou, let alone in the Xiaoyao realm. Whenever one appeared, immortal kings would slaughter each other for a chance to possess it. As for fairy Mu Qing, though she bore an 8th-grade immortal life and an ancient Nirvana immortal body, she had never completed even a single Nirvana trial. In reality, her true prowess barely matched that of a 2nd or 3rd-grade immortal life. Hardly enough to attract the attention of an immortal king, much less earn one's patronage with a top-secret treasure. That explained everything. Ye Cheng smoothed his robe and allowed himself a quiet smile. Finally, his doubts were laid to rest. Before him stood the fated girl, her immortal lifespan already at the 8th grade. Ye Cheng felt the pull of temptation. The higher his cultivation rose, the harder it became to enrich a child's destiny. Devouring a handful of 4th or 5th grade immortal spans would grant him only modest gains. But if husband and wife both wielded high-grade lifespans, the fate they bestowed on their offspring would be transformed. Even a single 7th grade immortal lifespan, on par with the legendary immortal king's legacy, could deliver a staggering boost to Ye Cheng's own power. Still, despite his desire, Ye Cheng's current strength was nowhere near sufficient. Nirvana fruits were miracles in their own right. By consuming one, a cultivator, even without a Nirvana immortal body, could be reborn, shattering limits and vastly amplifying potential. An immortal king who ate one might break through his bottleneck in a single breath. Every time such a fruit appeared in the world, the great continents waged fierce campaigns, storms of thunder, and light sweeping the lands. Ye Cheng knew better than to try his luck in that maelstrom. At his present level, he stood no chance. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as he considered Mu Qing's offer. If he could unlock the immortal king's hidden treasures and win their blessing, everything would change. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Mu Qing replied with a faint smile. With that, he led Ye Cheng through the ornate gates of the Yulong sect. They stood at the foot of a vast mountain range, 10,000 miles of undulating peaks cloaked in mist. This is the Yulong mountain range, in the southern reaches of the Xiaoyao realm, Mu Qing explained. My sect makes its home here. He paused before a particularly verdant peak where spiritual energy pulsed like living light through the pines. You're new to our sect, so for now, make your home on this peak. Tomorrow, I'll present you to the disciples as our Yulong Saint son. Ye Cheng took in the scene. Countless summits stretched to the horizon, but only 2 or 3 rivaled the vibrant aura radiating from this one. He barely noticed their beauty, though. Instead, he was struck speechless by Mu Qing's words. A saint son of Yulong sect. The realization echoed in his mind, blending hope and disbelief into one thrilling surge of possibility. Ye Cheng frowned, surprised. Yulong sect? Holy son? He'd been preparing to assert himself quietly after joining the sect, enough to secure a measure of standing, learn everything he could about the Xiaoyao realm, and acclimate to the fairy world. He never expected to be forestalled so completely. Before he could make his move, Fairy Mu Qing had already claimed the initiative. And you think a single elder can appoint the Holy Son? He asked coolly. Fairy Mu Qing's answer was calm, her voice unnaturally clear, yet charged with authority. The sect master is away. I handle all sect matters in his absence, and I brook no defiance. Anyone who opposes me will be dealt with. She paused, her eyes half closed, as if studying him from a distance. You were recommended by Yulong. As long as you remain loyal, you'll have my protection. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a faint smile. He had no intention of refusing. The title of Holy Son carried far more weight than that of an ordinary disciple. Privileges, respect, and a built-in safeguard against troublemakers. Nodding once, he accepted her verdict without another word. His path within the Yulong sect was now set in motion. Ye Cheng lifted a single hand and easily suppressed the disturbance beneath his skin. It didn't matter to him whether Mu Qing's fierce protectiveness sprang from the Dragon Queen's favor or from some hidden agenda. If it was gratitude to the Dragon Queen, he would find a way to repay her one day. If Mu Qing had ulterior motives, well, it was merely a dormant, nirvana immortal body, and Ye Cheng could keep it in check with one finger. No cause for concern. Mu Qing, however, stared at Ye Cheng with quiet relief. When the young man gave no sign of refusing, Mu Qing relaxed. He had made his choice. With Ye Cheng's situation settled, Mu Qing rose and strode straight to the Yulong sect's grand meeting hall. There he summoned every elder and senior leader. Silence fell as the assembled dignitaries entered. Mu Qing's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. From this day forward, Ye Cheng is hereby confirmed as our holy son. A wave of shock passed through the elders, faces drained of color. Their instinct was to object. This appointment was unprecedented. But before a single word could be spoken, Mu Qing exhaled. The air itself trembled beneath the force of his aura. As a 7th-level golden immortal, his presence alone cowed the entire assembly. Not one elder dared challenge him. It's my decision that Ye Cheng shall be named the Holy Son. If any of you elders have objections, wait until the sect master returns and take it up with him. Remember, Mu Qing added in a soft, almost gentle tone, the sect master himself declared that all authority in the Yulong sect now rests with me. You won't forget that, will you? Though her voice never rose above a whisper, every elder bowed their head. They all knew that Mu Qing's serenity masked a ruthless strength. Her title as first elder among the 3 golden immortals was earned not only through supreme cultivation, but also by beheading the sect's fiercest foes with her own hand. That bloody record was the true bedrock of her fearsome reputation. After such a declaration, who would dare challenge her? For a long moment, the hall was silent, until one elder, seated to Mu Qing's right, spoke up in a cold, measured voice. Then the power of the sect indeed lies with Elder Mu Qing. We haven't forgotten what happened, an elder spoke up, turning to face Elder Mu Qing. But have you ever stopped to think this through? Appointing the sect's holy son isn't a decision you can make on your own, another elder added. Not even if all of us elders band together could we impose it against the disciples' will. And suppose you defy our objections and name your junior as holy son, how do you expect the other disciples to accept him? His position would remain dangerously unstable, and in the end, it will only bring him and the sect nothing but trouble. Have you considered that? Chapter 687. As Elder Long Xiao spoke out, the other ordinary elders in the hall bowed their heads even lower. anxious to avoid entanglement in any dispute. Long Xiao was one of Yulong sect's 3 Jingxian, along with Mu Qing, and though his cultivation rank was slightly below Mu Qing's, a Jingxian was still a Jingxian. That status gave him the confidence to stand up and challenge Mu Qing's decree. But there was a more personal motive, too. Long Xiao's daughter, Long Xianxia, had long been the leading contender for saintess of this generation. In Yulong sect tradition, each generation may recognize only one saint son and one saintess. By elevating Ye Cheng to saint son, the sect effectively closed the door on Long Xianxui's hopes. Elder Long could not silently accept such a slight. Yet when Mu Qing listened to Long Xiao's objections, he showed no anger. Instead, he regarded the elder thoughtfully, as if genuinely weighing his counsel. End of revised excerpt. Ye Cheng inclined his head in acknowledgement, voice calm and measured. Elder Long Xiao, your observations are absolutely correct. Long Xiao gave a satisfied nod. Precisely. Therefore, at tomorrow's consecration of the Holy Sun, I will bestow upon Ye Cheng the Jade Dragon Order. A ripple of astonishment ran through the assembled elders. The Jade Dragon Order was no ordinary commendation. It granted its bearer a full year of access to the sect's most hallowed domain, the Jade Dragon Realm. Within that realm, one day's cultivation equated to 30 days in the outside world, even veteran immortals enjoying the same 30-fold boost to their training. Entry rights were fiercely guarded. Immortal elders had to amass vast merits simply to redeem a 1-month pass, and even saints and saintesses of the Yulong sect seldom earned a Yulong token without truly outstanding service. And yet here was Ye Cheng, newly appointed Holy Sun, about to receive the single greatest reward the sect could offer. Elder Mu Qing's announcement sent a ripple of shock through the chamber. Elder Mu Qing, this is going too far. One of the elders burst out. Mu Qing regarded him calmly. Relax. This Yulong token isn't coming out of the sect's storehouse. It's my personal gift to Ye Cheng. Another elder frowned. But a Yulong token costs 3 million merits. Even if you're willing to pay that, it still strains our resources. Mu Qing's lips curved into a faint smile. Very well then, let's call it 6 million merits and have it deducted from my own account. He folded his arms and looked each elder in the eye. With that settled, does anyone here object to granting Ye Cheng this token? A heavy silence fell. Those ready to protest found themselves speechless, and even the formidable dragon-roaring golden immortal ground his teeth without voicing a single rebuke. After all, Long Xiao's entire sect merits barely exceeded 3 million. Mu Qing turned to Long Xiao with a single, deliberate question. Elder Long Xiao, do you have anything further to say? Long Xiao hesitated, then forced a breath through clenched teeth. He let his dissatisfaction lie unspoken and inclined his head. Since Elder Mu Qing has decided, I have nothing more to add. With that, the matter was settled. 6 million merits would vanish from Mu Qing's personal reserves, and Ye Cheng would walk away with a Yulong token in hand. Elder Mu Qing will have the final say. I'd like to remind Elder Mu Qing, Long Xiao interrupted, voice low but charged with warning. Your partiality toward Ye Cheng won't earn him the respect of our disciples. Even if he has ties to the Jade Dragon Order, that alone won't justify crowning him Holy Sun. With a disdainful snort, Long Xiao swept his sleeve aside and strode from the hall before Mu Qing could bring the meeting to a close. The remaining elders of the Jade Dragon sect exchanged uneasy glances. A crisis was brewing, but what could they do? Elder Mu Qing's formidable power kept Long Xiao in check, no matter how displeased he might be. Whatever unrest follows will be among the disciples themselves, one elder murmured to another. They all knew Ye Cheng, lifted onto the throne of Holy Sun by Mu Qing's favor, faced a storm of dissent ahead. After seeing the other elders off, Mu Qing let out a slow breath, steeling himself for the challenges to come. Yu Ying's shoulders finally eased a fraction, just in time for the golden immortal seated to her left to speak, his gaze flickering with concern and something else he couldn't quite hide. Senior sister, is this really necessary? Mu Qing met his eyes, calm but firm. What happened back then wasn't anyone's fault. Delving into secret realms is always a life-and-death gamble. She cut herself off when Mu Qing lifted a hand, his expression composed. All right, let's drop it. Clad in flowing green robes that mirrored the spring canopy, Ye was every bit as breathtaking as a woodland nymph, yet there was a warrior's fire dancing between her brows. Though she stood a notch below Mu Qing in celestial beauty, her reputation as one of Yulong Sect's 3 golden immortals, Mu Qing's own junior sister, was unshakable. Now, however, her face had turned sharply serious. "Very well," she said, folding her arms. "Let's put the past behind us. But about your plan to guard Ye Cheng." Her words hung in the air, heavy with warning. If you keep overprotecting him, you'll only undermine his standing. Long Xiao was right. The more favors he receives, the more his prestige suffers. "It'll be even harder to sway public opinion later," Yue protested, pacing back and forth. "Once the sect master returns and catches wind of all this, he'll never let the Holy Sun keep his title." Mu Qing remained perfectly composed, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "If the sect master insists on stripping Ye Cheng of his position, so be it," she said quietly. "All I ask is that Ye Cheng still receives every right and privilege that come with the title." Yue froze, her eyes widening. Then a sudden suspicion flickered across her face. "Sister, what are you really up to? Are you seeking revenge for senior sister?" Mu Qing's smile vanished. Her tone turned sharp. "This doesn't concern you," she snapped. "Rest assured, I never gamble with uncertainty." She raised a hand to cut off Yue's protests and slipped past her. Before she left, she paused at the doorway and called back. "One more thing. Tomorrow we formally install Ye Cheng as Holy Sun. As one of the 3 golden immortals of Yulong Sect, you're required to attend. You should get some rest soon." Rest. Yue watched her senior sister's retreating form and managed a bitter smile. As clever as she was, she'd already guessed Mu Qing's unspoken concern. There was simply no time for rest. Long ago, Mu Qing, Yue, and Qinghua had all been fairies of the Yulong realm. Qinghua, mother of the current Yulong queen, had ascended alongside them to the heavenly court, and by fate they became disciples of the same venerable golden immortal. That immortal had cultivated for nearly 1,000 epochs, yet now her life force waned, so she devoted her remaining years to guiding these 3. Under her careful tutelage, Mu Qing, Qinghua, and Yue each broke through to the golden immortal realm in turn. Though none were related by blood, their bond ran deeper than any sisterhood. Whether refining their cultivation, debating the mysteries of the Tao, or venturing into hidden realms in search of treasures and opportunities, they were inseparable, sharing every triumph, every crisis, even the prospect of life and death. 7,000 years ago, there had been only one foray into the secret realm, and Yue hadn't been part of it. She remained in seclusion, while Mu Qing and her sister, Qinghua, ventured inside, but they walked straight into a trap laid by the young master of a great sect. Both were taken captive, and in the end, Qinghua sacrificed herself, detonating her spirit in order to shatter their bonds and guarantee Mu Qing's escape. After that tragedy, Mu Qing's Tao heart grew restless and furrowed with guilt. Countless times Yue had pleaded with her to release Qinghua's lingering soul, to let go of the pain, but her sister refused every time. So when word came that the Dragon Queen had recommended Ye Cheng for elevation to the upper realms, Yue's surprise was genuine. Mu Qing had never ceased mourning Qinghua. Now, Qinghua's own daughter was in need of help. This, surely, would be Mu Qing's chance to lay her grief to rest. When Mu Qing first announced her intention to anoint Ye Cheng as the sacred son, Yue felt a sharp misgiving, but she did not speak against it. Now, watching the intensity in Mu Qing's eyes, she realized how wrong she'd been. Yue had once believed that by Mu Qing naming Ye Cheng the Holy Sun, she could finally lay the past to rest. Now she saw the truth. Mu Qing was using the promise of posthumous honors to maneuver Ye Cheng into place, crowning him Holy Sun, granting him the Jade Dragon Order, and ensuring he secured a firm foothold in the immortal realm under the Dragon Queen's favor. Only after Ye Cheng had gained that power would Mu Qing slip away from the Jade Dragon sect, abandon the Xiaoyao realm, and set off to exact her long-cherished revenge on the young master of the Grand Sect. The very thought sent Yue's heart into turmoil. She had no idea how to dissuade Mu Qing. Meanwhile, on Huaqing Peak, Ye Cheng quietly withdrew his spiritual presence, a glint of comprehension in his eyes. With his current strength, even if he ventured into the immortal world, His consciousness could stretch across vast territories, and not even a mighty golden immortal could detect the subtlest fluctuation of his spirit. At first, Ye Cheng merely sent out his spiritual consciousness as a habit to watch over his surroundings, but to his surprise, he gained something entirely unexpected. Chapter 688. I never would have guessed Taoist Yulong suffered so much. Ye Cheng bowed his head in gratitude. He owed Empress Yulong a great debt. Knowing that the two great immortal sects of the upper realm had marked him for death, she still risked their wrath to open the ascension passage into the fairy realm. Her sacrifice had saved his life. Now that he understood her story, Ye Cheng carefully recorded every detail. Once he'd grown accustomed to this new world, he vowed to seek out the young master of the Yulong sect and help Empress Yulong avenge her mother's unjust fate. Armed with this knowledge, Ye Cheng also set aside his suspicions of the Yulong sect. He was certain now that Mu Qing bore him no ill will. Relaxing his defense, he re-established his spiritual awareness and resumed his cultivation. All around him, immortal spirit energy shimmered like silver threads in the air. Though he remained at the Tao Lord stage, his body had already been transfigured into an immortal vessel. Drawing in a fresh tide of immortal qi, he prepared to ascend even higher. Ye Cheng's body was that of a primordial immortal, far stronger than any ordinary quasi-immortal. Even though his cultivation level wasn't the highest, he could still draw on the immortal world's abundant vitality and refine it into a purer, more condensed immortal power. In just one night, thanks to the incredible efficiency of the Yuanxi Tiangong, he absorbed and converted a substantial amount of this energy. Yet when he measured it against the vast reserves of spiritual power stored in his Dantian, the new immortal power amounted to less than 1/10,000th of his existing strength. There was no flaw in the technique. It simply couldn't keep pace with Ye Cheng's prodigious spiritual reservoir. Though the immortal world's mana far surpassed that of any lower realm, it was dwarfed by Ye Cheng's own might, which even outclassed a golden immortal and rivaled a true immortal. Not even the famed Huaqing Peak, one of the top 3 holy sites in the Yulong sect, offered a more potent vitality environment. By dawn, Ye Cheng had lost all interest in the Yulong sect's Yulong realm method. Even the pinnacle Jade Dragon realm could only accelerate cultivation by 30-fold, a pittance for someone of his caliber. With the Zhutiandao Palace now firmly under his control, he was ready to leave these limitations behind and ascend to still greater heights. If he truly unleashed its full power, the Zhutiandao Palace artifact could accelerate cultivation 10,000 times faster, far surpassing even the most advanced enhancers of the Jade Dragon realm. Such potency, despite its official grade of only Heavenly Immortal, would be deemed a supreme treasure in any Golden Immortal sect. If word ever got out that something so valuable belonged to him, the entire Jade Dragon sect would descend on him in a frenzy. Ye Cheng refused to make such a rookie mistake. His plan was simple: attend the morning ceremony, then slip away beyond the sect's borders to a secluded valley where he could experiment with the artifact in peace. At first light, Ye Cheng mounted Fei Hong and set off across the misty peaks. By the time they reached the Jade Dragon sect's Mountain Gate Square, the sky had just tinged pink. Dozens of disciples, from outer hall novices to inner disciples, already filled the courtyard, their robes brushing the flagstones as they jostled for position. In the very center stood a tall platform draped in scarlet banners, its purpose a complete mystery. A low murmur of curiosity rippled through the crowd as everyone craned their necks, eager to discover what awaited them today. The summons came without warning. The Golden Immortals had ordered every direct disciple of the Yulong sect to assemble this morning. A junior disciple tugged at her senior's sleeve, whispering anxiously, "Big sister, do you know what's happening today?" Before anyone could get a reply, a radiant rainbow appeared overhead. Long Xianxia stepped off its arc and landed lightly at the front of Theng, gathering. At once, the other students pressed in around her, their curiosity written plainly on their faces. Even Long Xianxia, just emerged from months of secluded retreat, felt a flutter of excitement and uncertainty. All around them, more immortal auras rippled through the air. It wasn't just the Golden Immortals. Every elder of the sect was arriving in person. Long Qianshui's pulse quickened as she recalled her father's recent words. Could he have arranged this gathering to announce her as the next sect saint? A warm thrill spread through her chest, and she struggled to keep her expression neutral. Though she maintained her composure, her bright eyes betrayed her anticipation. When her fellow disciples looked to her for answers, she could only offer a gentle shake of her head. "I'm as in the dark as you are," she admitted, her voice calm despite her racing heart. The other disciples had already begun to whisper that Long Qianshui would almost certainly be chosen as the next sect saint. Their deferential smiles and bowed heads delighted her, until a sudden whoosh sliced through the courtyard's quiet. A streak of prismatic light arced over the outer wall, spiraling down into the central square. Ye Cheng dismounted from his celestial rainbow steed and stepped into formation alongside the Yulong sect's disciples. He was tall and lean, his bearing both graceful and heroic, and the aura radiating from him felt almost supernatural. Though his robes were simple and unadorned, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Murmurs rippled through the assembled disciples. His features were entirely unfamiliar, yet the black-edged robe he wore marked him unmistakably as an officially recognized disciple, a rank no newcomer could casually claim. When did he join our sect? Could he have been brought back by one of the elders on a distant pilgrimage? I've never heard his name before. Long Che found herself stealing glance after glance at Ye Cheng, curiosity tugging at her eyes, until she finally forced herself to look away. Long Che's heart fluttered with excitement. Today was her day of honor. She'd arrived early at the courtyard, her robes immaculate, a smile playing on her lips. Though she'd noticed the new disciple, Ye Cheng, standing at the fringe of the assembly, curiosity about his identity would have to wait. Now, all her attention was on the ceremony ahead. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the valley, and the air shimmered with power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 pillars of golden light descended from the sky, each one more dazzling than the last. At their helm was Elder Mu Qing, and to his side soared the other 2 golden immortals of the Yulong sect. Under the reverent gazes of every disciple, inner and outer alike, they settled gracefully onto the raised viewing platform at the center of the courtyard. A murmur ran through the crowd. With the sect master away, only the ceremony to canonize the Holy Son and Holy Daughter could summon all 3 golden elders at once. The rumors were true. Senior Sister Long Qianshui, congratulations! Please guide us in the years to come. Yes, Senior Sister, when you become our Holy Daughter, don't forget your little sisters. Disciple after disciple pressed forward, eager to offer congratulations and secure a blessing from the chosen Holy Daughter. Long Qianshui bowed graciously, her cheeks tinged with pride as she accepted their well wishes. At the edge of the gathering, Ye Cheng watched silently. His dark eyes flicked from Long Qianshui's radiant smile to the assembly of golden elders. He made no move to join the throng. Instead, he stood alone, a quiet enigma amid the flurry of applause, his calm presence drawing more than a few curious glances. But for now, the ceremony must proceed, and Long Qianshui, basking in the glow of her moment, could hardly contain her anticipation for what awaited next. Long Qianshui could hardly contain her joy, her smile bright enough to light the entire hall. Just as her happiness peaked, a soft voice drifted down from the high platform. The words stopped every heart in the room cold. Ye Cheng, step forward. Today, you will be crowned the Son of God. Let all your junior brothers and sisters witness your ascension. At Fairy Mu Qing's command, Ye Cheng accepted the rainbow divine staff and climbed the steps without hesitation. As he stood beside the luminous Mu Qing, a stunned hush fell over the assembled disciples of Yulong sect. Long Qianshui's smile vanished. Her eyes went wide with shock. When Mu Qing pronounced the canonization and placed the golden emblem of the Son of God in Ye Cheng's hands, Long Qianshui could bear it no longer. "Why him?" she burst out. "Elder Mu Qing, you've done so much for the sect, but you can't just anoint someone Son of God on a whim." The murmurs among the Yulong sect disciples grew louder. Many of them still doubted Long Qianshui's words, but compared to the complete stranger Ye Cheng, her authority carried far more weight. Ye Cheng lifted an eyebrow, ready to demonstrate his power, and then, before he could move, a tremendous force erupted beside him. Boom! Mu Qing had unleashed his true might. His golden immortal level aura rolled across the courtyard like a tidal wave, pinning tens of thousands of Yulong disciples to the ground. Even Long Xianxia, who had stood at the forefront, staggered under that oppressive force and nearly fell. Seeing his daughter in peril, Long Xiao's restraint snapped. He roared, gathering his own power to shatter Mu Qing's suppression and shield Xianxia. But the instant he struck back, Mu Qing's aura surged once more. Long Xiao flew off his feet, crashing backward, his face drained of color. You've actually broken through again?" he gasped, horror and disbelief warring in his eyes. Mu Qing's cultivation had long rested at the 7th tier of the Golden Immortal realm, only one rank above Long Xiao's. Yet today, with a single unfolding of her aura, she revealed an 8th tier Golden Immortal foundation, a level that rivaled even the Jade Dragon sect's leader. "You're not mistaken," Mu Qing said softly, though her eyes burned with quiet intensity. "I broke through to the 8th tier a few days ago. Yesterday, I deliberately held back." She had chosen this very ceremony to lay bare her true strength, and in doing so, to solidify her young protégé's reputation. Long Xiao's face drained of color as her words sank in. Mu Qing allowed herself a slight, inscrutable smile before sweeping her gaze across the gathered disciples. Her voice dropped to an unassailable command. "From this moment on, Ye Cheng is officially the holy son of the Jade Dragon sect. He carries the full authority bestowed by our leader before his departure." Ye Cheng lifted his chin and met the assembled disciples with cool authority. "If any of you take issue with my words, come see me now, or wait for the sect master to return and petition him to strip me of my elder's rank and my title as holy son of the Xianxia sect." He paused, his voice dropping an octave. "But until the sect master comes back, anyone caught disrespecting the holy son or breaking sect rules, don't blame me, Mu Qing, when you're punished." Silence fell over the courtyard. Father and daughter Long Xiao and Long Xianxia both flushed bright red, but dared not utter a single objection. The other disciples of the Yulong sect bowed their heads so low their chins nearly touched their chests, unwilling to meet Ye Cheng's gaze. Watching their submissive postures, Ye Cheng felt a curious flutter in his chest. He never would have expected that, upon ascending to the immortal realm, he'd be granted this taste of authority, the prestige reserved for the second generation of a fairy clan. Powerful as it was strange. He let out a soft laugh. From beneath hooded eyes, the disciples stole sideways glances, their expressions twisted with silent resentment. Ye Cheng shrugged, allowing a sly smile to play at his lips. "This is actually kind of nice." He stepped down from the platform, folding his arms behind his back as he paced slowly before them. "Enjoy it while you can, because from here on out, the Holy Sun's orders will be final." Chapter 689. 2 days later, on Shengzi Peak of the Jade Dragon sect, Ye Cheng studied the 3 sect-sanctioned immortal artifacts laid out before him, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Following Mu Qing's forceful proclamation 2 days earlier, many disciples still harbored doubts, yet Ye Cheng had unwaveringly assumed the title of Holy Sun. In quick succession, the sect's elders presented him with their most prized treasures, a celestial sword, an immortal's robe, and a gilded Holy Sun token. Each was a top-grade heavenly immortal artifact, but the token stood out most of all. Imbued with golden-tier divine power, the Holy Sun token could erect an impenetrable barrier at the critical moment. Even if a golden immortal level adversary struck, the token's protection would hold for 3 full days and nights. During that time, the sect's senior officials would sense its activation and have more than enough opportunity to organize reinforcements and secure his rescue. Besides the 3 supreme heavenly immortal weapons he'd claimed, Ye Cheng had also secured a pair of forbidden golden immortal arms, artifacts so potent that any ordinary golden immortal cultivator would be forced to back down the moment they were unleashed. On top of that, he possessed 300 yuan crystals earmarked for his cultivation. Though his personal power still lingered at the quasi-immortal threshold, his material wealth already rivaled that of many true golden immortals, and that tally didn't even include the Jade Dragon Order. If he factored that in, a number of golden immortals would surely bristle with envy at his fortune. Yet, as valuable as the Jade Dragon Order was, Ye Cheng felt a pang of hesitation. In terms of sheer cultivation speed, it could grant entry into the Jade Dragon realm at 30 times the normal rate. Impressive, no doubt, but next to his own Jutiandao Palace's 10,000-fold efficiency boost, it was almost negligible. Given a choice, he'd much rather see the Jade Dragon Order melted down into Yuan crystals to fuel his Dao Palace's staggering acceleration. After all, in the endless pursuit of cultivation, nothing outpaced the compounding returns of pure Yuan energy. Ye Cheng hadn't yet found a graceful way to refuse the Jade Dragon sect summons, so for the moment he simply tucked the Jade Dragon Order away. He had no intention of idling in the Jade Dragon realm, however. First, he sorted through his recent gains, then ascended to Holy Sun Peak and erected a concealment formation to mask his aura and block any external interference. With that safeguard in place, he produced the Zhutian Dao Palace, a top-tier treasure of the heavenly immortal stage, and prepared to enter seclusion. He'd gone to the trouble of setting up a formation because the Zhutian Dao Palace was far too precious to expose. Although it ranked only as a high-grade heavenly immortal artifact, its power would drive any onlooker, even a perfect golden immortal or a true immortal, wild with desire. Ye Cheng wasn't afraid of thieves, but he knew that attracting such interest would only invite needless trouble and potentially drag the Jade Dragon sect into scandal. Swish! One by one, he fed spirit crystals into the Dao Palace. Instantly, its 10,000-fold time acceleration activated. Ye Cheng could feel the boundless immortal energy of Xianxia Peak converging toward him as well. Above the peak, a titanic vortex of radiant qi spiraled into existence, a breathtaking spectacle of power and light. Even the golden immortals themselves couldn't rival the aura now pouring into the chamber. Ye Cheng had anticipated this moment and erected an isolation formation long beforehand. Without it, not only the Yulong sect, but every nearby golden immortal sect around the Yulong Mountains would have sensed such a massive confluence of spirit energy. The air hummed with power, and a spark of anticipation lit Ye Cheng's eyes. Over the past 2 days, he had done nothing but probe for traces of the Kangwu Immortal King's treasures. He'd all read, yet confirmed that the king's remains lay buried somewhere in Feixian Daozhou. By invoking the blessing of the Immortal King's legacy fate token, he'd even intercepted a hidden message encoded by the Hanhai Immortal Sword, coordinates pointing straight to the Kangwu Immortal King's Daozang. There was just one problem. That message would only reveal itself once Ye Cheng ascended to the quasi-immortal realm with an unclouded soul, wholly free of external illusions or interference. Only under those conditions would it automatically decrypt, laying bare the precise location of the Daozang. Now as the spirit currents swelled around him, Ye Cheng felt he was on the verge of breaking through, and finally unlocking the secrets of the legendary Immortal King. But if he hasn't reached that realm, even Ye Cheng couldn't make heads or tails of it. The Hanhai Immortal Sword imposed this restriction precisely because it assumed Ye Cheng was a lower realm being. In its calculations, before he ever matured, the upper realm immortals would surely abduct him and haul him off to their immortal realm to pry into the Kangwu Immortal King's Daozang. That's why the sword set its barriers so high. According to its design, only a cultivator who ascended by normal means, who had attained at least the quasi-immortal stage, could sense the hidden message and unlock the location of the Kangwu King's treasure. Should someone be forcibly taken by the immortal venerable Taoist sect, skipping the quasi-immortal phase and entering the immortal realm too soon, they would lack the necessary refinement to interpret the sword's secret. But it never accounted for Ye Cheng's extraordinary talent. He hadn't even broken past the domination realm, let alone reached quasi-immortal, yet somehow he wound up in the immortal realm. Such a miscalculation. What a headache. Ye Cheng couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He wasn't in any real hurry. After all, with his primordial heavenly art, breaking into the domination realm or refining the art to its 3rd volume would grant him the very breath he needed to probe the Immortal King's Daozang directly. Cultivating all the way to quasi-immortal was unnecessary. His Dao foundation was formidable. Even in the immortal realm, immortal Dao vitality far surpassed ordinary spiritual energy. Yet the leap to quasi-immortal would take untold years. Securing the domination realm, by contrast, was much more attainable, and exactly what he intended. Taking a deep breath, Ye Cheng entered the Zhutian Dao Palace. There he cast off all restraint, opening himself completely to the vast tide of Yuanqi rolling through the world. Within moments, he sank into silent seclusion, condensing that boundless force to elevate his cultivation. Meanwhile, atop Xianxia Peak in the Yulong sect, where Long Qianshui's hidden cave lay, events were quietly unfolding. Ye Cheng didn't actually enter the Jade Dragon realm. Long Qianshui curled a mocking smile at the corners of her lips as she passed on the latest gossip from the true disciples closest to her. "He knows what's good for him," she said, tone laced with derision. Ever since he'd obtained his Jade Dragon Order through Mu Qing's backing, despite having no real achievements of his own, Ye Cheng had been the target of envy and whispered schemes among the sect's true disciples. A few ambitious elders nursed even darker intentions, but Mu Qing had made it clear any grievances were to be brought to her, not to be taken out on Ye Cheng. Still, they'd been eager to see him humiliated. If he dared to venture into the Jade Dragon realm for cultivation, they would have set traps, spread rumors, found any excuse to disgrace him, if only they had the proof. Schemes like that were second nature to Long Qianshui and her circle. So when Ye Cheng claimed his order but hesitated to step across the threshold, they all knew he'd anticipated their moves. He was wary of their tricks, and that only deepened Long Qianshui's contempt, fueling her and her allies' growing impatience to see him fail. In the courtyard of the Jade Dragon sect's Holy Sun Peak, the chatter of discontent cut through the morning air like a blade. A cluster of true disciples, faces dark with resentment, gathered beneath the overhanging eaves. "If he won't step into the Jade Dragon realm," one sneered, "none of our tricks will work on him." Mu Qing's right, only within the realm can a golden immortal elder's spiritual sense fail to cover every hidden corner. That's our advantage for catching him off guard. Another snorted. "But if Ye Cheng stays holed up here on Holy Sun Peak, how are we supposed to vent our anger?" A third disciple, young, sharp-eyed, leaned forward. "Come on, it's been months. Do you really think this bloke deserves the position of Holy Sun?" They all shot glances at Long Qianshui, who sat serenely on a carved stone bench, arms folded, watching them with an amused smile. Their unspoken question was obvious. What should they do? Long Qianshui uncrossed her arms and rose, her gaze sweeping over the assembled disciples. At last she spoke, her voice calm but confident. "Relax," she said. "You haven't forgotten the opening of Thousand Saints Mountain, have you?" The disciples stiffened. Rumors of that grand event had stirred the entire Xiaoyao realm. Every sect led by a golden immortal would dispatch its saints and most promising pupils to explore the legendary mountain's hidden wonders. "When Thousand Saints Mountain reveals itself," Long Qianshui continued, "all the golden immortal sects will converge there. Each sect must appoint a team led by their own saint or scion. And as the newly appointed Holy Son of the Jade Dragon sect, Ye Cheng is obligated to lead our expedition." A ripple of realization passed through the group. One of them muttered, "He can't refuse without undermining his own authority." "Exactly," Long Qianshui said, her smile widening ever so slightly. "Once he's on the mountain with the rest of the sect's people, we'll have plenty of chances to remind him why he shouldn't look down on us." The disciples exchanged eager looks. At last, the catalyst for their revenge had arrived. Not a shadowy trap within the realm, but the grand expedition itself. There, among rival sects and uncharted dangers, they would prove their worth and humble the presumptuous Holy Sun who thought he could hide forever on his lofty peak. Far above them, in the inner chambers of Holy Sun Peak, Ye Cheng closed his cultivation altar. The jade-green light faded, leaving his expression unreadable. He sensed the stirrings within the sect, but he'd long since learned patience. Soon enough, the Thousand Saints Mountain would open, and the real test would begin. The Yulong sect disciples exchanged furtive glances. None dared risk offending Ye Cheng openly, but once they all set foot on Qiansheng Mountain, things would be very different. "Mark my words," Long Qianshui said with a cold smile. "A newly ascended quasi-immortal like Ye Cheng is nothing but an ant up there. He won't last 3 months on Qiansheng Mountain, let alone wait for the reception formation to open." Another disciple added, his tone dripping with derision. At her words, the gathered disciples nodded, their eyes alight with anticipation. The perils of Xianxia Mountain were legendary, and they couldn't wait to see whether the presumptuous newcomer would survive. Meanwhile, far from their scheming, Ye Cheng sat alone in the celestial stillness of the Zhutiandao Palace, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. As he meditated, the palace's time acceleration array, 10,000 times faster than the outside world, sped his progress forward. 3 days passed in the mortal realm. For Ye Cheng, however, it felt like a century. In that span, he achieved breakthroughs that eclipsed the gains of his previous 10,000 years in the lower realms. When he first entered the Zhutiandao Palace, he had only just reached the foundational stage of a Dao Lord. Now, his cultivation soared far beyond that threshold, strengthening body and spirit until he stood on the brink of true godhood. A cool breeze stirred the lacquered doors of the palace as Ye Cheng opened his eyes. Unseen by his rivals, he was no longer the fledgling they dismissed so lightly. And soon, they would learn just how potent an ant could become. Ye Cheng pressed his palms together, summoning the power he'd been cultivating over the past 3 days. Even with his utmost effort, he could only contend with a third-level true immortal. But now, Ye Cheng had broken through into the mid-stage of Dao Lord. With this newfound strength, he could even stand toe-to-toe against a 6th-level true immortal. The immortal realm's life energy is truly unmatched by anything in the lower worlds, he murmured, but it won't hold me back for long. He paused to survey his dwindling stockpile of resources. 3 days of intense training had nearly drained him dry. After exploring the Yunhe ruins in the upper realm, he'd returned with over 90 yuan crystals. The Dao sect had then gifted him another 300, almost 400 in total. That was as much as an average golden immortal might amass. Yet as Ye Cheng's cultivation soared, so too did his expenditures in the Zhutiandao Palace. What used to cost him 10 yuan crystals per day to maintain 10,000-fold acceleration now demanded 100 a day ever since he reached the Dao Lord realm. He sighed. His resources might be vast by most standards, but at this rate, they wouldn't last much longer. Still, the horizon had never looked so promising. With his current mastery of Dao Lord techniques, Ye Cheng was ready to push forward and carve out his destiny among the immortals. Over the past 3 days, Ye Cheng's relentless cultivation had exhausted all 300 yuan crystals the Yulong sect had entrusted to him. He now didn't even have the means to reopen the Zhutiandao Palace. It was time to set out into the wider world, seek new opportunities, enrich his coffers, and carve out his own path to power. Chapter 690. A flicker of intention passed through Ye Cheng's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared before the Sutra Pavilion of Yulong sect. He wasn't here to request martial arts scrolls. Instead, he produced a data slate brimming with coordinates, the hidden sanctuaries and relic sites the sect had amassed over countless generations across the entire Xiaoyao world. As one of the great golden immortal powers, Yulong sect's archives naturally listed only locations up to the golden immortal tier. Truth be told, Ye Cheng's current strength might even allow him to infiltrate true immortal level vaults, but without the insider knowledge, and without the proper entry tokens, such a venture would be recklessly dangerous. He needed first to establish a firm foothold within Yulong sect, to gather resources, allies, and the requisite permits. Focused, he swept his divine sense over each entry on the slate. Moments later, one name made him pause. "Thousand Saints Mountain?" he muttered. A spark of excitement brightened his expression. "This one looks promising." Among all the clandestine sites and hidden relic repositories, Thousand Saints Mountain stood out above the rest. According to the Yulong sect's records, Thousand Saints Mountain is actually a pocket world once ruled by the ancient Thousand Saints sect, one of the great true immortal orders. Its mountain gate wasn't originally located in the Xiaoyao realm, or even within Feishian Daozhou proper. Long ago, the sect suffered a cataclysm that shattered its many pocket world domains. Thousand Saints Mountain was cast adrift through a rift in time and space, carried by the chaos of the void, until it finally anchored itself in the Xiaoyao realm of Feishian Daozhou 100,000 years ago. The Thousand Saints sect was legendary for its beast-taming techniques. Its most formidable spirit beasts grew so powerful that they could even prey upon true immortals. In its heyday, Thousand Saints Mountain served as the sect's premier spirit beast breeding farm. But with the sect's destruction, no one remained to enforce its strict protocols, and the once ordered breeding grounds have long since fallen into wild disarray. Those spirit beasts have been corrupted by demons, twisted into monstrous immortals, and they now overrun the entire pocket realm of Thousand Saints Mountain. This is exactly why Ye Cheng has set his sights on this small world. Though these creatures have fallen under demonic influence, their origin remains the same. They sprang from the true immortal sect's own bloodline stockpiles. That means their bodies are riddled with priceless treasures. Even a quasi-immortal level monster yields phenomenal spoils. A single specimen's skin, flesh, scales, and bones can easily sell for 700 to 800 million immortal crystals, comparable to the total wealth of a top-tier quasi-immortal cultivator. 10 such kills would bankroll the entire Zutiandao Palace for a full day, and it gets better. Slaying a celestial immortal beast could net you tens or even hundreds of billions in yuan crystals. Rumor has it a golden immortal creature has made its den on Xianxia Mountain. Bringing down that beast might earn a cultivator hundreds, if not thousands of yuan crystals in one haul. No other secret realm can match that kind of return. Not every creature on Xianxia Mountain needs to be cut down. Some beasts harbor extraordinary potential. There was even a prodigy who once tamed a monster capable of one day ascending to the golden immortal realm. Ye Cheng couldn't help but sneer at the notion of such a potential creature. Yet, if he could capture and sell it, even a single specimen might fetch thousands of yuan crystals. Once the Thousand Saints Mountain opens its gates, the treasure realm remains accessible for 3 full months. Ye Cheng's heart quickened at the thought. With his current prowess, he calculated, even if I only clear the lower levels, I could easily net hundreds of thousands of crystals in that time. Tens of thousands would be no problem at all. In smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he imagined the riches. But entry to a place like the Thousand Saints Mountain is fiercely restricted. First, only cultivators below the golden immortal rank may enter. Higher beings are barred. Second, you must possess a special token to activate the mountain's hidden passage, a treasure so rare that ordinary practitioners barely dream of it. Fortunately for Ye Cheng, the Yulong sect is a major golden immortal sect, and its disciples are among the few granted these priceless tokens. Every 10,000 years, the gates of Thousand Saints Mountain part, and those who bear a sacred talisman may enter. When the mountain opens, the Yulong sect's holy sun leads the chosen disciples inside, vying not only for profound cultivation opportunities, but also for the wealth and prestige such successes bring to their sect. Ye Cheng could never forget how much he owed the fairy Mu Qing. It was her special favor, granted at the Dragon Queen's behest, that elevated him to the rank of Holy Sun. Without that title, even his remarkable talents might not have secured him a single entry token, forcing him to endure countless frustrations just to claim a place among the hopeful. So, confident that his current cultivation would suffice, Ye Cheng petitioned Mu Qing for permission to join the next expedition into Thousand Saints Mountain. She listened in silence, her jade-like features as inscrutable as ever. When he finished, she shook her head, her tone carefully measured. Though the Holy Sun traditionally leads each journey into the mountain, your strength has not yet matured enough to face its trials. Her refusal stung far more than he had anticipated. Ye Cheng had only recently broken through into the quasi-immortal realm, and now was the perfect moment to focus on cultivation and build his foundation. Mu Qing regarded him thoughtfully, then said, "This time, I'll send Long Qianshui and her trusted disciples up Qiansheng Mountain. They'll depart from Yulong sect for a while. You, on the other hand, should head straight into Yulong territory. Spend the next 3 months there. Train hard, hone your skills, and accumulate experience." He paused, studying Ye Cheng's face. "Believe me," he added, 3 months in Yulong territory will do more for you than another stint on Qiansheng Mountain." Mu Qing's plan was meticulous. He'd even anticipated the dangers Ye Cheng might encounter within Yulong lands. If Ye Cheng were truly as novices often appeared, Cheng's strategy would be flawless, but Ye Cheng was far stronger than anyone had guessed. Catching the seriousness in Cheng's gaze, Ye Cheng offered a small, confident smile. He didn't reply. He didn't need to. With a slow, deliberate motion, he extended his right hand. A faint hum of power gathered around him, and in an instant, it burst forth. Boom! The force rolled through the courtyard like a thunderclap. Cheng's eyes snapped wide open in shock, heart pounding. That energy, he knew it all too well. It was the same unique fluctuation he had sensed the first time Ye Cheng had broken through, but its intensity now was leagues beyond anything he'd witnessed before. Cheng stumbled back, mind racing. Ye Cheng stood, calm and composed, power still crackling around him. The young man's breakthrough had clearly not just elevated his realm, it had transformed his very core. For the first time, Cheng understood just how formidable Ye Cheng would be once he fully mastered this new strength. And he knew there was no greater place for that mastery to be tested than in the heart of Yulong territory. Ye Cheng lifted his chin, letting the faint jade-green glow of his aura ripple outward. That kind of radiance could only come from a perfect-level immortal body, and forging one normally required at least heavenly immortal cultivation. Everyone knew that. Yet here he was, still only a quasi-immortal. "This," he said quietly to Elder Cheng, "is my trump card. Do you now believe I have what it takes to lead our sect's team in the Xianxia mountain trial?" Cheng's eyes went wide. The aura pulsing around Ye Cheng betrayed no hint of artifice. It was as if a genuine, perfect immortal body had been awakened. Ye Cheng gave a slight, knowing smile. He had spent months studying the Taichu ancient scripture in secret and, through sheer persistence, had forged the fabled Taichu immortal body. No further explanation was needed. When Cheng finally spoke, his tone was half in wonder, half in amusement. "So that's why Yulong looks up to you so much. To cultivate a perfect immortal body while still only a quasi-immortal, his insight is sharper than ever before." A soft sigh escaped the elder's lips, relief mingled with pride. He bowed his head for a moment in respect, then straightened, the wheels of decision already turning behind his calm gaze. Cheng's face grew serious. "With your perfect immortal body as protection, you may not yet rival a true saint, but you're more than enough to intimidate the likes of Long Chanshui. The disciples of Yulong sect will follow your lead, and you'll cement your reputation as a saint." She paused, her tone softening, but her eyes sharp. "That said, Xianxia Mountain is riddled with dangers. You're free to go, but take care. Your life is your greatest asset." And Cheng waved a slender hand. In an instant, over a dozen glimmering spirit lights materialized beside her. Ye Cheng stared in astonishment as they floated toward him. Moments later, stepping off the spiritual summit where Cheng lived, Ye Cheng could no longer contain his curiosity. He unfastened his storage pouch and peered inside, his expression a mix of gratitude and disbelief. He already possessed 2 sect-grade golden immortal forbidden weapons, gifts from Yulong sect in anticipation of his saintly duties. But Cheng had just bestowed more than 10 additional golden immortal armaments upon him. Even a cursory glance made it clear. With this arsenal, he could fell a genuine golden immortal without breaking a sweat. Clutching the now bulging pouch, Ye Cheng let out a wry laugh. What formidable adventures awaited him on Xianxia Mountain, now that he carried enough firepower to turn the tide of any battle. "I can actually slay a true immortal with my bare strength now." That, of course, was exactly Cheng's goal. Once the forbidden weapons were safely stowed away, Ye Cheng wasted no time returning to Holy Sun Peak. Over the next few days, he devoted himself to cultivation and studied every scrap of intelligence the Jade Dragon sect had gathered on the free world. When the gates to Thousand Saints Mountain finally opened 5 days later, Ye Cheng, bearing the title of Holy Sun, marshaled a select cadre of the sect's elite and led them forth toward the sacred peaks. Yet despite his lofty rank, most of the disciples regarded him with frosty eyes. Only Ye Shu, a Jurchen's sister whose training had been overseen by Cheng, still felt genuine respect for him. The others, inner disciples and true disciples alike, offered nothing more than perfunctory bows before slipping aside, eager to keep their distance. Among them, Long Chanshui and her circle of favored true disciples were the coldest of all, their disdain plain for anyone who stood in their path. Chapter Text: The Approach to Xianxia Mountain. Ye Cheng's arrival on the Yulong sect's spirit boat barely registered with his fellow disciples. After boarding the vessel bound for Xianxia Mountain, everyone withdrew to their private cabins to meditate and refine their spirit energy. It was only when the boat drew close to the mountain's fabled entrance that they emerged again, anticipation shining in their eyes. Xianxia Mountain exists as a self-contained realm, suspended in the void of the Xiaoyao realm. Once every 10,000 years, the heavens open a series of spiraling vortexes, portals through which any sect in possession of a valid token may enter and stake their claim to the hidden opportunities within. Ye Cheng's team had chosen the vortex that shimmered above a vast, 800-mile-wide lake. Below them, the water's mirrored surface reflected an awe-inspiring gathering of immortals and sects. Banners snapped in the wind, each proclaiming the might and prestige of its host. Over the centuries, countless cultivators had traversed the Xiaoyao realm purely for a chance to step beyond that portal and earn the coveted Xianxia Mountain order. Now at last, the long-anticipated opening stood before them. Every gaze around the lake burned with unspoken resolve. Masters and novices alike, saints and elders of the greatest sects, all hungered for the wealth of spirit treasures, rare herbs, and ancient techniques said to lie hidden within Xianxia Mountain. Even their ardor momentarily dimmed, however, when the Yulong sect's spirit boat, sleek, jade-hued, and emblazoned with a roaring dragon, glided into view. A hush fell over the assembled crowd. Whispers rippled among the onlookers. The Yulong sect was renowned for its ruthless discipline and prodigious talent. Its cultivators were not to be underestimated. As Ye Cheng and his companions stepped onto the floating dock, they exchanged quick, measured glances. The true test was about to begin. Xianxia Mountain awaited, and with it, the chance to reshape their destinies forever. Yulong sect was one of the great golden immortal sects, and whenever they dispatched an expedition to Xianxia Mountain, they inevitably claimed the richest spoils and demonstrated unrivaled power. Each new team they sent out meant fewer opportunities and resources for the independent cultivators and even for the celestial immortal sect's own contingents. So when another Yulong party appeared on the ridge, the assembled cultivators and celestial immortals exchanged glances, some scowling at the shrinking rewards, others openly admiring. All chatter died down as the procession drew near. Leading the way was a young man whose every step seemed to part the air itself. He carried an aura of quiet authority, as though he belonged to another realm. "That must be Ye Cheng," someone murmured. "He's the holy son of Yulong sect's current generation." "I've heard otherwise," another voice whispered. "They say he isn't truly formidable, that he only rose to his title because he's kin to one of the sect's senior elders." "Really?" A third participant tilted her head. "Then what about Long Chanshui? She was the sect's most celebrated saintess, the clear favorite for the heirship. Now she's been pushed aside for this holy son. Seems there's more truth to the rumors than anyone wanted to admit." Low, speculative murmurs rippled through the crowd. Every pair of eyes on the Yulong sect's team gleamed with curiosity and a touch of concealed envy as they tried to gauge the real strength of the sect's new holy son. Discontent simmered among the Yulong sect disciples, who had never warmed to Ye Cheng. Their irritation only grew more palpable as they approached the gates of Xianxia Mountain. Even Ye Shu couldn't help frowning as she glanced at him. Doubt flickered in her eyes. All this way, she and Ye Cheng had been inseparable. If she were in his place, shunned by her own sect members at every turn, and now met with cold disdain by the heavenly immortals and wandering fringe immortals at the mountain's entrance, she would be furious. Yet from the moment they arrived, Ye Cheng's expression remained as calm and deep as a tranquil pool, utterly untouched by the hostility around him. Is he truly so powerful, with secret techniques that render him indifferent to such slights? Or is this serenity merely a mask, an arrogant front to hide some deeper emotion? Ye Shu pondered the question and secretly leaned toward the latter. Not because she possessed any special insight, but simply because this new immortal saint exuded an otherworldly, transcendent aura, just like the legendary fairy king reborn. Ye Shu couldn't help but feel a strange kinship with him. Just as her thoughts drifted toward him, a thunderous voice cut through the air. You are the new saint of Yulong sect. Ye Cheng. I am Moshi, saint of Tianming sect. Let's see what the new saint of Jingxian sect can do. Before anyone could react, a torrent of immortal energy, black as ink and writhing like a python, rushed forward and struck Ye Cheng, who stood serenely at the prow of the immortal boat, arms folded behind his back. Chapter 691. A deafening roar split the air as the colossal black python hurtled toward Ye Cheng. In an instant, every spectator in the arena was riveted by the sight of the legendary immortal python. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Many cultivators wore sly grins, while the elder immortals exchanged amused glances, their eyes dancing with playful mockery at the young man standing his ground. Tianming sect, after all, was a golden immortal sect. But compared to venerable institutions like Yulong sect, its foundations remained weak. It counted only one true golden immortal among its ranks, hardly enough to rival the great orthodox sects. Yet Tianming's pride lay in its prodigy, the current sect successor, who had achieved the quasi-immortal realm in just 3,000 years. Such a meteoric rise would have guaranteed him the title of Holy Son in nearly any major golden immortal sect. Emboldened by this rising star, Tianming sect had surged in influence in recent years. So when Yulong sect announced the relatively unknown Ye Cheng as their own Holy Son, more than a few eyebrows were raised. And now, facing down the fabled black python, the gamble Gorsiming sect had taken on this untested youth was about to be put to the ultimate test. It didn't take long for everyone to see the Holy Son of Tianming's true intent. Having learned that Ye Cheng was present, he seized this moment to strike. Knocking Ye Cheng down would cement his own authority and accelerate his rise. Yet as he unleashed his attack, even the most skeptical observers had to admit the rumors weren't exaggerated. A cluster of immortals fixed their gaze on the coiling aura around the Holy Son's spear, the immortal black python. The serpent-shaped energy writhed and pulsed, each beat sending shivers through their hearts. Beneath that raw power lay a corrosive, malevolent undertone so poisonous that even peak-stage immortals dared not meet it head-on. To attempt it would risk catastrophic injury. This devastating display was the Tianming sect's signature celestial fate art. Legend held that the sect's golden immortal patriarch had crafted it by pilfering a single move from an Earth-listed Chaos Dao manual. Though officially classified as a low-grade golden immortal technique, its capacity to amplify martial strength outstripped many higher-tier skills, and now, standing before them all, its might was impossible to ignore. As the son of Tianming unleashed his secret technique, a mighty regal aura swept across the battlefield. From his outstretched hand burst a coil of dark, serpent-like energy, writhing through the air as it hurtled toward Ye Cheng. "You shameless fiend! How dare you ambush the son of Tianming?" he thundered. Aboard the Yulong sect's spirit vessel, Yeshu's face went pale. He sprang forward, rebuking the son of Tianming even as he prepared to shatter his forbidden weapon against the incoming blast. Though Ye Cheng had already proven himself exceptional, Yeshu knew they were at a disadvantage. The son of Tianming's lineage and martial prowess rivaled those of the true saints of the Golden Immortal sect, and he descended to the first level of the heavenly immortal realm, far beyond Ye Cheng's quasi-immortal cultivation. It was true that Ye Cheng carried an arsenal of forbidden artifacts bestowed by his sect, but against such overwhelming power, he would soon be compelled to unleash those trump cards, whatever the cost. Even though saving Ye Cheng was their priority, the reputation of the Yulong sect hung in the balance. Yeshu's plan had been simple: shout down the heavenly dark saint long enough to distract him, then, just at the right moment, unleash the forbidden weapon to drive off the monstrous black python. That way, the sect's honor would remain intact, and at least on the surface, it would look as if Yeshu herself had acted alone. But fate had other plans. One instant, Yeshu stood ready to activate the weapon. The next, she felt a faint breeze at her elbow. Before she could even turn her head, a familiar figure had materialized between her and the snake. Ye Cheng stood there, calm and composed, a gentle smile on his lips. "Senior sister," he said quietly, "please step back. Leave this to me." Yeshu barely registered his words before she realized he was applying a soft, insistent pressure against her chest, urging her away from the battlefield. She stumbled back as Ye Cheng pivoted, his robes swirling around him. With a single swift motion, he faced the writhing black python and lifted himself into the sky, eyes blazing with determination. Holy Sun! Yeshu's voice burst from her lips in stunned alarm. But even as she cried out, her mind froze in shock. Ye Cheng, her junior brother, was about to confront the lethal serpent alone. The air crackled with dark energy as the forbidden weapon lay unused at her side, and for the first time, Yeshu realized she couldn't do anything except watch. At that moment, every cultivator present fell silent, breath held as they stared at the roiling clouds. Ye Cheng stepped forward, palm outstretched like a sword, and with a single, fluid motion cleaved the black python in two. This was no ordinary serpent, but a beast suffused with immortal power, enough to make even elder celestials sweat, yet it proved no match for Ye Cheng's strike. The true shock came next. From the cloud sea behind the severed serpent came a heavy, muted thud. In an instant, a gray-robed figure was flung from the billowing mists, blood spraying like rain. He plummeted from the nine heavens cloud straight into the lake below with a thunderous crash, sending waves surging outward, and then an eerie silence settled over the scene. All eyes were fixed on the crimson-streaked water. No one dared step closer. In that fleeting moment before he struck the lake, they had glimpsed the fallen man's face, just enough to send a collective shiver through the assembled immortals. That wretch! Could it truly be the son of Tianming? A ripple of uneasy whispers passed among the gathered masters as they exchanged tense, uncertain glances. They all stared at Ye Cheng as he hovered in midair, calm and composed, while he withdrew his hand. In that instant, every immortal there silently cursed the nameless culprit who dared spread such lies. How dare anyone claim his prowess was weak? One strike had already dispatched the son of heavenly darkness. Even if he couldn't yet rival the heirs of the golden immortal sects, his power more than qualified him to become Yulong's chief disciple. How could any whisper so grossly underestimate him? On the Yulong sect's spirit boat, Yeshu watched in stunned silence as Ye Cheng descended from the cloud platform with effortless grace and stepped back onto the deck. It wasn't until he passed her by, gently saying, "You should rest," that she finally blinked and drew a shaky breath. Yet the shock lingered. Her instincts had hinted that the saint's son was strong, but she could never have imagined he was truly this formidable. Long Xianxia and her few closest true disciples all clenched their teeth in shock. One of the younger disciples stammered, "Big sister, how did Ye Cheng pull that off?" Just a moment ago, they'd thought they held all the cards. They followed Long Xianxia precisely because Ye Cheng's strength hadn't been enough to secure the title of Holy Son of Yulong sect. Yet now he displayed power that clearly qualified him for the position, and none of them knew how or why. Their confidence wavered. Long Xianxui's eyes narrowed. She drew in a steadying breath and snapped, "Stop being paranoid. He only defeated a holy son of the Tianming clan." She raised her chin. "That Tianming brat isn't even a second-tier disciple in my golden immortal sect. I could crush him myself without breaking a sweat." Her voice was low, but carried the weight of her lineage. As the biological daughter of sect leader Longshao Jinxian, she had once been the Yulong sect's foremost disciple, actually groomed as a candidate for Holy Maiden with unrivaled resources and innate talent to match. None of her followers dared challenge her claim now. But even as she spoke, her heart thudded uneasily. If Ye Cheng's power truly rose that suddenly, they might have to rethink everything. Long Qianxie's lips curled in both admiration and frustration. Though her own power still lagged just behind the top heirs of the Jingxian sect, she had no difficulty dispatching the so-called Tianming Holy Son. Yet she could not deny that Ye Cheng's strength was astounding, so formidable that it alone should have commanded her respect. Even so, she refused to bow her head. "Keep your spirits up," she called, voice ringing with determination. "We still have our chance in Qiansheng Mountain." Her gaze flicked toward the emptied chamber where Ye Cheng had faced off against the son of heavenly nether. A steely chill flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. At that moment, a low hum cut through the tense air. High above the lake, a swirling vortex of light tore open reality itself. Instantly, every assembled disciple, from the Jingxian sect to the Jade Dragon sect, turned, their faces alight with anticipation. "The gateway to Thousand Saints Mountain has appeared," someone shouted. "It's our opportunity, right before our eyes," another voice cried. Without hesitation, the various teams surged forward, yet even in their eagerness, an unspoken hierarchy held sway. Champions of the Golden Immortal sect led the charge, followed closely by the well-trained warriors of the Jade Dragon sect. Behind them, the other factions fell in line, each determined to secure their place within the legendary mountain's trials. Ye Cheng didn't even have to raise a finger. The moment he approached, the guards posted at the gateway instinctively fell back and cleared a path for the Jade Dragon sect. If he'd chosen to confront the Son of Heavenly Nether head-on, and if the Jade Dragon sect still insisted on claiming that coveted title, they really would have been in serious trouble. Long Xianxia and her companions watched the clearance in stunned silence, their faces growing darker by the second. A handful of Yulong sect disciples standing on the deck maintained an indifferent vigilance, their arms folded and eyes cold. Yet as the guards parted, even these onlookers couldn't help but soften. Their steely gazes thawed into something almost courteous when they met Ye Cheng's steady stare. He paid them no heed. Without pausing for thanks or hesitation, Ye Cheng led his group forward into the churning teleportation vortex. A familiar electric tingle washed over him, and for a moment the world spun away. When his senses returned, they were standing beneath the mist-shrouded peaks of Thousand Saints Mountain. Chapter 692. A boundless primeval expanse stretched out before Ye Cheng as he perched atop one of Xianxia Mountain's colossal ancient trees. Every peak and trunk in sight eclipsed anything in the outside world in sheer scale, each gnarled behemoth soaring more than 10,000 feet into the sky. From his vantage point, Ye Cheng swept his gaze across the forest canopy and began to orient himself. "I'm in the northern territory of Xianxia Mountain," he murmured. "This must be the Purple Deer Forest." He recalled the Yulong sect's briefing. This region teemed with deer-type beasts, chief among them, the legendary Purple Thunder Deer. Known for astonishing potential, a fully awakened specimen could ascend to the Golden Immortal realm. It was for this majestic creature that the forest had earned its name. Gratitude for his sect's meticulous records rose in his chest. A lone cultivator, token in hand or not, would struggle to piece together such detailed intel. Ye Cheng allowed himself a moment's consideration. Perhaps he should formally join a great sect beyond Taishu Taihuang, secure in their resources and archives, but the thought was fleeting. The inheritance of the Kangwu Immortal King weighed heavily on his ambitions, too precious to jeopardize. He shook his head, steeling his resolve. For now, the path he had chosen in service to that legacy took precedence over any other alliance. With a final, determined breath, Ye Cheng dropped lightly from the treetop and vanished into the verdant depths below. Ye Cheng surveyed his options. If he really wanted to join a sect right now, the Yulong sect was the safest choice, one he could handle even if the unexpected happened. But in the long run, once he'd secured his position in Feixian Daozhou and grown stronger, he could set his sights on a true immortal sect, or at least one of the lesser immortal sects. That, however, was a plan for the future. He refocused on the task at hand. Slipping into meditation, he summoned wave after wave of shadowy after-images behind him. With a single thought, he condensed 7 layers of his Yuanxi Dao body. He assigned the 5th layer the duty of hunting monsters, slaying them, and harvesting the materials they left behind. 2 of the other layers took on a different mission, tracking down Yulong sect disciples who had been scattered across Xianxia Mountain by the teleportation vortex. Under their vigilant guard, those lost disciples could explore the mountain much more safely and efficiently. Ye Cheng wasn't blind to the truth. Aside from Ye Shu, 99% of the Yulong sect's disciples paid him, their proclaimed Holy Son, no heed at all. And yet he knew this was all part of the journey. Each step, each mission, would bring him closer to the power he sought. Discontent is a constant among disciples. Titles and favors, even those bestowed upon me as the Holy Son by the Yulong sect, and especially by Fairy Mu Qing, cannot exempt me from my duties. I still have to oversee these 2 new incarnations. Thankfully, it's no great burden. Once that task is out of the way, I can finally turn my attention to my own plans. With that thought, Ye Cheng finalized the arrangements. He stared across the vast Xianxia mountain range, anticipation shining in his eyes. His obligations as Holy Son were settled. Now it was time for his personal mission to begin. "There are monsters everywhere in Xianxia Mountain," he murmured. "Let's see if they live up to the legends." In an instant, his form dissolved into a streak of swordlight and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared in the heart of the purple deer forest. There, he released his spiritual consciousness, probing the undergrowth and listening for any sign of danger. Time passed swiftly. 3 days flickered by like candlelight. On the third morning, Ye Cheng found himself standing at Yunlong Gorge on the northern edge of Xianxia Mountain. The gorge had earned its name long ago, when a wandering cultivator first witnessed more than 10 cloud dragons spiraling through it, mist-shrouded cliffs. Ye Cheng frowned as he stepped into Yunlong Gorge and realized with regret that not a single cloud dragon remained. Had they been hunted down and captured by the cultivators who first entered Xianxia Mountain? Or perhaps they'd fallen in battles against the mountain's other ferocious beasts. In any case, the majestic creatures were gone. He wasn't entirely surprised. Thanks to the Yulong sect's insight talismans, Ye Cheng had a detailed topographical map of every corner of Xianxia Mountain. But the mountain only opened once every 10,000 years, and no sect disciple could hope to traverse its entire expanse on a single expedition. The geography on his map was reliable, but the intelligence on the local monsters was notoriously outdated. Time and again, cloud dragons had vanished from their own gorge, and each occurrence still gave him a headache. "Huh?" Ye Cheng murmured, surveying the empty valley. Just then, Ye Cheng's consciousness rippled as he probed the lingering strands of the projections he'd sent ahead, over 100 in all. These disembodied scouts lacked any fighting power. He deployed them strictly to map the terrain and detect threats. At last, one of them pinged back with hard intelligence. "There's a massive force of monsters holed up to the northwest, roughly 3 million li out, near the Jade Scar Lake, Yuhantan." Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. He folded his arms behind him, summoned a gust of energy, and shot off toward Yuhantan. Under the pale light, the lake's surface lay eerily still, but the air hummed with tension. More than a dozen demon fairies loitered along the ruined shore, their every breath radiating hostility. Towering beside them were one-horned white rhinos and golden-scaled lizard demons, each a true demon beast of the heavenly immortal realm. 2 among the lot stood head and shoulders above the rest. One was a massive white rhinoceros, its single horn gleaming like forged steel. The other was a sleek, jet-black python, drifting languidly in the shallows. Both had already broken into the 7th level of the heavenly immortal realm, a feat that even many golden immortal realm beasts on Xianxia Mountain had yet to achieve. Ye Cheng hovered above them, studying their formations. This was no spontaneous gathering. It felt like the calm before a storm. Demon beasts rarely emerge for 10,000 years at a stretch. In the heavenly immortal realm, a single demon beast is already strong enough to claim 100,000-mile territory and earn the title of Demon King of Xianxia Mountain. Yet here at Yuhantan, 13 demon kings have gathered at once. In almost any other place, mortal cultivators witnessing such a scene would turn pale with fear. But around Yuhan Pond, it's perfectly ordinary. This pond is famed throughout the realms for its miraculous tempering waters. Even the mightiest monsters of the heavenly immortal realm come here to purify and strengthen their bodies. The only drawback is the bone-chilling cold of the water. It freezes solid most of the time. Only once every century does the strange frost briefly abate, allowing monsters to wade in and bathe. So whenever that rare warm spell arrives, you'll see a host of fearsome beasts clustered around the pond's edge, waiting their turn. "Black Python, aren't you going to bathe yet?" A serpentine figure swirls beneath the surface of Yuhan Pond, luxuriating in the invigorating chill. On the shore, a one-horned white rhino fairy stamps its hoof impatiently. The ritual of the century waits for no one. The broad surface of Yuhan Pond lay still under a canopy of ancient pines. At its edge, the great white rhinoceros demon immortal snorted in frustration, stamping a massive hoof on a mossy stone. "You're up in arms for nothing, Rhino. We agreed, 1 person per 3 days. If you're impatient, go rub the spirit wood tree yourself." Submerged waist-deep in the jade-green water, the black python Heavenly Immortal didn't bother to look up. His voice was as cold and smooth as obsidian. "Quiet de, own, will you?" The white rhino's horn gleamed with barely restrained anger. He was about to retort when a rasping croak froze him in mid-speech. From the reeds beside the pond, a hulking, yellow-skinned toad, his cultivation only a hair's breadth below the 2 Heavenly Immortals and the 7-level Demon Immortals, threw back his bulbous head. His beady eyes flashed with savage glee. "Silence!" the toad hissed. "I sense a living cultivator approaching." With that single warning, the 13 demon kings lurking among the pines snapped to attention. Even the black python stilled his coils. No matter how wondrous Yuhan Pan's body-tempering chi might be, it was no feast at all compared with the succulent flesh and potent blood of an unsuspecting immortal, especially one of equal standing. One such meal could outshine 3 centuries of tempering here. Their faces contorted with hunger, the demons closed in from all sides, ready to claim their prize. At the heart of their circle, Ye Cheng's faint footfalls echoed like destiny knocking at the gate. Chapter 7. The Ambush at Yuhantan. "It seems our plan has worked." The dozen demon beasts exchanged triumphant glances. With a thunderous roar, they surged forward, guided by the yellow-skinned toad's precise sense of human chi. In an instant, they materialized before the human cultivators, only to find themselves encircling a single figure. At their forefront stood the one-horned white rhino demon, chest heaving with pride. "Those mortals from the human realm dared to seek the treasures of Yuhantan," he bellowed, "and meant to strike at us, didn't they?" A snorting voice echoed from the unicorn demon beside him. "On the contrary," it said with cold amusement, "it's you who have walked into our trap." The white rhino spread its massive arms. "Ha! We conceived this scheme 10,000 years ago when Xianxia Mountain first opened. We planted rumors of Yuhantan's wonders to lure the human cultivators out." His boasts cut off abruptly. He sensed something amiss in the shifting auras around him. The creatures at his side, once brimming with confidence, now stilled as if frozen in midstep. The unicorn's single horn trembled, its silvery mane drifting like mist. Dark eyes widened as it peered through the circle of demonic might. There wasn't a dozen human immortals before them, only one. A solitary young man stood unmoving in the center of the clearing. His robes, simple but impeccably tailored, fluttered in the breeze. Calm and composed, he met their glaring onslaught of gazes with serene, unflinching eyes. Ye Cheng. At that moment, the white rhino demon's triumphant roar caught in his throat. The unicorn let out a startled snort. And the yellow-skinned toad, perched on a low-hanging branch, blinked as though reconsidering every step that had led them to this instant. They had planned to ambush a battalion of human cultivators. Instead, they'd walked right into the trap themselves, facing not a horde of immortals, but the lone, unassuming figure of Ye Cheng. Silence fell over Yuhantan, broken only by the distant rustle of ancient trees. The demons and the toad now found themselves the hunted, their prey more formidable than any horde they had ever enticed. The unicorn's horn trembled as it took in the scene. "So even the monsters of the fairy realm can think strategically," it muttered under its breath. Down below, Ye Cheng stood perfectly still, calmly studying the 13 creatures that had circled him. A faint, confident smile tugged at his lips. Smart? All the better. At least these brutes didn't scatter. They funneled themselves right into my line of fire. Much easier than hunting them down one by one. Before he could make his move, the forest surrounding Yuhan Pond erupted with whistling gusts of wind, sharp, rhythmic, impossible to ignore. Swish, swish, swish! Each whoosh marked a mortal cultivator cleaving through the air. Within moments, over 20 celestial tier warriors descended on the clearing. They split into 3 square adds and struck from the north, south, and east, instantly encircling the unicorn and its white rhinoceros lieutenants. At the very heart of that tightening ring stood Ye Cheng, unruffled and ready. Chapter 693. As the old saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, it pays no heed to the arrayal behind. In that instant, the 13 celestial beasts froze in surprise, their eyes widening as more than 20 outsiders, each a powerful celestial cultivator, swept around them in a silent, encircling wave. Yet amid the sudden tension, only Ye Cheng tilted his head and arched an eyebrow. his face showing nothing but cool indifference. From the back of his mind, a quiet awareness flickered. These newcomers had been tailing him for some time. But tonight they had taken a different route, entering through the Xianxia mountain passage, so they hadn't realized it was he who'd passed this way before. Mistaking him for a low-rank junior cultivator, they intended to use him as bait, drawing the celestial beasts away from Yuhantan so they could fight on more favorable ground. Ye Cheng knew exactly what they were planning. The monstrous denizens around Yuhantan had long since absorbed its freezing qi. In their home territory, each beast's strength was amplified by at least 30%. Lure them out of that cold nexus, however, and they became far easier prey. Still, he remained unmoved. Even if these so-called allies hadn't shown up, he would have headed straight for Yuhantan on his own. With a single, effortless breath, Ye Cheng turned his gaze back toward the looming peaks ahead. The others might tangle with the beasts on the outside, but his path lay deeper in, and whether they understood it or not, he would see his journey through on his own terms. If they chose to follow him, that was their own business. So long as they didn't invite death by attacking Ye Cheng first, he had no desire to slaughter them indiscriminately. After all, he was a sword immortal, not some merciless beast butcher. Still, Ye Cheng's gaze flickered toward the dense forest just beyond the 13 spirit beasts assembled before him, and his brow tightened. He said nothing, keeping his expression calm and unreadable. That cool detachment stood in stark contrast to the mood among the more than 20 celestial immortals gathered nearby. They had broken into 3 distinct contingents. One followed a graceful female immortal swathed in scarlet robes. Another trailed a burly, axe-wielding man of middle age. The third, uniformly clad in austere gray, obviously hailed from the same sect, and was led by a sullen figure dressed in black. All 3 groups stared covetously at the 13 rare beasts that had taken the bait. One-horned white rhinoceroses, purple-striped black pythons, such master-level spirit creatures were almost unheard of in the Xiaoyao realm. To encounter them beyond its borders was a stroke of truly exceptional fortune. I never expected to find someone who's already reached the heavenly fairy realm, one of the fairies exclaimed. Look at that one-horned white rhinoceros, another chimed in, eyes shining. Its horn alone could be forged into a golden fairy weapon. We've hit the mother lode here in Yuhantan. Excitement crackled through the group, everyone except the fairy in the red skirt, who kept her gaze fixed on the lone cultivator, Ye Cheng. Her voice was sharp as she called out, Taoist, step back and join us. Don't let yourself get caught up in this fight. She hesitated for a moment, then added, After the battle, I'll prepare a proper thank you gift for you. Technically, they hadn't harmed Ye Cheng. He'd charged recklessly into Yuhantan on his own, and they'd merely tagged along, using him as bait. Yet Fairy Honglian's compassion wouldn't let her rest without at least offering something in return. Before Ye Cheng could reply, the burly man at his side let out a low laugh. Fairy Honglian truly is as kind-hearted as everyone says, but you needn't trouble yourself with gifts. If we step in now, we'll be saving him. Bait or no bait. Isn't that enough? Ye Cheng barely had time to register the threat when a deep, booming voice cut through the chaos. This kid better pay up for saving his life. The burly warrior laughed, but his tone betrayed a hint of amusement rather than anger. He hefted his massive axe, swung it in a blazing arc of spirit light, and vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared in front of Ye Cheng, his broad frame shielding the young cultivator from the swirling dangers beyond. You're too green for the Xiaoyao realm, the warrior rumbled, flashing a teasing grin down at Ye Cheng. At your current level, you'd do well to stick with your seniors or fellow disciples. Retreat now. Don't let your bravery get the best of you. He gave the axe handle a casual rap. And don't worry, kid, I won't charge you for the rescue. Before Ye Cheng could respond, a second figure drifted forward from the gloom. Clad head to toe in black, he moved with measured grace, the unmistakable presence of a sect leader. This was the master of the Xuanyun sect. His voice was low and authoritative. Enough, he said. The chill from Yuhantan is rising. Monsters will converge any moment now. Dispel them quickly. There must be no needless complications. With that, the 2 heavenly cultivators fell silent. Ye Cheng steadied himself, heart pounding, and prepared to face whatever horrors the secret realm would unleash. Ye Cheng led a squad of celestial elders from Xuanyun sect into the depths of Xianxia Mountain, not out of charity, but to harvest monster essences and refine their sect's legendary treasures. The Xuanyun celestial immortal regarded him with thinly veiled contempt. This burly man and the impulsive Red Lotus celestial immortal were wasting valuable time on a rank amateur. From the sect master's perspective, Ye Cheng was nothing more than an overconfident fool, another casualty waiting to happen in the Thousand Saints mountain domain. Every time a secret realm like this opened its gates, wide-eyed novices stormed in, dreaming of miraculous gains, only to perish within days. Even the lucky few who survived one domain would blunder straight into the next, until they finally became monster fodder. By contrast, Xuanyun sect's true disciples, seasoned cultivators, knew exactly how to secure the richest materials and extract maximum benefit. The sect master's impatience grew with each passing moment. He barked orders to his elders: finish off the local beasts, rack up your harvest, and return with your spoils. Why bother babysitting this so-called pseudo-immortal whose cultivation hadn't even spanned 10,000 years? Let him run headlong into danger on his own. There was no shortage of would-be heroes ready to meet their end in Xianxia Mountain. Fairy Honglian and the axe-wielding fairy exchanged concerned glances, but as allies they weren't about to quarrel over a minor disagreement. Fellow cultivators, prepare the formation, Fairy Honglian called, retreating a step to give space. Brothers, protect the Taoists behind Honglian and buy us time, the axe-bearing fairy roared, hefting his massive weapon. At his signal, his squad of fairies surged forward to block the 13 celestial immortal monsters. At the same moment, the Xuanyun sect master led his disciples in lifting a radiant fairy light. They advanced from the opposite flank, closing in to form an encirclement around the beasts. Just as the ring tightened, both the sect master and the axe-bearer sensed something amiss. They had superior numbers, yet every one of those 13 monsters, even the weakest, remained unnervingly calm, their cold gazes reflecting neither fear nor doubt. The one-horned white rhino and the purple-striped black python, who had been leading the advance, sat back with deceptive calm, even letting the enemy finish its encirclement. In their eyes flickered nothing but amusement. These so-called monsters were far from the mindless beasts of the mortal world. They had achieved immortal cultivation. In truth, they were immortals whose flawed existence in the Xianxia Mountain microcosm forced them to take monstrous forms. Their confidence wasn't born of ignorance. It was proof that something significant had shifted. No, halt the assault. Pull back and establish a defensive perimeter. The leader of Xuanyun sect roared, waving the elders to hold their ground behind him. The axe-wielding celestial immortal responded instantly, drawing his team back as well, each of them determined to reunite with the Red Lotus Fairy and the others. A low, chilling voice drifted down from the treetops before any of them could move. Hold your ground. Fall back slowly and complete your formation. Once it's ready, we will strike. The 3 celestial immortal squads, eyes wide with alarm, hesitated only a moment before obeying. As they shuffled backward into the shadows of the ancient forest, the undergrowth itself seemed to sigh under the weight of dozens of enormous bodies emerging from every direction. A vast, dark shape swept over them, pressing down like a storm cloud overhead. One by one, more than 20 celestial immortals stepped into the clearing below Yuhantan's great oaks, joining the 13 who had appeared earlier. In an instant, they formed a perfect ring around the retreating teams, every path of escape sealed. Heartbeats thundered in the trapped cultivators' chests. Worse still, 2 demon kings led the encircling host. One reclined atop a boulder as immense as a mountain, its gray scales shimmering like iron. Though its bulk dwarfed everything nearby, a lizard-like head barely 10 feet from snout to tail gave it a deceptive air of insignificance, until it reared up and flexed muscles the size of oak trunks. At that moment, Ye Cheng, standing at the rear of his squadron, felt a cold thrill run through him. Surrounded, outnumbered, and facing demon kings, the battle he had come here for was about to begin. Ye Cheng's heart skipped a beat as a new aura rolled over the battlefield, one that outshone every celestial beast present, even eclipsing the one-horned white rhinoceros and the purple-striped black python. The monster before them was the hidden shadow lizard demon, and its cultivation hovered just shy of the golden immortal realm. This lizard demon is on the verge of golden immortal, Commander Bai whispered, eyes widening. If we fail here, it won't be for lack of warning. Ye Cheng studied the demon's rippling scales. Its hide alone is worth a small fortune. Even fashioned into a basic heavenly immortal robe, it would completely mask the wearer's aura. No golden immortal could detect them. Born with an innate concealment technique and such high cultivation, only the true immortals would have the slightest insight into its presence. Beside them, the other three demon kings, the spider demon heavenly fairy, the one-horned rhino, and the purple-striped python, looked almost mundane by comparison. Yet 4 demon lords and over 30 heavenly beasts were more than enough to bury Ye Cheng's 3 assault squads if they didn't act quickly. He drew his sword, determination flaring in his eyes. Squads 1 through 3, form up, he barked. We hit the lizard demon together. Don't give it a chance to hide. As his teams fell into perfect formation, the hidden shadow lizard demon's eyes glittered with predatory intelligence. In that instant, both sides knew the coming clash would decide the fate of the entire expedition. The clearing lay dead silent until a harsh, rasping laughter shattered the stillness. Circling 3 squads of celestial cultivators, a horde of demon beasts gleamed with savage anticipation. At their head, perched upon a jagged outcrop, was their queen, half ebony chitinous spider, half sultry, intoxicatingly beautiful woman. "Ha ha! Outsider immortals, your hour has finally come," she taunted, each word echoing across the clearing like the skittering of 1,000 legs. "Rip out their throats, taste their flesh and blood. We'll grow stronger with every drop. In the next 10,000 years, our harvest will only multiply." Her crimson lips curled into a predatory smile as her many-jointed limbs flexed. Though dozens of celestials stood ready, it was Ye Cheng who held her gaze, a arcade of cruel hunger kindling in her dark eyes. Beside him, the pale, white-robed sword fairy remained statuesque, her posture serene even as danger closed in. "All of those celestials belong to you," the spider demon queen declared to her legions, "but leave 2 alive, for me." A chorus of guttural roars rose in response. One brutish, bull-headed demon stepped forward, folding thick arms across his chest. He grinned at Ye Cheng, lips curling in mockery. "Quasi-immortal human," he rumbled, voice like boulders grinding together. "Did you hear what the spider demon queen said?" Behind him, claws flexed and eyes gleamed. The hunt had begun. "Why don't you come up here and personally thank the spider demon queen for sparing your lives a little longer?" the demon kings taunted. Thank you." A trembling voice stammered from below. "Come on, show your gratitude for the few extra days she's granted you." A ripple of cruel laughter rolled through the gathered host of beasts and celestial immortals under the spider demon queen's banner. In front of Ye Cheng stood an axe-wielding immortal, his face ashen as he planted himself between the demons and Gu. His fingers clenched the haft of his weapon, but the instant his hand closed around the wood, a suffocating pressure from the 4 demon kings locked every joint in his body. One wrong move, and they'd unleash a composite thunderstrike that would obliterate him before he could draw breath. If he died, the rest of his comrades, unaware of his failed stand, would be trapped without hope of escape. His knuckles white, the immortal's hand began to shake. Then, from just behind him, came a low, mocking chuckle. "Thank you?" The axe-wielding celestial immortal, Fairy Honglian, and Master Xuanyun all stared in disbelief. To them, even the feeblest fiend on the battlefield could be felled by Ye Cheng with a single swipe of his claw. Yet now, a faint, effortless smile curled at Ye Cheng's lips as he strode forward, so boldly, in fact, that he placed himself directly in front of the axe-carrying immortal. He calmly surveyed the writhing mass of monsters ahead and spoke in a soft, steady voice that nevertheless carried through the entire Yuhan Pond, silencing every celestial onlooker in an instant. "Are you sure you can withstand Gu's worship?" Chapter 694. A heavy silence settled over Yuhan Pond. Ye Cheng's words hung in the air, momentarily freezing the celestial beasts in their tracks. When they finally recovered, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted. "Ha! What arrogance from a puny human ant! one monstrous voice boomed. A lowly quasi-immortal, someone I could crush with a single claw, daring to mouth off like that? Their laughter echoed across the water's surface. Fairy Honglian and the others looked on in bewilderment. How could Ye Cheng possibly think to confront these celestial beasts? He was, after all, only a lone quasi-immortal wandering Xianxia mountain, a fact plain for anyone to see. Xuanyun sect's elder even murmured, "He must be crazy." Before the elder could finish his thought, Ye Cheng took a single, decisive step forward. Light shimmered around his palm as he molded it into a slender, lethal sword of pure qi. With a graceful yet merciless arc, he unleashed it at the nearest beast. The blade's flash was blinding. Then, in an instant, a burst of crimson splattered the ground as blood-like petals erupted where the creature once stood, its life extinguished before anyone could react. Ye Cheng's sword was unadorned and unassuming, but the moment he drew it, brilliant light swept across the clearing. Where that blade passed, the fairyland monsters that had been jeering just seconds before were cut in half before they could even scream. Limbs and bodies toppled left and right, and the mocking grins froze into expressions of shock. Only the spider demon, whose power rivaled that of a demon king and who had achieved perfect fairy cultivation, registered the threat the instant Ye Cheng drew his sword. In a heartbeat, she retreated behind her remaining underlings, using their bodies as makeshift shields to stall him. A guttural roar tore from her throat. The beguiling form of the enchantress dissolved like mist, revealing her true shape, a nightmarish spider demon. From her mandibles burst a storm of crimson silk threads, each strand gleaming with an eerie, blood-red light. Tempered by her own life essence and infused with her demonic power, these silken filaments were the spider demon's ultimate weapon, a last desperate gambit to shatter Ye Cheng's blade light and turn the tide of battle. Even as the golden immortal moved to strike, the spider demon still believed her newest technique could hold him off. Then, crack! In the blink of an eye, the sword's radiance cleaved through her last defense. The white python, woven from living spider silk, split cleanly down the middle, and its mistress was impaled by the same blade, blood spurting in a crimson arc. A stunned hush fell over the battlefield. Neither the one-horned white rhino nor the purple-striped black python could tear their eyes away. Even the shadow-hiding lizard demon, a master of stealth, stood frozen, unable to process what he'd just witnessed. Only when the spider demon's colossal form, as vast as a mountainside, thudded to the ground did the assembled demon kings register the truth. Their greatest ally was dead. Without a moment's hesitation, the celestial demon beasts that had roamed Xianxia Mountain's little world for untold ages turned and fled. The shadow-hiding lizard demon even went so far as to burn his own blood to fuel his innate breath-retaining art, driving it to its absolute limit, but it made no difference. The golden immortal's presence alone was enough to send them scattering in panic. Ye Cheng lifted his hand and traced a gentle slash through the air. Boom! In an instant, time and space within the Yuhantan seemed to freeze. Then, from every shadowed corner, countless blades of swordlight shot forth, each humming with a dreadful, murderous power. Every fleeing immortal and monster was torn apart at once. Bodies dropped like dumplings, thunk, 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 until the ground was littered with the fallen. The onlooking immortals stood agape, nearly breathless. They had all ascended to the immortal realm, honed their Tao hearts through relentless struggle, even clashed with foes across heavens and worlds. Yet none had anticipated such devastation. Before them, corpses gathered like rain, and at the center of it all stood Ye Cheng, still only a quasi-immortal, by any account. Even the haughty Xuanyun sect master, who never bothered to hide his disdain, felt his mouth go dry. Swallowing hard, he squinted at Ye Cheng, as if his eyes might be deceiving him. How could someone at the quasi-immortal level slaughter true celestials as casually as one might slay chickens? Not even the shadow-hiding lizard demon could evade his senses. Murmurs rippled through the three delegations. Could he be a secret disciple of a hidden true immortal? For a heartbeat, they stood frozen, eyes wide. Ye Cheng, however, paid them no mind. With a graceful sweep of his hand, he sent every last treasure into his storage ring and turned to leave. Only then did the assembly regain its wits. One by one, they surged forward, bowing deeply in thanks, none more fervently than the Xuanyun sect master. The man's body shook so violently he could barely speak. Though he'd never openly insulted Ye Cheng, his earlier tone had been dripping with contempt. Now, confronted with the young cultivator's prowess, fear overtook pride. "Your Highness, thank you for your invaluable assistance," the sect master managed through clenched teeth. "Please accept this humble token of our gratitude." With a trembling hand, he withdrew a finely crafted demon pill from his sleeve, an extraordinary celestial-grade medicine he had won by chance from a dying beast. Carefully, he offered it to Ye Cheng, hoping it would suffice to repay even a fraction of the aid he'd received. Ye Cheng reached into his pouch and withdrew the jade token. He had meant to keep it for himself, but at the last moment he held it out to the sect master of Xuanyun, a gesture of unexpected generosity. The axe-wielding celestial being and the Red Lotus fairy both stiffened for an instant, then hurriedly produced their own most treasured offerings and laid them at Ye Cheng's feet. To them, these rare artifacts were priceless. Yet to Ye Cheng, fresh from slaughtering over 30 celestial demons, the trio's combined tribute wouldn't fetch 100 yuanjing, let alone rival the bounty he'd claimed in this very battle. Raising a hand, he gently swept their gifts aside. Puzzlement flickered across the faces of the three senior celestial beings. The sect master of Xuanyun felt his pulse race. He worried Ye Cheng might still bear a grudge for their earlier rudeness, and briefly thought to add yet more treasures. But before he could speak, Ye Cheng cut through the tension with a calm, steady voice. "I don't need these," Ye Cheng said, his tone casual despite the subtle power radiating from him. "But you've been scouring this area long enough. I have one more request. Draw me a map of the monster distribution nearby, especially the ones you believe are beyond your team's ability to handle." The Yulong sect's official bestiary was outdated, but the three scouting parties had just returned with fresh intelligence, precisely the up-to-the-minute data Ye Cheng needed. Eager to win his favor and impress the Xuanyun sect master in attendance, the three captains immediately transferred their knowledge onto a jade talisman. Within minutes, they knelt and presented the talisman with trembling reverence. Ye Cheng took it, laid his palm against the smooth surface, and let his spiritual sense trace the faintly glowing lines. Instantly, the locations of every creature within a 1,000-mile radius crystallized in his mind. He nodded once, satisfied, then turned on his heel and strode off without another word. The three scouting captains stared after him, dumbfounded, like men waking from a dream. Only the coppery scent of blood hanging in the air around Yuhantan's dense forest reminded them that none of this was an illusion. They all felt as if they'd woken from a dream. The axe-bearing celestial immortal rubbed his forehead in astonishment. "I never imagined he'd be such a prodigy." He recalled his own boast, spoken before Ye Cheng, that he would save the young man's life, and now he felt both humbled and a little embarrassed by how easily Ye Cheng had outstripped everyone's expectations. By his side, Fairy Honglian stood motionless, her eyes fixed on the narrow mountain trail along which Ye Cheng had vanished. Finally, she let out a breathless exclamation. "He's headed straight for Thousand Saints Mountain. Could he really be after the same treasure everyone's risking their lives to claim?" The axe-backed immortal and the Xuanyun sect master exchanged startled looks. At the news, their eyes widened. Only today the portal to Thousand Saints Mountain had opened, and the foremost golden immortal sects were already dispatching their elite disciples. Deacons and elders from the celestial immortal realm had been mobilized, too, all determined to stake their claim on whatever lay within. And now, it seemed, an unknown young genius had beaten them all to the starting line. Whispers had spread throughout the Xiaoyao realm. Somewhere on Thousand Saints Mountain, a dragon whose potential rivaled the true immortal realm was stirring. Cultivators everywhere felt a chill, certain that this time the holy peak would erupt in a titanic conflict, one that would draw the greatest saints of the golden immortal sects down from their lofty halls. At first, few understood why Ye Cheng, renowned as a peerless prodigy and said to have been personally trained by a hidden immortal, would bother setting foot on Thousand Saints Mountain. He would seemingly have no need of whatever lay hidden there, but when Fairy Honglian hinted at his true purpose, Everything clicked into place. Of course, he had come for the dragon too. With Ye Cheng added to the roster of challengers, the battle on the sacred peak promised to shake the very foundations of the Xiaoyao realm. Chapter 695, Swoosh! As Ye Cheng pressed deeper into the heart of Thousand Saints Mountain, scores of Yulong sect disciples streamed in behind him, each guided by the ethereal pull of their sect tokens. Under the direction of a handful of true disciples, the newcomers fanned out across the rugged slopes, slaying savage beasts and reuniting with lost brothers and sisters along the way. Thanks to the Yulong sect's formidable reputation, any opportunistic cultivators they encountered soon thought twice about interfering. Coveting the sect's spoils was one thing, but challenging its name was quite another. Still, despite every small triumph, a nagging uncertainty tugged at the assembled disciples. They were still scattered, still incomplete. "We need to find the Holy Sun as soon as possible," Xianxia whispered to her team. As one of the sect's true disciples, she led the group with careful precision, but her thoughts strayed to the spirit boat duel. She remembered vividly how Ye Cheng had faced down the Tianming Holy Sun, and with a single, flawless sword stroke had claimed victory. The memory sent a thrill through her chest. Among her companions, that astonishing feat had awakened more than just admiration. Though none of them were personally close to Long Qianshui or the other inner disciples, they all shared the same burning desire, to stand before the Holy Sun and witness for themselves the prodigy who had made the sect's enemies tremble. Despite his lofty title of Saint Sun, few were impressed by Ye Cheng when he first arrived. On the Jade Dragon boat, they had treated him with nothing more than formal courtesy, an obligatory bow here, a polite greeting there, and no real conversation. But after witnessing the ferocity of his battle, Xianxia and the others were forced to reconsider. His strength might not rival that of the Saint Sons from the major sects, Xianxia admitted to herself, but he's undeniably stronger than any of us. If this was the measure of a Jade Dragon Saint Sun, then perhaps Ye Cheng truly was up to the task. Just then, the two junior sisters who had scouted ahead returned, their voices brimming with excitement. "Sister Xianxia, we've spotted Sister Ye Shu's team." "Sister Ye Shu?" Xianxua's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Let's catch up to them." Ye Shu was known as one of Yulong sect's strongest true disciples. With her leading the way, their combined strength might even allow them to hunt quasi-immortal perfect beasts. The possibility quickened Xianxua's pulse with anticipation. "These creatures are the real prizes of Qiansheng Mountain," Xianxia whispered, eyes alight with anticipation. "It's such a shame we didn't sign up under the Holy Sun." She couldn't help regretting the missed opportunity. With Ye Cheng's strength by their side, they might even take on first- and second-tier celestial immortals, far beyond the quasi-immortal beasts they'd hunted so far. The rewards would be exponential compared to their usual haul. Determined to leave doubt behind, Xianxia broke into a sprint toward Yeshu's group, only to skid to a halt at the sight before her. Someone was already standing in Yeshu's place. And yet it wasn't Ye Cheng. In fact, Yeshu himself was nowhere in sight. The junior disciples gathered around the stranger visibly relaxed, as if their anxieties were instantly soothed by his presence. Xianxua's heart thumped. Who could this newcomer be? "Your Highness the Holy Sun?" Xianxua's voice quivered with surprise as she took in the glowing figure before her. But almost at once, the astonishment drained from her eyes. This wasn't the real Ye Cheng, but only a spirit projection. The energy radiating from the apparition was too thin, too insubstantial to be his living presence. The Yulong sect disciples accompanying Yeshu exchanged uneasy looks. They could see Xianxua's disappointment, and none of them knew how to explain the illusion before she spoke again. Swiftly and without hesitation, Xianxua stepped forward, bowed deeply to the projection, and addressed it in a clear, respectful tone. "Xianxua greets Your Highness the Holy Sun. May I ask where you truly are? Would you allow us junior disciples to join you and fight by your side?" She paused to let her words sink in, then added earnestly, "In these Thousand Saints Mountains, even someone of Your Highness's natural talent would soon be overwhelmed by countless enemies and ceaseless beasts. But if we combine our strengths in the Jade Dragon formation, we might just succeed in slaying even the celestial fairy monsters." A hopeful sparkle appeared in her eyes as she awaited a response. Xianxia stared at the spot before her. If Ye Cheng's projection could manifest here, his true body couldn't be far from Ye Shu's group. This was the perfect chance to join forces with the Holy Sun, so why were they hesitating? Senior Sister Shen, came a timid voice from one of the female inner disciples in Ye Shu's team. His Highness said he's bound by other duties. He only sent this projection to reassure us as we cross Thousand Saints Mountain. Ye Cheng's translucent form gave no response to Xianxua's unspoken question. Instead, the young disciple pressed on, voice trembling. Can an illusion really protect us? Wouldn't you prefer something more concrete? Xianxua's eyes flicked to the projection, where Ye Cheng merely inclined his head in cool acknowledgement. Her thoughts stalled. This is no joke, she finally snapped, irritation flaring. She inhaled deeply, forcing down her frustration before she spoke through clenched teeth. Thousand Saints Mountain is riddled with peril. On the way here, we've already faced more than 10 demon beasts of the heavenly realm. Do you honestly believe a mere projection is sufficient protection? It was only because all of us worked together that we barely managed to drive them back. If the Holy Sun himself isn't here, and we're left with nothing but an incarnation to lead us through 3 months on Thousand Saints Mountain, how many Yulong disciples do you think will die? Has your Highness given that any thought? Xianxua's words came out in a flustered rush. Behind her, the group of eager Yulong sect disciples who had followed her grew silent. Their anticipation drained away the moment they learned that Ye Cheng himself would not accompany them, and that only an incarnation of him would oversee their training. Whatever awe they'd felt after hearing of Ye Cheng's victory over the son of heavenly darkness now seemed woefully premature. Nearby, the band of Yulong disciples led by Ye Shu exchanged knowing, speechless looks. Not long ago, they'd ascended Thousand Saints Mountain, first encountering Ye Shu himself, and then the very incarnation Ye Cheng had sent. Against Xianxua's doubts, they had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of that incarnation, and they had no intention of underestimating him. They listened to Xianxua's indignant outburst in uneasy silence. They wanted to explain themselves, but words now felt feeble, and who could blame her for not believing them? In just 3 days, Ye Cheng's return had staggered them again and again. Their respect for the Holy Sun had become absolute, and the breathtaking battle records they'd witnessed only deepened their awe. If they'd merely heard of them, they'd have dismissed such feats as legend. Yet Ye Shu's disciples remained silent, and Xianxua took that muteness as proof that they, too, secretly disapproved of Ye Cheng's decision. They simply lacked the courage to speak up. That assumption only fueled her anger. She fixed her junior sister with a cold glare. I believed His Highness could uphold the dignity of the Holy Sun and possess the true spirit that title demands, she said. But I see now how mistaken I was. Goodbye. With that, she rose and swept from the room, fury blazing in her wake. Before taking her leave, Xianxua couldn't resist casting a glance at the cluster of disciples, Ye Shu's students, standing beside Ye Cheng's projection. Stepping forward, she offered with a confident smile, "Brothers and sisters, why not come with me instead? After all," she continued, "having me here is far better than relying on an avatar of His Highness, the Holy Sun." Xianxua spoke no idle boast. A projection, however formidable, can be at most half as strong as its true body. If Ye Cheng's original form could defeat the Holy Sun of Tianming, his duplicate, cut in half, would surely fall to her blade. She was certain she could dispatch it without difficulty. Yet to her surprise, the disciples simply exchanged uneasy looks and then turned to Ye Cheng as if seeking his approval. When he inclinedly nodded ever so slightly, their tension melted away in relief. The lead female disciple hurried forward and whispered soothingly, "Sister Xianxua, please don't worry. We'll be perfectly safe under the Holy Sun's protection. And besides, you and your own fellow disciples really shouldn't rush off so hastily. Trust me, the Saint's power is far greater than you realize." Xianxua stared at her junior sister in stunned silence. What on earth was she talking about? Surely this junior sister had been manipulated by Ye Cheng's schemes. Before Xianxua could gather her thoughts, a deafening roar ripped through the valley. From the distant peaks, 7 colossal beasts emerged, each exuding an aura so oppressive that even seasoned cultivators would hesitate. They thundered down the mountain, hot on the heels of the lone figure gliding across the sky on a flying sword. Xianyue's heart pounded. It had to be Ye Cheng up there, but there was no time to worry about him. The monsters were closing in too fast, their roars shaking the very air. "Quickly, fall back," Xianyue cried, turning to her fellow Yulong sect disciples. "Sister Xianyue, we have to leave right now," one young cultivator urged. "Why are you still standing here? Ye Cheng is only an incarnation. If he's destroyed, we're lost too. We're his true selves." The other disciples were equally panicked, exchanging terrified looks as the 7 immortal beasts thundered ever closer. There was nothing left to do but obey and flee for their lives. They bit back their fear and fell into a tight sword formation, blades flashing as they moved to cover Ye Cheng and his junior disciples. Their goal was simple: hold off the monsters long enough for everyone to escape. Before they could issue another order, Ye Cheng's calm voice drifted back to them. "I've searched everywhere. There are only 7 heads. 7 heads!" Xianyue repeated in disbelief, her sword arm trembling. At that moment, the air beside them shimmered, and a pale figure solidified into the form of Ye Cheng. Disappointment flickered across his features as he surveyed the scene. He inclined his head once. "Very well, step aside." "Yes!" Xianyue and the others melted away, clearing a ring of space around him. With a fluid motion, Ye Cheng leapt to the side, inviting the monsters forward. 7 gleaming beasts roared and charged at Ye Cheng. He raised his sword in one graceful arc. A sliver of cold light cut through the twilight. In the next heartbeat, 7 petals of blood blossomed at the monsters' throats. None even managed to scream before their life essence drained away, leaving only still forms on the ground. Ye Cheng's blade had fallen true, and the path was finally clear. Their colossal forms toppled to the earth like mountains collapsing, sending a choking plume of dust and smoke billowing into the sky. Ye Cheng squeezed his eyes shut against the haze, his heart hammering. Is this the end? Chapter 696. Xianyue and the others stood frozen, staring at the 7 celestial beasts, creatures they'd always believed to be invincible. Their eyes darted back and forth between Ye Cheng and those majestic beasts, unable to fully grasp the scene before them. It wasn't until Ye Cheng strode forward and clapped his hands that reality snapped back into focus. "All right, everyone," he called out, his voice carrying easily across the clearing. "Get your supplies in order. We're heading up into the mountains to train and to gather spirit herbs and minerals." He raised a hand to emphasize his next point. "Remember the terms. Half of your harvest goes to me, the Holy Sun. As for those quasi-immortal beasts, I neither want them nor will I seize them. What you claim is entirely up to your own skill and daring." "Understood." The Yulong sect disciples chorused in unison, eyes bright with anticipation. Quickly, they formed teams and surged toward the peaks where Ye Cheng had just flown. As the groups dispersed, Ye Cheng caught sight of Xianyue lingering behind and hastened over, a warm smile on his face. "Junior Sister Xianyue," he greeted, bowing slightly. "I'm glad you're coming along. How about we head up that eastern ridge? Plenty of good training ground and fresh spirit herbs." Xianyue glanced at the rugged slopes studded with crystalline outcroppings. She returned his smile with a confident nod. "Let's go." Together, they set off after the rest of the disciples, the promise of adventure and opportunity spurring them onward into the misty mountain heights. "The demon kings in fairyland have all been cleared out by His Highness. Perfect timing for our training," Ye Cheng declared with a grin. Xianyue and the others exchanged eager glances, excitement making their mouths go dry. Xianyue looked first at Ye Cheng and then back at Ye Cheng, replaying the last few days in his mind. Suddenly, the plan clicked into place. Ye Cheng's team had lured the fairy demons out of hiding, then the Holy Sun moved in to finish them off. With the monsters gone, disciples of the Yulong sect swept into the area to gather valuable materials and hone their skills. It was a flawless choreography. Ye Cheng's group harvested rare spiritual herbs and medicines, once inaccessible treasures hidden deep within the fairy nests, along with celestial-grade ores and divine iron. They also came away with countless monster components from the defeated fairyland beasts. Meanwhile, Ye Cheng risked his safety to secure the elusive immortal demon's skin, scales, bones, and the precious ingredients needed for demon pills. An impressive feat, given how seldom that wily creature left its cave. In the end, everyone profited. A perfectly mutual, harmonious arrangement. The only problem was this. Could a single incarnation of His Highness the Holy Sun really have solved everything? Of course, Yishu said, giving Shenyue's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Didn't you just see it happen? Stay calm. You'll fight alongside us next time, and you'll settle into it soon enough. Her eyes shone with feeling. She recalled how, when she and Ye Cheng first crossed paths on Mount Xianxia, she'd laughed off his grand proposal as a joke. She hadn't taken him seriously at all, until the moment he felled an immortal demon with a single, flawless stroke of his sword. Only then did Yeshu understand the true caliber of the Holy Sun Muqing had discovered. Elder Muqing really does have an incredible eye for talent, she sighed, shaking her head in admiration. The rest of us disciples couldn't hope to match her judgment, Shenyue added, and the others murmured their agreement. In the distance, Ye Cheng smiled at Yeshu's sigh. Shenyue and the others, still a little embarrassed by their display of awe, fidgeted uneasily. Even though Yeshu had invited them all to venture into the Azure Mountain Range to gather rare ingredients, none dared rush in headlong. Each remained cautious, still absorbing the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. All right, everyone, you may go. Yeshu has explained the rules, but remember, though I've already slain the celestial fairy beasts out in the open, there may still be dormant ones hidden beneath. If you encounter any, don't hesitate. Fall back immediately and leave the rest to me. Ye Cheng spoke in a calm, measured tone. He paid little mind to Shenyu and the others' earlier impetuous remarks. They meant well, after all. As soon as they heard his instructions, and especially that confident final line, "Leave it to me," Shenyue and the other disciples froze for a moment, eyes wide. When they recovered, each bowed deeply, their faces alight with relief and admiration. "Yes, Your Highness, we'll be careful and won't trouble you." Ye Cheng opened his mouth to add, "Actually, I'd like you to draw out a few more celestial demons," but then he shook his head, smiling. "Forget it. Just alert me if anything stirs." With that, he waved them on. Shenyue led the group into the foothills, their figures soon swallowed by the dense forest. Ye Cheng's spirit form hovered above the trailhead, ready to plunge his consciousness into the mountains that awaited. Ye Cheng paused on the ridge and swept his gaze toward the southwest, where jagged peaks crackled with gathered thunder spirits. The air itself seemed alive, humming with raw power that made his skin prickle. He had to be ready. If any celestial demon showed itself, he needed to be there to kill it before it could grow beyond control. For now, his spirit incarnation remained on Changsheng Mountain, shielding a group of Yulong sect disciples as they polished their cultivation techniques. But Ye Cheng's flesh and blood body had spent the last several days racing across the land in search of opportunity. And finally, at long last, it had arrived. "Purple gold Swanee?" he murmured, eyebrows arching. Yesterday, by a stroke of luck, he'd rescued an immortal sect expedition under attack. From the expedition's lead elder, he'd learned of a disturbance in the far-off Purple Thunder Mountains, a legendary newborn Swanee, its scales gleaming violet and gold. The rumor had spread like wildfire. Saints of the Golden Immortal sect were already organizing teams to make the journey. Even ancient celestial beings, those whose practices stretched back millions of years, were mustering their strength for the trek, despite knowing they lacked any hope of ascending to the Golden Immortal realm themselves. Ye Cheng's lips curved in a quiet smile. It was exactly the kind of chaotic convergence he thrived on. Soon he would be among the first to reach those storm-racked peaks, and whatever power lay waiting there. Ye Cheng barely spared a thought for the raging storms. Thanks to years of attrition, even the lesser warriors in the Purple Thunder Range now boasted strength on par with ordinary Golden Immortals. Surely the Purple Thunder Mountains themselves would soon erupt in thunderous fury again. But none of that mattered to him. He had only one question. Were the rumors of a purple gold Swanee true? The Swanee is among the most ancient of the ferocious beasts, its pure-blood offspring, renowned for potential that rivals first-grade immortal prodigies, creatures that blossom effortlessly into the realm of heavenly immortals. A purple-gold Swanee, however, belongs to the very pinnacle of that bloodline. Tame one, cultivate it, and you'd secure a golden immortal level guardian beast for your sect, an asset worth 1,000,000 years of work. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such a prize? Even Ye Cheng felt his pulse quicken, but it wasn't the Swanee's raw power that fueled his excitement. It was the price tag. Since setting foot on Xianxia Mountain half a month ago, he had chased every scrap of information about this beast. Now, standing at the edge of the Tempest's roar, all he could think was how far he'd go and how much he'd pay to claim the legendary purple gold Swanee for himself. Chapter 7. The Hunt for the Purple Gold Swanee. Ye Cheng glanced at his haul. Monster materials taken from only the beast's original body, not even counting any incarnations. In total, they amounted to barely 2,000 units. But a purple gold Swanee cub, once it's brought back to civilization, could command tens of thousands of yuan crystals at auction. There was no way he would pass up such a prize. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned his cultivation energy and streaked off toward the Purple Thunder mountain range. By the time Ye Cheng arrived, the entire range was swarming with people. News of the cub's birth had spread like wildfire. Celestial Immortal sect teams in full regalia, rival sect banners fluttering in the wind, and countless independent cultivators jostling for position. All of them stared at the mist-shrouded peaks with hungry anticipation. Yet beneath every gleaming blade and every elaborately stitched robe, hope was waning. The major sects had already dispatched their elite squads deep into the mountain passes. Any chance for a lone cultivator to claim the prize was rapidly slipping away. A hushed murmur ran through the gathering crowd, then swelled into a gasp of recognition. Isn't that? Could it really be the holy son of Changshu Immortal sect, Ye Cheng? Every head turned. Eyes brimmed with surprise and awe as Ye Cheng, calm and resolute, stepped to the forefront. With that single appearance, the odds of outsmarting the leading factions seemed even slimmer, yet the spark in his gaze revealed he wouldn't back down so easily. The true hunt for the purple gold Swanee cub was just beginning. The spectators' voices trembled with excitement. He really is from the Golden Immortal sect, and already at the 7th level of Celestial Immortal. Look over there. The Xianxia Immortal sect has arrived. Their holy son hasn't been chosen yet, but all 3 of their quasi-holy sons have reached Celestial Immortal in under 10,000 years, and they're all here together. Who could possibly rival them? Just then, someone else pointed toward another delegation. Wait, could that be the 5 princes of the Shenglong Immortal dynasty? The announcement rippled through the crowd. The Shenglong dynasty, like the Golden Immortal sect, was an imperial power with 2 emperors who had each ascended to the Golden Immortal realm. The current emperor, too, was a Golden Immortal grandmaster. Naturally, his 5 sons were no slouches. Each prince's talent and power easily rivaled that of a quasi-holy son from the Golden Immortal sect. Amid the clamor and anticipation, all eyes turned toward the central pavilion, where a lone figure stepped forward. Ye Cheng, formerly known as Gu Changqing, had arrived. He was slender and unassuming at first glance, but the faint azure glow wreathed around him left no doubt. This was a man who had mastered profound cultivation. Whispers ran through the assembly. That aura, 7th level Celestial Immortal, just like they said. Ye Cheng, I wouldn't bet against him in a contest of talent. As the various sects arranged themselves for the selection ceremony, the tension in the air grew palpable. Golden Immortals, quasi-holy sons, imperial princes, none of them would be underestimated. Amid rivalries old and new, the path to becoming the next holy son lay open, and every contender had come prepared to seize his destiny. Ye Cheng, the 5th prince of the Shenglong Immortal dynasty, has always stood out among his brothers. His martial prowess rivals even the Golden Immortal sect's famed holy son, making him the clear favorite for the crown prince title. Yet the court's whispers aren't about Ye Cheng alone. They focus on the mysterious beauty at his side. She drifts through the palace halls like a living poem, her silken robes trailing behind her and her every movement suffused with otherworldly elegance. Few dare approach, and those who recognize her name can scarcely believe their eyes. This is none other than Long Chan Shui, senior sister of the Yulong sect. Rumors swirl among the nobles. I remember that, years ago, the Shenglong dynasty pushed southward and clashed with the Yulong sect. One minister reminds his colleagues over morning tea. Both times, it was Fairy Mu Qing who drove our forces back. Since then, open hostilities ceased, but the grudge was never truly settled. Why has senior sister Long come to Shenglong's court? Another wonders. Has the Yulong sect finally laid aside its grievances? Or is this the beginning of an even deeper alliance, one that could reshape the balance of power between our realms? As courtiers speculate, Ye Cheng escorts Long Qianshui toward the throne room, his expression calm but unreadable. Whatever her purpose here, every eye in the palace is fixed on the pair, and on the future they may herald for the Shenglong Immortal dynasty. Chapter 697. A hush fell over the assembly. Even Changshu Venerable, the premier saint of the Shuangji Immortal sect, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The handful of Yulong sect disciples trailing behind Long Qianshui shifted uneasily under those scrutinizing eyes. But Long Qianshui paid them no mind. She leaned in against the fifth prince, and her voice soft as silk said, "Brother K, remember our bargain. The moment we lay eyes on Ye Cheng, you must help me unleash my wrath." Prince Yunque's gaze softened at her words. Enraptured by her charm, he nodded fervently. "You have my word, Sister Qianshui. Your quarrel is now mine as well." He swept his gaze over the gathered crowd, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "In all of Yulong sect, there is no one more worthy to succeed you. That Ye Cheng is lacking in both character and merit. This time, I'll disgrace him so thoroughly that he'll never dare set foot near the saint's seat again." Hearing such unabashed flattery, Long Qianshui's smile grew ever more radiant. Long Qianshui's only regret was that she hadn't crossed paths with Ye Cheng sooner. If she had, Yunque could have stepped forward and vented all her anger. Could Yunque really stand against Ye Cheng? In Long Qianshui's mind, the answer was obvious. Yunque's strength was not in the same league as the Son of Heaven and Earth. You actually believe that by defeating a Son of Heaven and Earth, you'll claim that title for yourself? What a joke, Long Qianshui thought bitterly, watching Yunque's triumphant expression. A flash of scorn lit Yunque's eyes. "How naive," she mused. "The more foolish this senior sister from the Yulong sect proves herself to be, the more it benefits my Shenglong dynasty." At present, the Shenglong Immortal dynasty was guided by 3 golden immortal ancestors, yet its domain was scarcely larger than that of an average golden immortal sect. Nevertheless, the dynasty aspired to greatness and had long coveted the territories of their neighbors in the Yulong sect. A century ago, in a decisive battle, the 3 golden immortal ancestors had pooled their power, but even they fell short of defeating the legendary Fairy Mu Qing. Since then, the Shenglong Immortal dynasty had abandoned any hope of defeating the Yulong sect on the open battlefield. Yet renouncing direct confrontation did not dampen their ambition. "The Yulong sect is firmly under Mu Qing's command. We can't break them head-on," the dynasty's council argued. "But if we shift tactics and sow discord from within, the balance could tip in our favor." For the past century, the Shenglong Immortal dynasty pursued a 2-pronged strategy. On the surface, they maintained a truce with the Yulong sect, allowing both sides to rest and rebuild without further border skirmishes. Behind closed doors, however, they opened secret channels to Long Xiao, one of Yulong's golden immortals. It was during these covert negotiations that Long Qianshui first encountered Prince Yunque. 100 years of careful planning lay behind that meeting. Expecting a golden immortal to defect outright was unrealistic, but winning Long Qianshui's sympathies was entirely achievable. In her eyes, the position of saint, one she felt she had rightfully earned, had been unfairly usurped by Ye Cheng. Long Qianshui's remaining loyalty to the Jade Dragon sect had already frozen solid. No sooner had they set foot on Qiansheng Mountain than her senior sister, a figure of considerable authority, marched straight into the Shenglong Immortal court, flanked by several trusted disciples, and demanded an audience with Prince Yunque. Their sudden appearance stunned the court. "Seize this moment to disgrace the sainted son of the Jade Dragon sect," her sister whispered with barely concealed triumph. "Shake the dragon-roaring golden immortal's confidence in his protege. Let's drive a wedge between father and disciple and force Ye Cheng's defection." Of course, the dragon-roaring golden immortal himself couldn't blame the Shenglong Immortal Court entirely. After all, it was his own daughter who had extended the invitation. Prince Yunque had merely accepted, and he was more than ready to capitalize on it. His gaze glittered as he prepared for the showdown, eager to test his strength against Ye Cheng, whose reputation for virtuous prowess was known far and wide. Then, without warning, a primal roar thundered from the heart of the Purple Thunder Mountain range, shaking the very stones beneath their feet. A massive, shadowy form emerged, its thunderous cry announcing the next, unforeseen challenge to all who stood before it. Crack! 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 Deep within the mountain range, bolt after bolt of violet-gold lightning tore through the sky, each strike radiating a devastating aura of pure destruction. Even the most battle-hardened immortals, those who had stared down cosmic calamities, felt their immortal bodies tremble at the thunder's ferocity. None dared draw near. As the divine thunder continued to shatter the air, every master gathered around the peaks, burned with greedy anticipation. Yunque and Long Qinshui, usually so composed, threw aside all thoughts of Ye Cheng. Their eyes were fixed on the crackling heavens, alight with unrestrained longing. The heavens themselves are forging divine thunder. This is the prologue to the purple-gold Suani's birth, an ancient immortal whispered, voice trembling with excitement. With a subtle gesture, he concealed a preparatory escape seal in his sleeve. The instant the thunder's fury waned, he would spring forward, teleport to the site of the Suani egg, and seize it for himself. Around him, other powerhouses readied their own contingency plans, some summoning sky-piercing talismans for a swift getaway, others forming containment runes to secure the priceless egg. All coveted the Suani's divine inheritance. At the edge of the gathering, Ye Cheng's heart pounded in his chest. He had come to witness the Suani's birth and fulfill his master's quest, but now faced ruthless rivals prepared to snatch the treasure at any cost. As another violet gold bolt split the heavens, Ye Cheng clenched his fists. The thunderstorm had only just begun, and so had the race for the ultimate prize. It would be at least 3 more days and nights before the trial ended, and yet no one could stand still. Yunque, Long Qinshui, and the others clustered around the crackling circle of divine thunder, their gazes locked on the Suani egg at its center. Not a soul wanted to look away, except Long Qinshui. A sudden rush of wind sliced across the peaks of the purple-gold mountains. Someone was approaching fast. The assembled cultivators stayed glued to the egg, but Long Qinshui's senses pricked. A familiar aura drew her eyes upward. As the figure neared, a cool, knowing smile curved her lips. "Well, if it isn't Ye Cheng," she greeted him, her voice edged with surprise and something sharper. "I didn't expect to find you here." Ye Cheng slowed to a graceful stop a short distance away. At his side, Yunque, nicknamed the Skylark, finally tore his attention from the thunder-enshrouded egg. His gaze settled on Ye Cheng, and he extended a subtle pulse of spiritual energy, as though questioning whether this newcomer was truly who he appeared to be. Yunque's gaze flickered with contempt as he appraised Ye Cheng, whose cultivation, as Long Qinshui had just announced, was nothing more than the quasi-immortal realm. He let out a derisive laugh. "Sister Xianxia, is this really the newly chosen saint son of your Yulong sect?" He snorted. "I never imagined that our Xiaoyao realm's once-proud golden immortal sect would stoop so low as to elevate a mere quasi-immortal. Heh!" His final chuckle rolled across the courtyard like thunder, catching the attention of every cultivator gathered around the hatching Suani god egg. Heads turned, voices rose in disbelief. The Yulong sect's holy son is only at the quasi-immortal realm? Impossible. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. For millennia, ever since Mu Qing's heyday, the Yulong sect had stood among the foremost golden immortal faction in the Xiaoyao realm. Even if this generation's disciples lacked their predecessors' brilliance, no one would have thought they'd appoint a quasi-immortal as Saint Sun. And yet, here they were, while the sect's matriarch, Long Qinshui, had long ago ascended to the heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 7. The Unlikely Holy Sun. A cold wind swept through the Jade Dragon sect's grand hall, stirring the silken banners overhead. Seated before the dais, the sect's elders and senior disciples exchanged uneasy glances. At the center of their attention stood Ye Cheng, newly proclaimed Holy Sun, his cultivation hovering just above the quasi-immortal threshold, barely brushing the first stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Whispers rippled through the hall like a sudden storm. "Can this be true?" Elder Zixuan murmured to his neighbor. The Jade Dragon sect actually chose a cultivator of only quasi-immortal strength? It would make more sense to appoint Xianxia as Holy Maiden, Elder Fulin scoffed. At least she's a genuine heavenly immortal. Their words cut through the ceremony. Faces in the crowd turned to Ye Cheng, some with pity, others with outright derision. He stood unmoved, though a faint silver aura flickered uncertainly around him, betraying the strain of their scrutiny. Nearby, Xianxia's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Pride shone in her eyes as she surveyed the murmuring assembly. Behind her, a circle of true disciples shifted uncomfortably. They admired Xianxia, but to deride the new Holy Sun so openly risked sullying the reputation of the entire sect. A tense hush descended among them. Unable to remain silent, disciple Tianlu, Xianxia's most vocal supporter, stepped forward. "If strength alone determines the Holy Sun," he challenged, "why was I not chosen? My cultivation clearly surpasses his." A collective gasp met his question. Several grand elders rose at once, their robes sweeping the polished floor. At their head, Elder Rongxian, his silver hair bound in a high knot, raised a jade staff to still the dissent. "Enough," his voice rang out, calm but unyielding. He fixed his gaze on Ye Cheng. "Do not mistake raw power for true potential. Ye Cheng's heavenly immortal foundation may appear rudimentary, but his spiritual veins and meridians are of the rarest quality. Providence itself has guided our selection." The hall fell silent once more, the challenge unanswered. Elder Rongxian turned to Ye Cheng. "To prove your worth, you will undertake the Azure Peak trial at dawn tomorrow. Spend 3 days within the Nine Blossoms Pond. Endure its perils, and your title as Holy Sun will be irrevocable." A murmur of disbelief swept through the spectators. Mount Azure Peak's trials had undone many seasoned masters, yet Ye Cheng met the elder's gaze steadily. "Your command will be fulfilled, Elder." As the assembly dispersed, Xianxia's triumphant smile faltered for the briefest moment, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. The true disciples melted away, determined to witness whether this unlikely Holy Sun could turn divine providence into reality or be consumed by the same fires that forged his title. "What's the matter with you?" Xianxia's brow darkened as she took in her subordinates' sullen faces. Disappointment turned quickly to scorn as she snapped, "Do you realize that Ye Cheng hasn't even broken through to a full immortal? If he assumes the title of Holy Sun, Yulong Sect's reputation will be in tatters. You've served me for years, yet none of you can see that he's trading greater gains for petty ambitions." She strode forward, fixing Ye Cheng with a glare that cut sharper than any blade. "Ye Cheng, did you hear what everyone's been saying? Do you still feel comfortable occupying that Holy Sun's seat?" With that, Xianxia drew a steady breath and released it in a controlled surge of spiritual energy. Since arriving at the Thousand Saints Mountain, she had soared from her previous heights and now stood firmly at the second level of the heavenly immortal Rhea, LM. The difference in their auras was like day and night, and every onlooker felt a ripple of astonishment at the gap between master and would-be successor. Behind her, Prince Yunke's lips curved into a knowing smile as he watched the tableau unfold. Xianxia's breakthrough had been made possible only by Ye Cheng's discreet assistance, and Yunke had been looking forward to this moment. "After today, the Yulong sect's reputation will take a serious hit," he murmured lightly, a faint sigh slipping from his lips. Before Yunke could finish, Ye Cheng moved. He ignored Xianxia's triumphant smirk and raised his hand in a controlled motion. Then, pah! A sharp slap rang out across the mountain clearing. Every eye went wide as Xianxia, who had been flaunting her new realm before Ye Cheng, staggered backward. Blood welled at the corner of her mouth, and her expression wavered in stunned disbelief. According to Yulong sect rules, Ye Cheng said coolly, "Any disciple who meets the Holy Sun must bow, offer a proper greeting, and address him with due respect." He let his words hang in the sudden silence. First offense, a slap to the face. Second offense, punishment by staff. Third offense, demotion from the inner sect to the outer. Those already in the outer sect will be expelled outright. The gathered disciples stood frozen, the weight of Ye Cheng's decree settling over them like a heavy shadow. Ye Cheng's gaze swept over the true disciples standing behind Long Qianshui. His voice was icy and even, betraying no hint of pleasure or sorrow. Do you really need me, the Holy Sun, to remind you as well? Chapter 698. Ye Cheng's gaze was ice-cold. Behind Long Qianshui, her true disciples, already shaken by her defeat, cowered in terror. They stared at their mistress's battered face, fresh blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, unable even to draw breath. The moment Ye Cheng spoke, they dropped to their knees and bowed, voices trembling. We pay homage to His Highness, the Sacred Sun. Long Qianshui's eyes blazed with fury as she watched her followers grovel. She ground her teeth. Fine, Guyech. Before she could finish, a sharp crack rang out. Ye Cheng's palm struck her once more. Though she'd steeled herself for another blow, she'd never expected it to land squarely on her right cheek. Instantly, it swelled to match the left. You see, Ye Cheng called down from his cloud perch, voice smooth as silk yet laced with menace. We may lack my usual water and fire spirit rod here, but if you can't learn to speak properly, this saint doesn't mind teaching you with his hands. He hovered above her, looking down with detached amusement, as Long Qianshui pressed her ruined face, her hatred for him growing with every heartbeat. Ye Cheng's words crackled with barely concealed menace. Long Qianshui paled, her voice caught in her throat as she shrank back in fear. Seeing her so cowed, Yunque sprang to his feet. Before he could even react, 2 sharp slaps landed across his face, so swift and precise that his brow twitched in surprise. Yet he refused to admit that this newcomer could best him. He pressed a hand to his cheek, resisting the urge to applaud. Those 2 blows had already shattered any chance of reconciliation between Long Qianshui, her father, and Ye Cheng. If he didn't intervene now, he'd lose both Qianshui's gratitude and the Yulong sect's standing. Better to move quickly, protect her, win her favor, and undermine Ye Cheng's reputation in a single stroke. Yunque stepped forward, positioning himself between Ye Cheng and the trembling girl. His voice was calm but resolute. Yulong Saint, don't you think that this has gone too far? Ye Cheng's cold gaze flicked to Long Qianshui. Qianshui, he said softly, I merely speak plainly and tell the truth. You dare humiliate Sister Qianshui with such arrogance? Yunque's voice carried over the courtyard like the tolling of a great bell. With that belligerent temperament, how could anyone ever trust you? How can you possibly secure your claim as the sect's sacred heir? He spoke, then took a single decisive step forward. Clouds swirled beneath his feet, and in an instant he materialized before Ye Cheng. As Yunque exhaled, the air around him quivered with power. A vast, oceanic aura rippled outward, so potent that every cultivator present instinctively held their breath. Whispers ran through the assembly. The Skylark Prince was said to be only a 3rd-level heavenly immortal. Yet no 3rd-stage cultivator could project such overwhelming force, nor could many 5th-stage immortals match it. Born the eldest scion of the Shenglong immortal dynasty, Yunque had enjoyed unrivaled resources and training. Now his true strength gleamed unmistakably, and many dared to say it bordered on the 7th level of heavenly immortal. This is the Golden Immortal Sect's domain, a true Saint-Sun level powerhouse. And in comparison, what hope does the scion of the heavenly nether have? Long Qianshui pressed her palm to her still throbbing cheek, her eyes fixed on Prince Yunque as he hovered above them. His aura blazed with unmatched intensity, utterly eclipsing that of Ye Cheng. A malicious delight danced in her gaze as she pictured Ye Cheng's inevitable defeat. But Ye Cheng refused to yield. In the blink of an eye, he lifted a single hand. No grand gesture, no elaborate technique. A brilliant flash cut through the tension. When the onlookers blinked and refocused, all they heard was a crisp smack reverberating across the courtyard. Prince Yunque's head snapped to one side. Blood welled at his split lip, his cheeks swelling, his eyes glassy with shock. Is this how you choose to interfere in the affairs of my Yulong sect? Ye Cheng's voice was low and steady, each syllable carrying undeniable authority. A hush fell over the crowd as they met his unflinching gaze, caught off guard by the fierce calm in his eyes. Although Ye Cheng had already slapped Long Qianshui twice, no one batted an eye. Long Qianshui was merely a senior sister among the true disciples, while he was the Jade Dragon's own son. His rank far outstripped hers. Beyond all her protests about propriety, Everyone could see that her cultivation was thin. Just crossing a realm boundary would have taxed her to the limit, let alone facing a genius like Ye Cheng, who wielded hidden techniques and carried twin heavenly blessings. His swift subjugation of Long Xianxia fell well within expectations. Yun Ke, however, was an entirely different matter. He'd reached the celestial immortal level, while Ye Cheng was only a quasi-immortal. No amount of raw talent should have closed such an immense gap in cultivation, and yet Ye Cheng had struck Yun Ke so ferociously that blood trickled from his lips. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you'd never believe it. Even Yun Ke himself stood there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Ye Cheng, a mere quasi-immortal, had managed to humiliate a celestial immortal so completely. Ye Cheng's hand shook as he brought it up to his cheek, feeling the heat and swelling of his bruised flesh, and tasting blood still clinging to his lips. Only then did the reality of what had just happened hit him. His gaze locked onto Yun Ke with murderous intent. "You actually had the nerve to hit me?" With that roar, Yun Ke lunged forward like a rabid beast, yet even as he charged, one hand slipped beneath his ornate brocade robe and crushed a gleaming white talisman. Suddenly, the skies split with a thunderous dragon's roar. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The white dragon seal was a forbidden weapon of golden immortal rank, never to be used lightly. Now, at Yun Ke's command, a silver-white dragon nearly 10,000 feet long coalesced in midair, fangs bared and claws outstretched. In a heartbeat, it bore down on Ye Cheng with lethal force. Faces in the audience went pale. Yun Ke's eyes, once proud and controlled, burned with frigid rage. Slapped and shamed by Ye Cheng, he was teetering on the edge of madness and determined to make his foe pay. Yun Ke stilled himself just in time. Unlike that foolish Long Xianxia, who only understood what was happening after being slapped twice, Ye Cheng's single strike had jolted him fully awake. It suddenly dawned on Yun Ke that there was something profoundly abnormal about Ye Cheng's strength. He wasn't the mediocre quasi-immortal with just a stroke of good luck, as Long Xianxia had insisted. In a straight fight, Yun Ke wasn't at all confident he could beat him. So Yun Ke had pretended to be unhinged, luring Ye Cheng in close. Then, at the first opening, he'd unleashed his forbidden weapon. The goal was simple: catch Ye Cheng off guard and kill him immediately. There was no question of merely suppressing him. Ye Cheng, Yun Ke thought, this newly promoted Jade Dragon Saint is a grave threat to our immortal dynasty. Now that fate has handed me the chance to eradicate him, I won't let it slip away. With a cold sneer, he watched Ye Cheng stand there, stunned, as the white dragon materialized and lunged toward him. The spirit dragon's frosted scales gleamed as it closed in for the kill. Ye Cheng's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, fear flickered across his face. But Yun Ke could sympathize with his predicament. Facing a forbidden weapon like this, even the bravest warrior might falter. The white dragon seal he'd unleashed was no trivial device. It had been personally awarded by his father, and, at full power, rivaled the might of a fifth-level golden immortal from the Shenglong immortal dynasty. The dragon's onslaught crackled with the raw killing intent of a true supreme master. Ye Cheng was, after all, only a quasi-immortal. Even a veteran golden immortal without such an heirloom would have no hope of surviving that strike. Watching the colossal white dragon bear down on Ye Cheng, Yun Ke's face lit up with exhilaration. The pain in his cheeks seemed to vanish, and he allowed himself a triumphant grin. At last, they had cornered a genuine prodigy and put him on the brink of defeat. Around them, the other spectators leaned forward, pity and awe mingling in their expressions. "He really is a Yulong saint, a born genius," they whispered, "but it looks like his fate ends here." By the time Ye Cheng realized the magnitude of the threat, it was too late to call upon his forbidden weapon. Trying to stand toe-to-toe with that white dragon's ferocity, even immortals who'd walked the heavens for millions of years would hesitate at such a task. And yet there he stood, alone, cornered, and outnumbered by a power few could ever dare to challenge. Just as everyone shook their heads in resignation, a sudden, shattering crack echoed through the clouds. Conversation died on the wind as all eyes snapped upward, pupils shrinking in shock. In that instant of frozen disbelief, Ye Cheng lifted his arm, drew his sword in one fluid motion, and struck. A blade of pure, flashing light arced through the sky, cleaving the spectral white dragon phantom cleanly in two. Its ethereal form collapsed into drifting motes of mist. But Ye Cheng's strike did not end there. The radiant sword beam surged onward, streaking across the distance to where Yunque stood, self-satisfied and oblivious to the danger. In a split second, the luminous edge found its mark. With a single, silvery hiss, it severed Yunque's head from his shoulders. A blossom of blood unfurled in midair, dark and brilliant against the pale clouds. His detached head tumbled upward, even as the final curve of a smile lingered on his lips, his last expression frozen in arrogant triumph, cut short by Ye Cheng's decisive strike. Chapter 699. Thud! The Skylark's massive body convulsed once, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy crash. Long Xianxia let out a terrified scream, her feet scrambling backward as she tried to put distance between herself and the fallen creature. The serene composure befitting a celestial being vanished entirely, replaced by raw panic. Behind her, the cultivators of the Shenglong Immortal dynasty, who had accompanied the great bird, stood momentarily frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Only Xianxia's scream jolted them back to reality. In an instant, their gazes locked on Ye Cheng, murderous intent blazing in every pair of eyes. "You little monster! How dare you kill our prince? Prepare to die!" one elder roared. With that, a rippling aura formed around the elder's outstretched palm, coalescing into the fearsome shape of a dragon's shadow. He slammed his hand forward, unleashing a brutal palm strike that tore through the air toward Ye Cheng. The other masters of the dynasty surged after him, each driven by the same murderous determination. To them, Ye Cheng was no less than a patricide. They had been invited to Qiansheng Mountain by the Skylark, marking them as the bird's loyal faction. But with Prince Yunque now dead, dishonor and retribution loomed large. Even if they managed to return alive, the wrath of their ancestors would leave no room for mercy. Failure was not an option. They would see Ye Cheng's blood repaid in full. Without Yunque as their master, the disciples of Shenglong Xianchao would see their standing collapse, and they'd be forced to crawl back to rival princes and princesses to start from scratch. All because of Ye Cheng, right here before them. How could they not seethe with resentment? How could they not rage? In an instant, a divine tide of immortal power rolled through the mountain range. The onlooking immortals, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire, retreated in fear. It was hardly surprising. Arrayed against them were more than 10 of Yunque's former lieutenants, among them 2 venerable elders of Shenglong Xianchao, each brandishing a golden immortal grade forbidden weapon. Though individually none could rival Yunque himself, their combined assault was even more ferocious than the unleashed white dragon seal Yunque had sacrificed earlier. Yet Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his face the picture of calm. As that lethal torrent of immortal energy and deathly incantations bore down on him, he simply lifted his sword, and with a single effortless flick met their siege head-on. Ye Cheng's control over the torrent of immortal energy was absolute. With a mere thought, the torrent unraveled, collapsing into drifting wisps. The assembled masters of the Shenglong Immortal dynasty stood frozen in stunned silence. "This boy is a trickster. Retreat. Don't engage him." The 2 leading elders, finally regaining their senses, roared in unison. They summoned their immortal rainbow and leapt aboard, determined to escape. But Ye Cheng's sword light was already upon them. In a calm, steady voice, he declared, "Since you've chosen to act, you'll stay to keep your prince company and accompany him on the road ahead." No sooner had he spoken than a blinding shaft of sword chi shot into the sky, scattering the dynasty's masters like leaves in a gale. An eerie hush fell over the Xilai Mountains. Every cultivator, saints and near-saints of the Changshu and Shuangji immortal sects among them, stared at Ye Cheng in awe and terror. They had never seen him as more than a footnote. Even if he defeated Prince Yunque, they would have been only mildly surprised. Now, they were utterly shaken. They had never really seen Ye Cheng as a serious contender for the Swanee God Egg. After all, no matter how strong he might be, he was still only one man. Meanwhile, they commanded dozens of cultivators from the same sect, ready to shield their holy son the moment he was threatened. Together, suppressing him should have been child's play, but the power Ye Cheng had just displayed shattered every assumption they made. Sensing the sudden tremor of doubt among their ranks, the holy son of the Changshu immortal sect drew a steadying breath and spoke in a firm, low voice. Do not worry. Yunke was reckless, and he paid for it with his life. The Shenglong formation of the Shenglong immortal dynasty has not yet been deployed. We will not make such a basic error. At his words, the disciples of the Changshu immortal sect shook off their fear and stood a little taller. After all, it was not just the extraordinary prowess of their holy sons and holy daughters, but also the seamless coordination of powerful formations and united efforts that had placed the golden immortal sects at the forefront of Xianxia Mountain. Under the leadership of the holy sons and holy daughters, they could form a deadly formation, one whose combined might far exceeded that of any lone cultivator. The masters of Shuangji Xianmen understood this all too well. Though they still harbored a healthy respect for Ye Cheng, their fear had eased enough that they no longer trembled outright. Ye Cheng ignored their furtive glances. With a casual wave of his hand, he retrieved the storage pouches from the fallen members of the Shenglong Xianchao, gathering every last item and bit of treasure. Then, his gaze settled on Long Qianshui. The moment she felt his eyes on her, Long Qianshui went rigid. Her face drained of color, and she drew back, pressing one trembling hand to her cheek as though to shield herself. Voice quivering, she fell to her knees. "Saint, your highness," she stammered, tears welling in her eyes. I was wrong. Please spare my life." Long Qianshui's uncharacteristic humility stunned the few Yulong sect disciples who had come with her. They had always known their senior sister as proud, almost imperious, never groveling at someone else's mercy. Their shock deepened when they glanced at the scene beside her. The severed head of the Skylark Prince lay on the ground, his eyes still wide open, a grim testament to how far Ye Cheng's power could reach. They all relaxed at once, their shock melting into relief when they saw Long Qianshui's disheveled state. Ye Cheng's eyes flickered with disgust, but he didn't strike. No matter what had happened, Long Qianshui was a fellow disciple of the Yulong sect and a friend of Mu Qing's. He had no desire to kill a fellow disciple on a whim. Besides, there was a more compelling reason. Ye Cheng slipped his consciousness into his own storage ring and let it sweep quietly through the rings of the Shenglong Xian dynasty masters. A faint smile tugged at his lips. After wandering Qiansheng Mountain and slaying countless celestial beings and monsters, his accumulated spoils had finally reached, and even slightly surpassed, the combined wealth hidden in those masters' rings. A horse only fattens on rich grass, and a man only grows wealthy through unexpected windfalls, he mused to himself. With that, he shrugged off any further thought of Long Qianshui. He watched impassively as she and her entourage fled in panic, leaving him to his quiet satisfaction. Whether she would one day return for revenge remained to be seen. Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. In fact, he welcomed it. If they could clear out her father's spirit too, all the better. After all, the wealth of a golden immortal was said to eclipse even the combined fortunes of the entire Shenglong immortal dynasty and this assembled band of celestial masters. As he mulled this over, the very ground beneath them trembled. From the heart of the Purple Thunder Mountains came a thunderclap so violent it seemed to split the sky. A jagged bolt of purple lightning lanced down, igniting the raging thundercurrent that swirled around the Suwani god's egg. Amid the crackling storm, a glowing, elliptical sphere took shape, its surface etched with intricate celestial seals that pulsed with raw, chaotic energy and a hint of malice. From those divine markings emerged the phantom silhouette of a fierce Suwani beast. At the instant the sphere coalesced into solid form, a roar erupted, wild and earth-shaking, as if the heavens themselves were wailing. Every onlooker felt the sound resonate in their very souls, and they stared at the luminous orb with hungry, expectant eyes. "The Suwani god egg has fully formed," an elderly immortal exclaimed, his voice trembling with awe. Ye Cheng stood at the edge of the crater, his gaze fixed on the pulsing Suwani god egg. Every instinct urged him forward, to claim it for himself, but he forced his impatience down. He was far from alone in his desire. The senior monks of the Shuangji Immortal Sect and Changshu Immortal Sect, along with dozens of other powerhouses, circled the crater just out of reach. None dared step closer, however, for the torrential thunder tide that crackled around the egg showed no sign of relenting. "It'll be at least 2 more days before this storm dies down," someone muttered from the crowd. "Only then can we make our move." As whispers spread, rival sects quietly marshaled their forces. Within the swirling throng, agents of both Xuangji and Chongshu discreetly positioned themselves on Ye Cheng's flanks, ready to pounce the moment the thunder tide ebbed. Their plan was simple. When the skies calmed, converge on the egg, and cut Ye Cheng off at the pass. Unseen by his would-be adversaries, Ye Cheng's stance shifted. While they were still plotting, he had already begun to move. "The Swanee god egg has solidified. We needn't wait any longer." With that, Ye Cheng stepped forward, his form condensing into a brilliant streak of immortal light. In the next instant, he reappeared high above the roiling thunder currents. Raising his hand, he plunged downward in a single razor-sharp dive toward the Swanee god egg, which lay ensnared in the crackling vortex of lightning. What? Is he courting death? Chapter 700. The chamber fell into stunned silence. Even Chongshu Saint Sun and Xuangji Quasi-Saint Sun, scions of mighty sects, looked on Ye Cheng as if he'd lost his mind. Though the Swanee god egg's shell was nearly solid, the thunderstorm coiling around it showed no sign of mercy. Its roaring bolts crackled with such raw power that not even cultivators of the heavenly immortal realm dared advance, much less those armed with golden immortal forbidden weapons. At best, Ye Cheng's body had reached heavenly immortal strength. Attempting to breach this raging lightning to seize the egg struck everyone as sheer lunacy. A cultivator nearby snorted derisively. He may have beaten a minor skylark, but does he really think he's unstoppable now? The words barely left his lips before the mockery died in his throat. Under a chorus of disbelieving gasps, Ye Cheng's silhouette blurred, and then he vaulted straight into the heart of the thunderstorm. Vicious arcs of lightning hissed and roared around him, each strike promising instant annihilation, yet Ye Cheng pressed on, driven by iron resolve and a single unbreakable purpose. They unleashed thunder after thunder upon Ye Cheng's immortal form, expecting to shatter him completely. Yet to everyone's astonishment, not a single bolt found its mark. Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his figure resolute amid the crackling skies. As the electric torrent swirled around him, he took a single step forward, straight into the heart of that furious sea of lightning, and calmly plucked the Swanee god egg from its storm-forged cradle. Whoosh! The moment the egg slipped into his storage ring, its divine allure vanished. The thunderous tide that had filled the valley dissipated as suddenly as it had arisen. In the span of a breath, the roaring skies stilled and the oppressive energy retreated, leaving only an empty gorge bathed in pale sunlight. For a heartbeat, everyone froze, unsure whether the cataclysmic display had been real or merely a shared hallucination. Only the jagged cracks scorched into the cliff faces and the scorched earth beneath their feet testified to what had just occurred. Turning their eyes back to the valley floor, they found Ye Cheng standing there, calm, untouched, and unmistakably triumphant. No illusion, no trick of the light. He had done the impossible. A ripple of astonishment ran through the onlookers. Though his cultivation barely surpassed the celestial realm, Ye Cheng's raw physical power outshone even a golden immortal. No wonder he alone had wiped out the trash forces of the Shenglong immortal court. With a body like his, even twice their numbers would have fallen just as swiftly. Chongshu's holy son, Ye Fan, murmured in disbelief and then, mustering his composure, swept forward. He knelt before Ye Cheng and bowed his head respectfully. "I am Ye Fan, holy son of the Chongshu immortal sect. It is my profound honor to meet you, brother Yulong Saint." He paused, drew a jade talisman from his sleeve, and offered it with both hands. "This humble gift is more than a mere courtesy. I ask you to accept it as a token of our esteem." At once, several masters of the Chongshu sect paled. That jade talisman was not a trinket, but the freshly compiled monster distribution map of Xianxia Mountain, an intelligence they had only just completed. With such a map in Ye Cheng's possession, the balance of any future conflict could shift in an instant. The moment the Saint Son of Chongshu sect revealed his Xianxia Mountain map, a ripple of surprise ran through the courtyard. With such a map in hand, the efficiency of hunting monsters and gathering precious materials would skyrocket. Even if Yulong sect's heir, Ye Cheng, has a fearsome reputation, one elder whispered to another, I'm not convinced this wager is worth it. Besides, another scoffed, Yulong sect is hardly superior to our Changshu sect. Their murmurs drew curious glances, but before anyone could press the point, 3 figures stepped forward on the opposite side. They were the quasi-saint sons of Shuang, Jai sect, and just like the Changshu heir, they unrolled identical maps of Xianxia Mountain. A stunned hush fell over the assembled immortals. These maps were more than mere charts. They were golden tickets to boundless resources deep within the mountain's heart. The value of such information could turn the tide in any sect's favor. Shuangji sect is doing the same? One elder finally managed, eyes wide. It seems so, another replied, his voice tight with disbelief. As the 2 sides locked eyes, the air crackled with unspoken rivalry. In that instant, every sect present understood that the race for Xianxia Mountain was about to become far more intense, and that Ye Cheng, the Yulong sect's saint son, had already thrown down the gauntlet. 2 venerable elders from the Changshu Immortal sect, assigned to guard their sect's holy son, exchanged sidelong glances. One scoffed, so you think he's too young and inexperienced, and you actually believe the Yulong sect, home of the Yulong holy son, is beneath us, unworthy of an alliance? What nonsense! They both turned their attention to Ye Cheng, still brimming with power after his recent display. Awe flickered in their eyes as they recalled the force of his attack. At last, the taller elder murmured, This Yulong holy son can only be 2 things, either a secret disciple of some hidden true immortal who by chance now bears that title, or he mastered everything on his own, the other finished. If it's the first, the taller elder continued, then cultivating ties with a true immortal's own descendant would be an immense honor for Changshu sect, far more valuable than any scrap of information. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. But if the second is true, if he reached this level unaided, he's even more extraordinary. If news of him spreads, even the venerated immortal might be moved. He'll want to take him on as a disciple. The old immortal's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, cautious not to offend the exalted masters of the immortal venerable realm. Around him, the younger cultivators of Changshu sect stirred, their eyes glimmering as they turned to regard Ye Cheng in a new light. Though their exchange was hushed, Ye Cheng's keen divine sense caught every murmur. He couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Still, the elder's words were not entirely off the mark. Had he not already inherited the legacy of the Kangwu immortal king, Ye Cheng was certain that envy-driven sects across the immortal realm would have long since sent invitations, eager to claim his talent. But now, armed with the Kangwu legacy, he was no longer anyone's pawn. No sect, however prestigious, could so easily sway him. Yet the reports arriving from both the Changshu and Shuangji immortal sects suggested that his arrival here was only the beginning. Ye Cheng accepted the jade talisman with a relaxed smile. Why refuse a free gift? He murmured to himself. To his left, the Changshu Saint Xian and the 3 quasi-saint heirs of the Shuangji immortal sect exchanged delighted glances. Offering such a precious treasure to him only made them prouder and eager to ingratiate themselves further. They opened their mouths to speak, hoping to draw him into conversation. But before a single word could be uttered, a haunting roar shattered the air. From the distant horizon, a blood-curdling shriek echoed across the million-mile sea of clouds. Everyone's gaze snapped upward just in time to see a vast, inky shape bursting through the cloud sea's surface. Tens of thousands of feet long, the creature clawed its way skyward, its massive form rippling with desperate strength. Whatever had driven it here, it was clearly in flight, its roars punctuated by frantic thrashing, as though the very heavens themselves pursued it. Each beat of its terrible wings tore deep furrows into the earth below. Any creature or person caught in its path was flattened instantly, their bodies reduced to a spray of crimson mist. Several of the wandering disciples and monks who'd ventured onto the Thousand Saints Mountain for training or exploration were overwhelmed and crushed before they could react. Ye Cheng's smile vanished. Even the proud scions of Changshu and Shuangji faltered, faces paling as the monstrous shadow blotted out the sun. In that moment, every warrior present understood. This was no ordinary beast, and the chaos it left in its wake was only the beginning. Ye Cheng only sensed the black shadow at the last possible moment, too late to evade its onrush. He could do nothing but watch it hurtle toward him, unleashing a desperate, all-or-nothing trump card in a roar of defiance. The result, however, was almost laughably inadequate. The explosion he triggered merely lit up the shadow's path with a few dazzling sparks, failing to slow its advance by so much as an inch. Well, not entirely. His self-destructive blast did shave off a sliver of the shadow's oppressive aura. Yet even that slight weakening did nothing to diminish its catastrophic potential. The force it exuded still eclipsed anything the cultivators of the Purple Thunder mountain range had ever witnessed. In that moment, every heart froze with terror. "What in the world is that thing?" gasped Xianxia Saint, staring wide-eyed at the advancing darkness. Beside him, Xuangji Quasi-Saint and the other heaven-rank masters all felt their blood run cold. Their dread spiked further when they calculated the shadow's trajectory. It was barreling straight for the very heart of Purple Thunder Mountain. "Flee! Run for your lives!" someone cried, and a panicked clamor rose among the assembled saints as they scattered in all directions, desperate to escape the coming devastation.